Chapter 43. Xiao Lulang hated New Year's Eve because every New Year's Eve, he would dream of a boundless fire. He tried not to fall asleep, but as soon as he closed his eyes, he could deeply feel the despair in the fire. Xiao Lulang, let me say this first. We are only husband and wife in name. You can't touch me. Gu Jiao said seriously. Who wants to touch you? He turned his face away in annoyance. Gu Jiao brought a bowl of water over. Who can guarantee that? You men say one thing and another behind my back. In order to prevent you from doing bad things, I'll put a bowl of water here. If you dare to climb over in the middle of the night and spill this bowl of water, you'll be a beast. Okay, if I come over, I'll be a beast. How could he go over? He didn't have any thoughts about this woman at all. When he woke up the next day, he proudly looked at Gu Jiao, who was in a daze, as if to say, So? I'm not interested in you, right? Unexpectedly, Gu Jiao didn't feel happy. Instead, she slapped him. You're worse than a beast. Xiao Lulang woke up with a whoosh. He sat up and realized that this wasn't his room. There were a few crooked Fu characters pasted on the walls, and the windows were covered with ugly window decorations. These were all the masterpieces of old Madame and Gu Xiaoshan. Xiao Lulang finally remembered where he was. He looked to his side. Gu Jiao was sleeping on her side facing him. Her baby fat cheeks were squashed and her small lips were pouted. She had been grabbing his hand the entire night. Xiao Lulang thought of that strange beastly dream and frowned. He coldly removed Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao grunted in dissatisfaction at being ignored in her sleep. She grabbed his hand again. Xiao Lulang took her hand away again, but it was useless. She still wrapped herself around him. He didn't know how many times he struggled, but in the end he got tired and fell asleep again. The incubus didn't appear until dawn. Feng Lin stayed in Qingchuan village for 3 days. Xiao Lulang also slept with Gu Jiao on the same bed for 3 nights. Except for the first night when she grabbed his hand, she didn't do anything else. She used both her hands and feet. When Xiao Lulang woke up, he would always find that their blankets were together. When Xiao Lulang was angry, he would ask her, Did you do it on purpose? Gu Jiao would look at him blankly. This made Xiao Lulang unsure who was the one who wasn't obedient in their sleep. Maybe he was the one who kidnapped her into his bed. Today was the day that Xiao Yulang's stitches were removed. In fact, Gu Jiao could also remove the stitches at home, but it would be easy to be exposed. Moreover, the matriarch had finished drinking her medicine, so it was time to get a new one. Even though the prescription was only an auxiliary treatment, it would definitely be more effective. After breakfast, Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang, and Feng Lin sat in second Uncle Luo's ox cart and went to Huichun Hall in town. The workers had all gone back to celebrate the new year. There were only second master, shopkeeper Wang, and the old doctor who had always pretended to be a famous doctor for Xiao Lulang. The 3 of them had specially rushed over from home to see the results after the stitches were removed. Not to mention them, even Gu Jiao herself was looking forward to it. She was sure that there were no mistakes during the operation, but the specific recovery would depend on the final result. The stitches were removed by the old doctor, so he still had some medical skills. After the stitches were removed, everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Lulang. There were too many things involved in this operation. Second master still hadn't given up on the idea of treating the young marquis, even though he had been scolded by his own father when he returned to the capital for the new year. Shopkeeper Wang was looking forward to the success of the operation. After all, he was a person with a conscience. However, he also hoped that the operation would fail. After all, to be a person with a conscience, he had to be a person first. If he died, he would be a ghost. If he treated the young marquis, he would really die. Xiao Lulang sat on the chair. After the stitches were removed, his legs slowly moved to the ground. The crutch was next to him, but he didn't reach out to take it. He supported himself on the chair and stood up. First, he used his uninjured left foot. When he used his right foot to take the first step, he felt the soles of his feet go soft and his whole body fell forward. Gu Jiao quickly caught him and hugged him tightly. They were a young couple. Others didn't say anything, but Xiao Yulang's ears turned red. Gu Jiao didn't notice his strangeness. All of her attention was on his ankle. Are you all right? She stared at his ankle and asked. Xiao Lulang shook his head. I'm fine. He had been injured for half a year and had been using the crutch for half a year. His right foot rarely exerted any force. Every time he exerted force, he would feel a heart-wrenching pain. Although he didn't stand still, it didn't seem to hurt anymore. Xiao Lulang took the crutch and tried to take another step to make sure that it didn't hurt anymore. He usually didn't have any expression, but this time he was a bit stunned. He didn't expect that he would be able to treat it to this extent. He thought that he would be limping for the rest of his life and be in pain. "Brother Xiao, have you recovered or not?" Feng Linjian anxiously asked. "I don't feel pain anymore. I just don't have any strength," Xiao Lulang said. Feng Lin couldn't help but ask, Then is it really healed? Why do you have no strength?" The old doctor slowly said, "Young Master Feng, don't worry. Young Master Xiao doesn't feel pain anymore. This means that the operation was very successful. But after all, he was injured for too long. His blood and qi are stagnant, his muscles and bones are weak, and his ankle is stiff. He still needs to be carefully nursed and trained hard." "Can he recover to his original state?" Feng Lin asked worriedly. The old doctor glanced at Gu Jiao and smiled, "As long as young Master Xiao is not afraid of the hardship." Chapter 44. The success of the operation gave the second boss great encouragement. He decided to talk to Gu Jiao about receiving patients. At that time, Gu Jiao promised to receive patients once a month. Since Gu Jiao came to Huichen Hall, it had been exactly a month. He felt that he could arrange the schedule. Of course, because of the importance of this matter, he decided that some information unrelated to the illness could be kept secret. For example, if he couldn't be cured, he would be beheaded. However, before he could say who the other party was, he was rejected by Gu Jiao. "Why?" The second boss's face was full of astonishment. Gu Jiao said without hesitation, "It's too far. I don't make house calls. Tell him that if he wants to be treated, let him come to Huichen Hall himself." The second boss was confused. She could even invite an imperial physician to her residence. How could she lower herself to come to a small town's medical hall? The second boss smiled embarrassedly, "It's not far. It's in the hot spring villa near Qingchuan town." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows, "It's already out of the town. Isn't it far?" The second boss was speechless. The second boss often felt that Gu Jiao was too capable. She really didn't seem like a village woman. However, at this moment she felt that the hot spring villa 20 miles away was too far. Her ability showed that she was a village woman who had never traveled far. The second boss looked at Gu Jiao with some grievance. "We agreed to receive patients once a month." Gu Jiao spread her hands and said, "Yes, it's only once, but not once." The second boss was finally defeated by Gu Jiao's various reasons. To put it bluntly, he didn't want to fall out with Gu Jiao. He didn't want to fall out with her in the past, but now that he had seen her medical skills, he was even more unwilling to fall out with her. "Miss Gu, if you don't agree, then so be it. At the very least, you've saved the lives of our rejuvenation hall." Shopkeeper Wang secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Gu Jiao's rejection. The second boss was at his wit's end. "What do you know? I've already sent out the invitation." Shopkeeper Wang jumped up in shock. "Boss, what did you say?" The second boss coughed lightly and said, "Aren't I thinking that she can definitely cure young Master Xiao? So I sent a visiting card in advance." The entire Zhao country knew that the young master of Marquis Ding and Fu was sick. Even if the consequences were severe with a large sum of money, there would be brave men. There were still many doctors lining up to treat the young master. If they handed in the invitation now, the young master might not even be alive by the time it was their turn. Shopkeeper Wang simply didn't know what to say to his second boss. "It's fine if you don't go." The second boss curled his lips and said. Gu Jiao was completely unaware of the conversation between the second boss and Shopkeeper Wang. She went to the main hall to grab some medicine. In order to not let people see that she was grabbing medicine to treat leprosy, she added a few extra ingredients. It just so happened that she could make some golden sore medicine at home. Feng Lin returned to the academy. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang sat in second Uncle Luo's ox cart and returned to the village. Although Xiao Lulang did not feel any pain, his right leg had not recovered its strength. For the time being, he could not let go of his crutches. He used the crutches to walk back with Gu Jiao. In the distance, he saw a horse carriage stop in front of their house. The emblem on the horse carriage was somewhat familiar. The horse carriage had clearly just arrived. The driver lifted the curtain and helped a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing down. "Excuse me, is this Xiao Yulang's house?" The middle-aged man politely asked from outside the door. "I am," Xiao Lulang said indifferently. The middle-aged man turned around and saw Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao. He revealed a gentle smile. "I am the steward of Tianxiang Academy. My surname is Lu. The headmaster and my master asked me to send some things over." If the Gu family was here, they would definitely recognize him as the man who had delivered Gu Xiaoxuan's admission papers. He took out a letter from his bag and handed it to Xiao Lulang. This is from the headmaster. He then took out a brocade box and handed it to Gu Jiao. This is from my master to young Master Gu. When they heard that Gu Xiaoshen also had a part in it, the two of them guessed who the master he was talking about was. Xiao Lulang took the letter and Gu Jiao took the brocade box. Gu Jiao said, "Steward Lu, please come in and have a seat." Steward Lu smiled. "No, I still have matters to attend to. I will leave first." At this time, Great Aunt called for Xiao Lulang from inside. Xiao Lulang supported himself with his walking stick as he entered the room. Steward Lu took out a brocade pouch from his chest and handed it to Gu Jiao. "This is from my master to Mississippi. Why is he giving it to me?" Gu Jiao asked. Steward Lu smiled but did not say anything. He turned around and entered the carriage. Gu Jiao returned to the room and looked at the things the old man had sent. He had given Gu Xiaoshen a very exquisite weasel hair brush, while he had given her a warm sheep fat jade. She had a cold constitution. When she wore the warm jade on her body, she felt like she was wearing a mini heat pack. Even if Gu Jiao did not know much about the trade, she could still see that this was a piece of precious jade. Chapter 45. Xiao Lulang really didn't want Gu Jiao to visit that old fox, but this suggestion was unanimously approved by his family. His family was his great aunt. Old Madame Fu said, "Yes, you should go visit him." Xiao Lulang gloomily hugged his blanket and returned to his room. Gu Jiao looked at him in surprise. "Tonight, you're still sleeping at my place?" Xiao Yulang's heart suddenly felt awkward. "I went the wrong way." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "You stayed in the West Room for half a year and didn't go the wrong way. After staying at my place for 3 days you went the wrong way." Xiao Yulang's ears turned red and he said angrily, "I already said that I went the wrong way." Gu Jiao calmly said, "Oh." Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao did what she said, and that night, she counted the New Year's gifts that she bribed the teacher. The next day Gu Xiaoshen came over for breakfast. When he heard that his sister was taking him to the hot spring villa to visit the director, he automatically filtered out the nearby area and the director. His mind was filled with the hot spring villa and he was so excited that he cried out, "I've grown so big. I've never been so far away. I've grown so big. My sister has never taken me out." The truth was, if Gu Jiao didn't bring him along, Xiao Lulang wouldn't allow a girl like her to go so far away alone. It was impossible to take an ox cart for such a long journey. After all, it was too slow and they might still be wandering in the middle of the road when the sky turned dark. However, the town's carriage shops were closed and they couldn't hire a carriage. After thinking about it again and again, Gu Jiao brought her younger brother to Huichen Hall. Faced with Gu Jiao's sudden appearance, the second master's expression was somewhat inexplicable. "Does Miss Gu have any advice for me?" Gu Jiao's expression did not change as she said, "I've thought about it. The hot spring villa is indeed not far away. It's only an hour's ride by carriage. Let's hurry up and set off. You have a carriage, right? Yesterday he swore that he wouldn't make house calls. Why did he change his mind in just one night?" The second boss looked at the bundle in her hands with suspicion, as well as Gu Xiaoshen, who was also holding a big bundle outside the door. "Why did you bring someone and so many things? Are they all used to treat illnesses?" Gu Jiao shook her head with a smile. "These are New Year's gifts for the director. I forgot to mention that my husband's director lives near the hot spring villa. After seeing the patients I can pay him a visit." The second boss almost spat out a mouthful of tea. "I think it's more important for you to pay a visit to the headmaster. Treating people is more convenient. You make it sound so refreshing and refined. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" In the end, the second boss compromised. The second boss, Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshen, and the old doctor all got on the carriage. The carriage went very fast. In less than an hour, they arrived at the residence near the hot spring villa. The high plaque above the residence had the words "Li Residence" written on it. This should be the director's residence. It was said that the director was originally an official in the capital. However, his mother fell seriously ill, so he resigned and left the capital. He bought a residence here for his mother to live in comfort for the rest of her life. Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshen got off the carriage and knocked on the closed courtyard door. Not long after, a servant opened the door for them. Seeing that it was two shabbily dressed country bumpkins, the servant did not show any disdain. Instead, he politely asked, "May I ask who the two of you are?" Gu Jiao said, "My husband and my younger brother are students of Tianxiang Academy. We specially came to pay a visit to the director." The servant was stunned. "What's the matter? An old voice came from inside the residence. The servant quickly turned his head and said, replying to the old madam, "They are the master's students." The old madam said in a somewhat confused voice, "Then why aren't you inviting them in?" "It's cold outside. Let them in and have a cup of hot tea." Although Gu Jiao had never seen the director, the attitude of his family members and servants made her feel very comfortable. The servant opened the courtyard door and said, "The two of you, please come in with me. The master went out to fish. If he's fast he might be back in a while. If he's slow he might come back when it's dark. The person just now is my family's old madam, the master's mother." The servant brought the two of them to pay a visit to old Dr. Li. However, when they came to old Madam Li's bed, she was already asleep. Old Madam Li was already very old. She was like a baby, waking up and sleeping every day without a fixed number of times. "The two of you, please come to the tea room and sit for a while. I will bring you some tea." The servant then brought Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshan to the tea room. He served them tea and burned charcoal. He was very considerate and did not treat them lightly because of their low status. Gu Jiao sat for a while. She guessed that the director would not come back so soon and that old Madam Li would not wake up so soon. Thus, she told the servant that she would go find the director herself. The fishing place was not too far away. The servant pointed the way for her. "I want to go too," Gu Shaoshan said. Gu Jiao coaxed, "If the old madam wakes up and finds out that the two of us are not here, she will feel that we are neglecting her." Gu Jiao obediently stayed. Gu Jiao left the residence and turned to board the second master's carriage. "I thought it would take a long time," the second master said. "The director is not here." Gu Jiao asked, "Where is the patient you mentioned?" "Ah, over there." The second master waved his hand and pointed. At the end of the path there was a green mountain. The scenery at the foot of the mountain was beautiful and the residences were arranged in picturesque disorder. This was the famous Ding and Marquis Fu's hot spring villa. As for the other person's identity, the second master did not introduce him too much. He only said that he was the youngest son of a marquis in the capital. He was born prematurely and was born with a weak illness. After searching for so many years he still could not find a doctor. "That young master is about the same age as you. The rumors say that he will not live past 15. The second master regretfully said. "Then doesn't that mean there is only 1 year left?" Gu Jiao was already 14 this year. "Isn't that right? However, it is possible that he will not last until June. Is his illness really that serious?" The second master sighed and nodded. "That's right. The pitiful marquis only had this one son." Although the young master had an older sister who was a boy and a girl, this could not make up for the pain of losing a son. The second master did not give Gu Jiao any information unrelated to the illness. As they spoke, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the hot spring villa. There was an enormous archway with overhanging eaves. The words Hot Spring Villa were written in large gilded characters. On the rightmost side of the words, there was a line of small cursive characters. Ding and Marquis Manor. The group got off the carriage. Gu Jiao stood under the grand archway as small as a rabbit. The Marquis Manor's grandeur was vividly displayed, and this was only a villa under its name. The second master had passed by the villa many times, but this was his first time here. To be honest, he was also shocked by the large archway in front of him. Of course, what he did not know was that the reason Gu Jiao was staring at the archway in a daze was not because she was shocked. She was purely wondering if the gold on the archway was real. Chapter 46. There were 2 guards stationed under the archway. They were different from the guards of the large families in town. They were tall and sturdy, had sharp eyes and held spears in their hands. They were tall and straight and it was obvious that they were well trained and disciplined. Because the invitation was sent many days in advance, the second master's name was on the list, and the guards let him in. He pointed at the old doctor and Gu Jiao and said, "Our rejuvenation hall's doctor and his medicine boy." It wasn't common for women to be medicine boys, but it wasn't unheard of. The guards didn't say anything, but they became suspicious of Gu Jiao's small basket. "What's inside?" one of the guards asked. Gu Jiao directly showed the basket to him. The guard rummaged through it and found some mountain goods and a small tattered box. He returned the basket to Gu Jiao. "Follow this road and walk straight. After you pass through the first pavilion, someone will receive you." The guard pointed the way for the 3 people. The second master cupped his hands in thanks and walked towards the pavilion with Gu Jiao and the old doctor. After walking a few steps, another carriage came out of the archway. The second master thought that it was someone from the mountain villa and didn't take it to heart. Who would have thought that he would be stopped by a voice full of energy? Is that the one in front? The second master stopped and turned around in surprise. He saw a fat man about the same age as shopkeeper Wang walking towards him with large strides. Behind the man was a doctor in his 50s and a medicine boy carrying a medicine box. The second master's face darkened. The man didn't seem to see his disgust. He walked forward with a smile and cupped his hands in greeting. "Uncle, what a coincidence that we met here. Did Uncle know that I would bring people to treat the young master, so you waited here for me? But who are these two people?" "A doctor from the Return of Spring Hall," the second boss said indifferently. Both of them were doctors. The second boss didn't explain in detail, but the man took it for granted that the old doctor was the only doctor. This ugly girl with a birthmark on her face was just a little medicine boy. "Who is he?" Gu Jiao asked the second boss. The second master coldly looked at the man and said, "The steward of the Hu clan, the shopkeeper of the capital's Huichun Hall. My surname is He." "Steward," he said to Gu Jiao with a smile. Gu Jiao cast a sidelong glance at him. "He is in lotus? The white kind." "Steward," he. Somehow, I felt like she was scolding me. "Let's go." The second boss was too lazy to feign civility with him. However, "Steward," he called out to him once again, and in his tone, there was a hint of mockery. "So first master is also here to treat the young master's illness. I wonder if master and big boss know about this matter?" Naturally, he didn't know that if he were to inform the family of this matter, the old man would be the first to disagree. The second boss clenched his fists, and his expression became very unsightly. At this time, Gu Jiao started her lesson. "Who is master? Who is big boss?" The second boss took a deep breath. "Master is my father, big boss is my younger brother." Gu Jiao was puzzled. "Why is your younger brother the big boss? You're only the second boss? Are you the son of a concubine?" "Not really. He was the legitimate son. He was the true eldest son of the Hu clan. However, his mother passed away early, and his father married a second wife. Not long after, his stepmother gave birth to a younger brother. His younger brother was smarter than him and was more liked by the old man. The old man gradually forgot that he was the legitimate eldest son, and threw him to the Return of Spring Hall in a remote town on the grounds that he was mediocre and incompetent. The Hu clan's business was almost handed over to his younger brother. His title of second boss was actually just a nice name. Shopkeeper, he was only a shopkeeper, but because he was the trusted aide of the big boss, he did not place the second boss, the head of the Hu clan, in his eyes. Ding, in Marquis Manor's young master is not one of the commoners in town. If he dies, then he dies. Don't overestimate yourself and harm the entire Hu clan. Gu Jiao looked at him and irritably said, "You like to crow so much, are you a rooster?" "Shopkeeper," he choked. Gu Jiao's group of 3 left. They passed through the pavilion and really did meet a few servants from the villa. The servants' clothes were more dignified than the masters of the large families in town. Their appearance and bearing were not ordinary. Although they were not as simple as the servants of the principal, they all followed the rules. They were scrupulous, making it impossible for people to find fault with them. Gu Jiao's group of 3 was led away by a servant. Shopkeeper, his group of 3 came over. "It's Return of Spring Hall again? How many people came from Return of Spring Hall?" The one who received shopkeeper, he was a sharp-tongued maidservant. Don't look at how shopkeeper, he had the support of the Hu clan and Return of Spring Hall behind him. He did not dare to be pretentious with any maidservant in the Marquis Manor. Shopkeeper, he politely smiled and said, "Miss, please look carefully at this token. I am one of the people from the capital's Return of Spring Hall. Those people are from Clear Spring Town's Return of Spring Hall. They are unrelated to our capital's Return of Spring Hall and the Hu clan. In a moment, if something happens, I hope that Miss will not blame our Return of Spring Hall." "Are they not all from Return of Spring Hall?" the maidservant asked. "It's not the same, it's not the same." Shopkeeper, he smiled and said. The maidservant thought for a bit. "Is it just a coincidence that the name of your medical clinic is the same?" "Well, you can say it like that." Shopkeeper, he could not find a more suitable explanation for the time being. The maidservant nodded her head. "I know. Our Marquis Manor will not implicate unrelated people." Shopkeeper, he breathed a sigh of relief. That mediocre old man could not find a good doctor. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed Dr. Jianghu from the capital's Return of Spring Hall. This time it was most likely going to be a bad thing. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and distanced himself from the old man in time. Shopkeeper, he and the other 2 people walked quickly. When Gu Jiao and the other 2 people arrived, they had also arrived. The maidservant who came with shopkeeper he opened the curtain and entered the main room. She whispered to the steward, "Those 3 are from the capital's return of Spring Hall. These 3 are from the town." This meant that Gu Jiao and the other 2 people were using their reputation. The steward had seen this kind of thing many times. However, since they were already here, there was no reason to drive them out without seeing them. She said, "Let those 3 come first." "Okay." The maidservant responded. The young master did not eat any more. The maidservant called in shopkeeper he and the other 2 people. The young master had been ill for many years and many doctors had been invited. However, every doctor was ordered to keep their mouths shut after seeing him. Therefore, no one knew what illness the young master had and how serious his illness was. This time, shopkeeper he brought a divine doctor who was known as Hua Tua in Jiangnan. He was especially good at treating difficult and complicated diseases. Before they came, both of them were full of confidence. However, with just one look, the divine doctor was stunned. "What's wrong, divine Dr. Liao?" Shopkeeper he asked. Divine Dr. Liao did not answer shopkeeper he. Instead, he turned to ask the maidservant in the room, "How long has the young master been in a coma?" 10 days. The maidservant said. Divine Dr. Liao's face turned pale. He braced himself and took the young master's pulse. Then he staggered and stood up. "Forgive me for my shallow medical skills. I am unable to treat the young master. Your residents, please find someone better." What he really wanted to say was that the young master was suffering from a heart disease. This illness was incurable and he had been in a coma for 10 days. Even the gods could not save him. Quickly prepare for his funeral. Chapter 47. Divine Dr. Liao ran out as soon as he finished speaking. He was afraid that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave anymore. Once little young master died, he would be the one who killed him. AI. Divine Dr. Liao, Divine Dr. Liao. Steward, he didn't expect that the divine doctor that big boss spent a lot of money to hire would be so disappointing and run away without even treating him. But he also understood why divine Dr. Liao would run away. That little young master's condition was really too bad. He wasn't a doctor, but he could tell that little young master was dying. No wonder he heard that Marchioness used her knees to climb up the mountain before the new year, kowtowing every step to pray for her son's blessings. This was indeed not something that could be salvaged by human strength. Steward, he chased after him. That little medicine boy also ran away quickly with his master, and Steward, he didn't even manage to catch up to them. Second boss saw the 3 of them leaving in a hurry and he had an ominous guess. Seeing that Gu Jiao was about to head in, he suddenly grabbed onto Gu Jiao's wrist. "I suddenly remembered that I still have some matters to attend to at Rejuvenation Hall." Gu Jiao, "Oh, then you go back and settle it." Second boss, "You go back with me." Second boss wanted Gu Jiao to treat little young master, but that was built on the premise that Gu Jiao was able to cure him. But Steward, he and the other 2's actions made him waver. Behind Steward, he was his younger brother and he was clear of his younger brother's ability. The person who was invited must be a local divine doctor. Once the divine doctor went in, he left, which meant that little young master was indeed incurable. There might be thousands of medical treatments, but only one method was enough to determine death. He couldn't cheat Gu Jiao. If Gu Jiao went in now, little young master might just die in front of her. In that case, she wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Gu Jiao of course understood his meaning. She had been a doctor in her past life, but that was just a cover for her identity. She wasn't a good person, so she wouldn't gamble with her life. "All right, let's go." Gu Jiao nodded. Just as Gu Jiao turned around, her heart skipped a beat. "Young master," a maid's scream came from inside the room. The young master started to twitch on the bed. Gu Jiao suddenly felt uncomfortable. She was absolutely certain that she was not sick, so this feeling of panic was simply inexplicable. "Do you think I have such medical ethics? If I leave the patient alone, will my conscience be so uneasy that it hurts my heart?" He was in pain and so was she. How strange. In the end, Gu Jiao walked in. There was an imperial physician in the manor, and he was currently in the pharmacy preparing medicine for the young master. He was not in the young master's room, so the servants hurriedly went to invite him over. In the chaos, no one cared whether Gu Jiao had entered the room or not. When Gu Jiao came to the bed, his heart had stopped beating. Gu Jiao's expression became serious. Without saying anything, she stepped onto the bed and knelt by the young master's side. She pressed her hands on his chest and began to perform emergency cardiac resuscitation. "Aunt Gu." The second master entered the room and was stunned by the scene in front of him. What was this girl doing to the young master? Gu Jiao did not care whether the medical kit was exposed or not. She sternly said, "Guard the door. Don't let anyone in." "All right." The second master's mind was still numb, but he used his fastest speed to close the door. The old physician stayed in the room to see if there was anything he could do to help. Gu Jiao pressed for a while, but the other party did not respond. "Take out my medical kit. Light the oil lamp and candles. Light them all." The old physician quickly took out the small box from the basket on his back, but he found that he could not open it. Gu Jiao opened the medical kit and he went to light the oil lamp and candles. Gu Jiao injected a shot of epinephrine into the young master's vein. The old physician was stunned. This girl, what kind of strange thing did she use to inject into the young master's veins? After the first shot of epinephrine, the effect was not ideal. At this time, the housekeeper and maidservant of the manor came with the imperial physician. The second master remembered Gu Jiao's instructions and took a big step forward to block their way. "Who are you?" the housekeeper grumpily asked. The person who brought Gu Jiao and the other two over was a manservant. He had already left. Only one of Yu Ye's maidservants recognized him. Yu Ye was the one who brought shopkeeper He over. Yu Ye pointed at him and said, "I recognize him. He is the one who impersonated the Huichun Hall in the capital." The second master said sternly, "What impersonation? We are from the Huichun Hall. But we are not the one in the capital." Yu Ye complained, "Look, Mama." He admitted it. The second boss was confused. "No, miss, was that what I meant?" Although the housekeeper grumpily did not misinterpret the second master's meaning, she did not think highly of the medical hall outside the capital. The reason why they were allowed to come in was because the Marchioness had nowhere else to go. "Why are you blocking the way here?" she coldly asked. The second master bolstered himself and said, "Our Huichun Hall's physician is saving your young master. If you don't want anything to happen to your young master, it's best not to go in and disturb her." "Mama, they are lying," a maidservant said. She had seen it from inside the room. The young master was already dead. "Are you sure you can save the young master?" The housekeeper's stern voice was like a knife hanging over the second master's head. A layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on the second master's back. What a cunning mama. She put the blame on them. If something happened to the young master, it would not be because they did not take good care of him, but because the Huichun Hall did not treat him well. In fact, they had already taken good care of him. But if the young master died, someone had to take the blame and bear the anger of the Marquis and Marchioness. Who would want it to be them? The second master's legs and stomach were trembling. "Miss Gu, can you do it or not?" "No." She had already used 3 doses of epinephrine. The old physician gradually realized that something was wrong. Even if he did not know where this strange injection came from, he knew that it must be used to prolong the young master's life. "Miss Gu, give up. I'll try again." Gu Jiao counted the time and injected the 4th injection into the young master's body. It had already been 4 times. If this injection did not work, she could not save the young master. The people outside the door could not wait any longer. Every minute and second was torture for them. The second master's cold sweat dripped to the ground. The housekeeper grumpily said, "Break the door open." 2 strong maidservants came forward and pushed the second master aside. They lifted their feet and were about to kick the door. Suddenly the maidservant named Yu Ye said, "Mama, listen." The housekeeper made a gesture and the crowd instantly quieted down. "It's so noisy." It was the young master's voice. It was very small and weak. They had not heard the young master's voice for 10 days. They really thought that the young master was going to pass away, but just now, you all heard it, right? The housekeeper grumpily felt so nervous for the first time. Everyone nodded. Although it was very weak, they did hear it. Chapter 48. Soon the door was opened from the inside. The room was quiet, and the originally lit candles were extinguished one by one. The room was a little dark. The old doctor fell to the ground weakly as if he had died. To be honest, he wasn't the one who saved the person. He only helped to carry the box and light a few oil lamps and candles. However, he was the only one who witnessed Gu Jiao dragging the person back from the palace of the King of Hell. The process was so thrilling that he had never encountered it before, and he would never encounter it again. The nanny in charge asked the servant girls to help him up, and she walked to the bed with small steps. In the end, she saw a little girl dressed like a village girl sitting on the edge of her young master's bed. This was the young master's bed. Where did this wild girl come from? How dare she dirty the young master's bed? The nanny in charge opened her mouth to scold her, but she was surprised to find that it wasn't the other party who was lying on the young master's bed, but the young master, who was holding the girl's hand. The nanny in charge was the Marchioness's concubine. She had watched the young master grow up and she was very clear about the young master's virtue. Character. He was arrogant, unapproachable and did not get close to others. He had never even held his own mother or sister's hand. The nanny in charge suspected that she had misjudged, so she went forward to take a look. She was sure that the girl was not playing tricks, and that the young master was really holding her hand. He was holding it so tightly that the back of the girl's hand was red. It was rare that the girl didn't get rid of the pain. The young master fell asleep again, but his breathing and complexion were completely different from when he was unconscious, so the nanny in charge could see that he was getting better. How could it be just now he? The little girl who followed and widened her eyes. Shut up. The nanny in charge stopped her. It was the new year. If she dared to say that the young master was not breathing, she would tear her mouth apart. Cough cough, this is my medicine boy, the old doctor explained. It turned out that he was the medicine boy of Huichen Hall. The nanny in charge looked more polite and asked softly, "Did my young master wake up just now?" "Yeah," Gu Jiao nodded and turned to look at her. She woke up for a while, took her medicine and went back to sleep. As Gu Jiao turned her face around, the supervisor nanny saw clearly that there was a huge birthmark on the left side of her face. She thought that Gu Jiao was a little beauty. What a pity. She had originally thought that if the young master really took a liking to this girl, it wouldn't be impossible for him to keep her in his room as his personal woman. The young master's brows were relaxed, and he seemed to have slept well. The nanny in charge could not remember when the young master had last had a good night's sleep. He was always out of breath while sleeping, or he would have night sweats, colic and palpitations. The nanny in charge did not dare to disturb them and stood silently at the side. Gu Jiao had been busy trying to save him and hadn't had time to look at his appearance. Now that she had a closer look, she realized that he was unbelievably good-looking. What kind of peerless beauty was this? He was so beautiful that it was against the rules. Okay, since you're so beautiful, I'll allow you to hold my hand. The floor of the room was heated, so the heat dissipated evenly. It was not dry and it was warm and comfortable. Gu Jiao felt sleepy and her head started to peck like a chicken. After countless pecks, she fell down with a thud. The old doctor and the nanny in charge were shocked to see that Gu Jiao had fallen asleep next to the young master's pillow. The two of them were frightened and the old doctor could not even make a sound. The nanny in charge's mouth twitched. Holding your hand is giving you face. Who allowed you to fall asleep next to the young master's pillow? You're taking advantage of me? The nanny in charge did not care if she would wake the young master up. She walked over quickly and was about to pull Gu Jiao up. However, the moment she reached out, the young master, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to have sensed something and woke up with a swoosh. He was thin and his skin was thinner than ordinary people. Light blue veins could be faintly seen under his skin. He looked at the nanny in charge coldly. The nanny in charge was so frightened by that look that she trembled and staggered a few steps. The young master of the Lord Protector's manor was famous for not being easy to deal with. Not only was his temper bad, he was also unreasonable. Because he was seriously ill, no one dared to do anything to him. None of the maids in his room could work for a full month. They were either chased away or scared away by him. The nanny in charge was the Marchioness's confidant. Otherwise, she would have been chased away by him many times. The nanny in charge did not dare to be tough with him. She smiled and said softly, "Young?" The young master said, "Get lost." The nanny in charge said, "Yes." The nanny in charge quickly went out. The old doctor was at a loss. Should I go out? No one cared about him. Too pitiful. The young master looked at the person sleeping soundly beside his pillow. Her face was facing his direction. Half of her face was squashed, and her small lips were pouted. She looked rather cute. What was exposed was the left side of her face with a birthmark. The young master hated anything with flaws, and refused to let anyone get close to him. Only this time was an exception. He did not think that she was ugly at all. He looked at her sleeping face and listened to her breathing close to him. A sudden feeling of wanting to get close to her rose in his heart. Ordinary people might have some misgivings, but the young master was not an ordinary person. He had been living a life waiting for death since he was born. How could such a person care about the rules of the world? He felt comfortable being close to her, so he really did it. The young master leaned closer to her, but did not let go of her hand. Instead, he raised his other hand weakly and adjusted his blanket for her. Then he leaned against her and fell asleep peacefully. When the young master woke up, Gu Jiao was no longer around. He angrily tore up several antique paintings from the previous dynasty that his father had treasured. After leaving the manor, the second master asked about the young master's condition. Gu Jiao did not answer but asked first, "What did the imperial physician say?" The second master did not stay idle outside, and asked the imperial physician about the situation. The imperial physician was quite generous, and told the second master everything he knew. He said that his heart is not strong enough, and his blood is clotted. It's a heart disease. "Dr. Li, what do you think?" Gu Jiao asked. "Sure you took the young master's pulse while he was sleeping?" He said thoughtfully, "It should be a heart disease." Gu Jiao was silent. Actually, her diagnosis was similar to theirs. In the words of her previous life, he had a congenital heart disease. This disease was too difficult to treat in the ancient times. Medicine alone was not enough. He needed surgery. This surgery was much more complicated than Xiao Yulong's surgery. She did not have the necessary conditions for the surgery at the moment. "Miss Gu, can it be treated?" the second master asked. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then said, "I left him some medicine. Let's treat him conservatively for now." Chapter 49. After shopkeeper he escaped from the manor. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he waited for the manor to make a move. The young master didn't seem to be able to make it. He didn't know if the old master would run into him. If the young master really died in his hands, there would be no place for the old master in the Hu family. Shopkeeper he was secretly delighted when he saw Gu Jiao and the other two come out of the manor safe and sound. He was stunned. What happened? The young master didn't die? Or were they the same as them? Did they run away without any treatment? But looking at their calm appearance, it didn't seem like it. While shopkeeper he was stunned, Gu Jiao and the other two got on the carriage and went to Dean Li's residence. The maid called Yuya, chased after them. "Oh, Wuxia Hall. Wait." However, the carriage was already far away and her shouts couldn't be heard. Yuya held the pillar of the memorial arch and gasped for breath. Shopkeeper he walked out from behind the big tree in a daze. He came to her and asked, "Miss, did something happen to the three of them?" Yuya said, "What can happen to them? It's my young master." Shopkeeper his eyes lit up. Was the young master really dead because of their treatment? Yuya gasped for breath and continued, "My young master woke up and threw a big tantrum." Shopkeeper he understood every word, but he didn't understand when they were put together. It's the young master's illness? Wuxia Hall really has a divine doctor. My young master woke up. He still has the strength to throw a tantrum. Yuya was overjoyed. Her young master tore 4 of Master Ho's antique paintings in one breath. He hadn't been so powerful for a whole year. Shopkeeper he couldn't keep up with the other party's thoughts. Yuya sighed and blamed herself. "It's all our fault. We were too happy and forgot to pay them." "Wait, you mean, they?" Shopkeeper he didn't dare to finish his sentence. It was impossible. Unexpectedly Yuya nodded vigorously. Yes. They're the ones who woke up my young master." This was like a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Shopkeeper he couldn't believe that a doctor from a small town could have such brilliant medical skills. However, that didn't stop him from taking the credit for it. "That's right, our rejuvenation hall is a magical hand that can bring people back to life." "What does that have to do with you?" Yuya rolled her eyes at him. Shopkeeper he smiled embarrassedly. "That person is the second boss of our rejuvenation hall, the first master of the Hu clan." Yuya mocked. "Isn't it just the same name? They are the town's rejuvenation hall, and you are the capital's rejuvenation hall." There was no relationship between the two families. They had nothing to do with the Hu clan. Did he forget what he said so quickly? The second boss had escaped death once, so how could he still remember about the consultation fee? Gu Jiao remembered, but she thought that the second boss had accepted her. When the carriage arrived at Headmaster Li's residence, Headmaster Li had just returned from fishing. He had taken off his headmaster's clothes and changed into a fisherman's clothes. He even wore a fisherman's bamboo hat and straw raincoat, making him look no different from a fisherman. Of course, if one got closer, they would still be able to feel his extraordinary temperament and style of speech. Gu Jiao and the second boss got off the carriage. "You are." The headmaster had never seen Gu Jiao before, and he had never seen the second boss before. Gu Jiao politely said, "Xiao Lulang is my husband. Today I came with my younger brother to visit you. My younger brother is in the room." The headmaster's attitude immediately changed. He had always been against students visiting him, but if the other party was Xiao Lulang, the family of his future disciple, then it was a different matter. The second boss. Why do I feel that the headmaster's gaze suddenly changed when he looked at his daughter-in-law? The headmaster warmly asked, "How should I address you?" Gu Jiao replied, "My surname is Gu. The villagers call me Jianyang." Actually, the villagers called her Little Fool. Gu Jiao then introduced the second boss to the headmaster. Today they also came to the vicinity, so they gave me a lift. The headmaster was very polite and didn't ask why the other party came to the vicinity. He simply expressed his sincere gratitude to the second boss for helping his student and his family. He also invited the second boss and the others into the room to sit. This headmaster, is he the headmaster of Qinxiang Academy? When they entered the courtyard, the second boss asked Gu Jiao in a low voice. And her husband was a student of Qinxiang Academy, so wasn't his headmaster the headmaster of Qinxiang Academy? Don't tell me you only realized it now? The second boss had been nervous about treating the little Gongzi all morning, so he even forgot his own name. How could he realize this? When he realized it, he felt that things weren't simple. The headmaster's reputation in the small town might not be prominent, but in the capital, he was an existence that everyone scrambled for. He studied under the old chancellor and was the head of the 4 great scholars in the capital. The second boss was a few years younger than the headmaster, so he grew up in the headmaster's shadow. Every parent hoped that their son would grow up to be as talented as the headmaster, but unfortunately, most of them only grew up to be a rookie. The headmaster was simply the nightmare of their generation. Because of this abnormal person, how many parents felt that their sons were worthless? In terms of background, the Hu family was an aristocratic family with 100 years of history. The headmaster was a grassroots person, but in terms of influence, all the children of the Hu family added together couldn't compare to Headmaster Li. He was once a grand scholar in the cabinet. It was said that he moved here to accompany his mother to recuperate. The headmaster came to Clear Spring Town earlier than the second boss, so the second boss initially considered whether or not he should pay him a visit. However, when he thought of the shadow of his childhood, he quickly gave up. Of course, the main reason was that he understood that the headmaster wouldn't meet him. "I heard, he doesn't accept gifts," the second boss said to Gu Jiao. When the headmaster was an official, he was an honest person, so he offended many people. When he came here to open an academy, he was even more disdainful of private gifts. Gu Jiao took out the mountain goods from the basket. "Headmaster, this is Liolong's gift to you." The headmaster hurriedly took it, as if he was afraid that someone would go back on their word. "Lulang is very considerate." The second boss was dumbfounded. "Wait, aren't you going to be polite? Does the dignified headmaster lack mountain goods?" The headmaster thought, "Although you said you don't want it, your body is very honest. You even asked your wife to give you a gift for becoming my disciple." Under Gu Jiao's encouragement, Gu Shaoshan also gave his New Year's gift, a wooden carving he carved. He loved carving things since he was young, otherwise he wouldn't have carved his name on Gu Jiao's umbrella handle. This wooden carving was originally meant for Gu Jiao, but Gu Jiao said that it was more important to give it to the headmaster first, and that she could carve another one for herself later. Gu Shaoshan felt that his sister's words were very reasonable, so he cupped his hands and gave the wooden carving to the headmaster. He carved Gu Jiao vivid and lifelike. Without the birthmark on her face, she was as beautiful as a fairy. "But, is it really okay to give your sister's carving to the headmaster?" The second boss's mouth twitched. Gu Jiao's mouth also twitched. She didn't expect Gu Shaoshan to carve this. The headmaster thought, isn't it a little inappropriate for him to put a carving of his student's wife in the room? At this moment old Madame Li woke up. Her eyes lit up when she saw the wooden carving. Bodhisattva. Old Madame Li took Gu Jiao's wooden carving and placed it on the table reverently. She even lit 2 incense sticks. Gu Jiao, the headmaster, everyone. Chapter 50. The group of people had lunch at the director's house before leaving. It was already late when they arrived in town. The second boss sent Gu Jiao and her brother back to the village in a carriage. Old Lady Li was very satisfied with the bodhisattva that Gu Shaoshan gave her. Before leaving, she asked the director to give Gu Shaoshan the prayer beads that she had treasured for many years. The prayer beads were made of jade and had been blessed in front of Buddha. No matter its value or significance, it was incomparable to ordinary jade. However, Gu Shaoshan did not like this, so he gave the prayer beads to Gu Jiao. Of course, Gu Jiao would not be greedy for his things. However, if he brought them back to the Gu family, they would only be pocketed by the Gu family. Thus, she accepted them first and planned to return them to him when he got married and started a new family. "Sister, I'm going in," Gu Xiaoshun said. Gu Xiaoshun entered the Gu family's old house. Gu Jiao carried the basket and continued to walk forward. After a while she entered the house. Xiao Lulang and the old lady were sitting in the central room eating dinner. The old lady's expression was not very good. When she saw Gu Jiao return, she showed a very warm expression for the first time. "Jiao Jiao is back." Gu Jiao nodded. There was no need to be so warm. Gu Jiao was used to the old lady's sullen face and ignoring her. She was not used to her sudden enthusiasm. "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao looked at the food on the table. It was obviously cold, but the two of them did not touch their chopsticks. The old lady pursed her lips and said bitterly, "Liulong's cooking is terrible." He looked like a dog, but his cooking was worse than Gu Xiaoshun's. "Ah." Gu Jiao did not know how to answer. She looked at the old lady and then at Xiao Lulang. She had never tasted Xiao Liulong's cooking. She did not know whether it was good or bad. However, it was understandable that old madam disliked it, but why was he disliking it too? Didn't he always cook for himself? Xiao Lulang said nothing with a deadpan expression. Gu Jiao sighed. She remade the dishes and baked a few egg pancakes. The old lady's eyes were glowing green. Xiao Lulang was still quite serious, but Gu Jiao felt that perhaps she had seen too much of the old lady, so when she looked at Xiao Lulang again, she felt that there was a hint of lust in his eyes. Xiao Lulang did not talk much at the dinner table, but the old lady would. If Xiao Lulang did not allow her to talk, she would snort, "I'm your grandaunt." Even if he had to kneel, he still had to show his filial piety to his grandaunt. The old lady asked about the visit to the director. "Did you see the director?" "Yes, I did. He is a kind person. He has an old mother and a young servant at home." With his status as the director of Tianxiang Academy, Gu Jiao thought that his home would be very luxurious and even have a group of servants, but it was not. His house was very large, but it was also very elegant, quiet, and simple. The old lady asked, "Just two people?" Gu Jiao replied, "Three and a servant." Gu Jiao had the mindset of her previous life. A servant was also a person. "No wife or children?" The old lady asked. "His wife has passed away." Xiao Lulang suddenly spoke. He paused for a moment, then said, "She passed away when she was young and he never remarried." Quite pitiful. The old lady did not say anything else. After dinner, Gu Jiao took out the gifts the director had given her. It was a large box of osmanthus-flavored 1,000-layer pastry and 2 fish that the director had personally caught. The old lady liked the 1,000-layer pastry very much, but Xiao Lulang did not like the 2 fish at all. His eyes were filled with disdain. Gu Jiao marinated the fish in boiled water to wash up. When she was taking off her clothes, something suddenly fell out. She picked it up and found that it was a white jade thumb ring. This jade thumb ring was of excellent quality. Its texture was warm, and its shape was like congealed fat. It was definitely not an ordinary item. "Strange, why do I have this on me?" She did not remember the director and old Madame Li giving her such a big treasure. She held the jade thumb ring to the tip of her nose and smelled it. There was a faint medicinal fragrance. Could it be his? Hot Spring Villa. The Marchioness finished her daily prayers and returned to the villa. She was overjoyed when she heard that her son had woken up. Halfway there, she asked about the specific process and situation. The nanny in charge told her one by one, the young master's condition was not good. Fortunately, the godly doctor of Rejuvenation Hall helped and successfully woke him up. She did not dare to say that the young master was really not breathing. After all, she did not see it with her own eyes. In addition, it also saved her the trouble of the little medicine boy climbing into the bed. She only knew that the little medicine boy was very clever and served the young master very well. During the conversation, the two of them arrived at Gu Yan's courtyard. After Gu Yan woke up, he angrily tore a few antique paintings. After tearing them, he collapsed on the bed like a salted fish and panted. His appearance was too horrible to look at. However, the Marchioness was thankful that he could wake up. The Marchioness excitedly walked forward and sat on the edge of the bed to hold her son's hand. "Yan, you're awake?" Gu Yan said speechlessly, "I'm not awake. I'm still unconscious." The Marchioness was choked. Instead of being angry, she laughed. "Yenner has the strength to talk to mother. You've been unconscious for so long. Do you know that mother was scared? Fortunately, Bodhisattva protected you." "What does Bodhisattva have to do with it?" Gu Yan hummed. The Marchioness laughed. Yes. It's Yenner's luck that is great." Gu Yan said seriously, "She cured me." I know it was her. She even left me medicine. When Gu Jiao saved him, he didn't wake up. When she left him medicine, he didn't wake up either. However, he had an intuition that she was the one who did all these things. The Martianist thought that Gu Yan was talking about him, the old madam of Huichen Hall. She hurriedly nodded. Yan is right. It was the doctor from Huichen Hall who saved you. Mother will properly thank them. Yan, why is the jade thumb ring on your finger missing? That jade thumb ring was Gu Yan's personal item. Although she didn't know where he got it, he always carried it with him and never allowed anyone to touch it. There was once when he couldn't find it under the quilt. He was so angry that he fainted. She took it. Gu Yan said calmly. Oh. This time, the Martianist didn't guess the old doctor. After all, how could a dignified divine doctor do such a thing? Gu Yan didn't answer her question. Instead, he said, she accidentally took it. Although they had only met once, he seemed to know her very well. Even he couldn't explain why he had such a strong intuition. Maybe it's that little girl. The nanny in charge whispered in the Martianist's ear, the old doctor brought her here. She's quite young and doesn't know much. The Martianist sighed, forget it. They saved Yen. It's just a jade thumb ring. Since Yen doesn't care, it's fine to give it to her. There's no need to pursue the matter. Chapter 51. In the next few days, Gu Jiao didn't go out again. She stayed at home and learned to write from Xiao Lulang. She also accompanied Xiao Lulang in his rehabilitation. Xiao Lulang didn't seem to care about whether he could stand up again. Gu Jiao noticed this before the operation. She didn't know what he had experienced, but his heart was like dead ashes. He had no love and passion for life at all. Feng Lin was worried that he would have an accident during the operation, but he agreed without hesitation. This was not because he was brave and fearless, but because he didn't care whether he died or not. However, Gu Jiao would not let him die, nor would she let him be crippled. It's time to exercise. Gu Jiao tidied up the house and went to Xiao Liulang's room. She didn't treat herself as an outsider anymore. She didn't even knock when she came in. Xiao Liulang's face suddenly became ugly. It wasn't because she didn't knock when she came in. It was because he didn't want to exercise. Gu Jiao guessed that he would have such a reaction. She didn't give him a chance to refuse. She walked over and pulled him up from the chair. Not only did she enter his room, but she also pulled him. It was really inappropriate. Xiao Lulang frowned. He couldn't win against her with one leg. He was still pulled out of the room. Crutches. Xiao Lulang said. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. From today onwards, there are no crutches. Xiao Lulang glanced at her and said lightly, without crutches I can't walk. Gu Jiao crossed her arms in front of her chest and said flirtatiously, if you can't walk, I'll help you. I'll be your crutches. She could tell that every time he used crutches, he didn't do rehabilitation. He put all his weight on the crutches. His right foot didn't get any exercise at all. Xiao Lulang frowned. Gu Jiao smiled. If you want a crutch, you can walk back to the house yourself. My right leg has no strength. What's going on? He could only bounce back. Xiao Lulang decisively gave up when he thought about how he was hopping around. Just like that, the idea of Xiao Lulang using the walking stick to slack off was extinguished by Gu Jiao. He could put his weight on the crutch without any qualms, but he couldn't put his weight on Gu Jiao's soft little body because, husband, don't always press on me. You have to learn how to use your own strength. That's right, that's it. Put in some more effort. I'm going to be crushed by you. How can you count on a woman like me for this? Xiao Lulang gritted his teeth. I'm just borrowing your strength. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Can't you shut your mouth? Xiao Lulang was forced to walk seriously. In the past he could walk more than 10 rounds without panting, but now he couldn't even walk once. Gu Jiao also set a rule that he couldn't walk less than 100 steps a day. After walking 100 steps, Xiao Lulang was completely soaked. Gu Jiao took a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Husband, do you feel sore all over like you were run over by a big carriage? You're so tired that you can't move. You can't even lift your fingers and your legs can't stop shaking. Xiao Lulang was speechless. Xiao Lulang finally finished his torture for the day. Next, it was his turn to torture Gu Jiao. Have you practiced your calligraphy today? He asked seriously. Gu Jiao, who was gloating just a second ago, suddenly froze. Xiao Lulang found a little pleasure in taking revenge. He narrowed his eyes and said, you make me walk so many steps every day, but you don't practice a single word. Including yesterday, you haven't written 100 words. Gu Jiao scratched her little head in annoyance. She hated writing with a brush. especially the Zhao State characters with so many strokes. Xiao Lulang snorted and said, "If you don't write today, you'll have to write 200 words tomorrow." Gu Jiao put down the pen with a bang. "Then you'll walk 200 steps tomorrow?" Xiao Lulang, "I'm not walking." Gu Jiao, "Then I won't write." Xiao Lulang, "Up to you." Gu Jiao, it didn't matter if she didn't write or not, but he had to do rehabilitation. Otherwise he would be a little cripple for the rest of his life. Xiao Lulang didn't care if he was a cripple or not. He looked at Gu Jiao indifferently and went back to his room with a victorious expression. Xiao Lulang could tell that Gu Jiao didn't like writing. At first she was curious about the words on the prescription, but after she tasted the boredom of practicing calligraphy she gave up. He was sure that Gu Jiao didn't know how to write. The next day when he opened his eyes, he saw a little person sitting cross-legged on his bed. Her arms were crossed in front of her chest, and she was fuming like a grumpy little wild cat. She had 2 huge dark circles under her eyes, and she was giving him a terrifying death stare. "What are you doing?" Xiao Lulang looked at her in shock. He didn't know how long she had been there. Had she been staring at him while he slept? Gu Jiao snorted coldly and took out a thick stack of words that she had practiced. She threw it in front of him in a domineering manner. "Man, these are the words you wanted." Xiao Lulang looked at the words and then looked at her dark circles. He frowned and said, "Don't tell me you didn't sleep the whole night to write this? How many words was that? She must be crazy." Gu Jiao was like a little beast that had finally bared its fangs. 1,000 words. Today you have to walk 1,000 steps. Xiao Lulang, the days of chaos in the Gu family had begun. Old Madame Fu's daily entertainment was not only eating melon seeds, eating sweets and teasing Xuening Xiang, but also watching them torture and hate each other. Jiao Jiao Lulang is missing a step. Old Madame Fu didn't mind watching the drama unfold. Gu Jiao rushed out of the kitchen with a kitchen knife. Looking at Gu Jiao who could chop a cow to death with a kitchen knife, Xiao Yulong's expression was sorrowful. That shy little girl who had lowered her head in the wind and snow, waiting for him to put on a cloak for her. In the end he had misjudged her. In the blink of an eye, the 15th day of the first lunar month had passed and Qianxiang Academy had started school. Xiao Lulang woke up early in the morning and packed his bundle. After so long the academy's dormitory should have been repaired. Once he moved into the dormitory he wouldn't be forced to walk anymore. When he was packing, Gu Jiao didn't say a word. As usual, Gu Jiao sent him to second Uncle Luo's carriage and gave him his crutches. When she left she suddenly thought of something and smiled at him. "Ah, that's right. I've been too busy recently. There's something I almost forgot to tell you. It's inconvenient for you to practice walking in the academy. The last time I went to visit the dean I told him that you don't have to live in the academy for a few months until you recover." Xiao Lulang, thunder from a clear sky. Not long after Gu Jiao left, Gu Xiaoshen came. Gu Xiaoshen sat down next to Xiao Lulang. "Brother-in-law, why did you bring a bag?" "He only brought a bag of books." Xiao Lulang didn't want to say that he was tricked by his sister, so he asked, "You don't live in the academy?" Gu Xiaoshen said, "If brother-in-law doesn't live there, of course I don't live there either. I'll accompany you. If anything happens along the way we can take care of each other." No matter what, he was the #1 village bully in the surrounding area. Protecting his brother-in-law was appropriate. Xiao Lulang held back his anger. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Sister didn't want me to say. She said she wanted to give you a surprise." Gu Xiaoshen spread out his hands and smiled. "How is it, brother-in-law? Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Xiao Lulang gritted his teeth. "Go, Jiao." Chapter 52. On the other side, Gu Dashun also came out of the Gu family's old mansion. Gu Dashun's complexion was not very good. The Gu family had a terrible New Year this year. In the past, so many people came to pay their New Year's greetings that the doorstep was almost broken. But this year they all heard about the Yamen incident and were afraid that their reputation would be affected, resulting in the Gu family being deserted this year. The villagers did not think much of Gu Dashun. Everyone had lived in the same village for so many years, and everyone knew about Madame Lu's and Madame Zhou's morals. But Gu Dashun was a good seedling. He was different from the other children in the village since he was young. He was going to be successful in the future, but he was implicated by his mother and the second branch. The villagers all felt sorry for him. But Gu Dashun did not think so. He felt that everyone was laughing at him, and every gaze that fell on him was full of disdain and evil intentions. When he got on the ox cart he saw Gu Shaoshun and Xiao Lulang talking and laughing. Gu Shaoshun used to not stick to Gu Dashun and Gu Dashun was happy. But now he felt a kind of shame and anger from being isolated. Xiao Lulang and Gu Shaoshun ignored Gu Dashun the whole time. Later on the two of them entered Earth Class B together. Only when he saw the wooden sign of the class did Gu Dashun feel better. So what if they were in cahoots? In the end it was impossible for them to be successful. The academy held an exam for the returning students. Gu Dashun wanted to get first place to wash away his shame, but he used too much strength and his mind was too tense. He did not perform as well as before and fell out of the top 10. Gu Shaoshun was still at the bottom. He went to school to make his sister happy, not to take the exam, so he had no pressure at all. However, it wasn't as if he didn't learn anything. He liked carving and Xiao Lulang had told him that the highest level of carving was not carving people or objects, but carving words and books. If he could inscribe the 4 books and 5 classics without missing a single word, then he would be truly amazing. Gu Shaoshun took these words to heart. From that day onwards he no longer dozed off in class. He sat more energetically than a fighting cock. He wanted to remember every word the headmaster taught him. He wanted to be a real sculptor. The poor student who had applied for leave before the end of the year didn't miss the exam this time and successfully squeezed into the 3rd from the bottom. Xiao Lulang got his wish and fell back to the 2nd from the bottom. However, his good days did not end there. The day after the exam he was called to the dean's fair hall. Xiao Yulong's eyes were instantly filled with wariness as he looked at the dean who was smiling treacherously on the chair. The dean smiled gently and said, "You don't have to be nervous. I didn't call you here today to talk about the exam. Have you received the county exam documents? The county exam is in 10 days. I promised Jianghu that I would help you review your homework when school starts and strive to help you pass the county exam. From now on you will come to Fair Hall to study at noon. I haven't even settled the score with you for secretly signing up, and now you want to steal my lunch break." Xiao Lulang expressed 10,000 rejections. The dean said in a tone of voice, "Jianghu told me that you are already very diligent. You study until very late every day. Your brain is actually not stupid, but I don't know why you always do poorly in the exams. Maybe your study method is not right, or your mood is not high." She told me to think of a way. Not letting him live on campus and asking the dean to give him special treatment. I didn't even know that you two talked so much during that visit. Xiao Yulong's handsome face was completely dark. "How about it? Let's start now." The dean smiled and looked at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang snorted and nonchalantly said, "I won't be participating in the county examination. You should give up on this idea." After saying that, he leaned on his walking stick and walked away without looking back. Gu Jiao knew nothing about the academy. She was still thinking that the dean would give Xiao Lulang special treatment today. Xiao Yulong's talent was not bad, but he did not focus on his studies. Once there was a good teacher to guide him he would definitely soar. Gu Jiao happily tidied up the house. She washed the clothes and chopped the firewood. Then she said to the old lady, "Great aunt, I will go to the temple in a bit." The old lady cracked a melon seed and said, "Why are you going to the temple? May the Bodhisattva bless Lulang to pass the county exam?" Gu Jiao was stunned. So there was such a way? Although she believed in science, wasn't there a saying that the end of science was theology? She might as well ask the Bodhisattva to bless her husband and let him become a top student. Actually she was going to buy a mountain. The new year was over and the abbot's junior brother should have returned from his travels. "Gu Jiao, for lunch the old lady waved her hand, "Xiao Shui will come and make it. You can go." The old lady did not like to eat hot food. Although Xuaningxiang's cooking was not as good as Gu Jiao's, the old lady still wanted to eat freshly made food. She did not know who had spoiled her to this temperament. Gu Jiao often felt that the old lady was an ordinary person, but occasionally the other party would reveal her habits and make her feel that she was a person above everyone else. Thinking too much, Gu Jiao rubbed her chin and carried the basket to the other side of the mountain. When she arrived at the foot of the mountain, Gu Jiao saw a luxurious carriage. She felt strange. That temple was only a small one, why were there always noble people coming here? Gu Jiao did not take it to heart and walked towards the top of the mountain. When she reached the last few steps, the figure of a woman suddenly fell down from above. This was a mountain road and the steps were very steep. It would be strange if she did not fall to her death. What was worse was that Gu Jiao was directly below her. Gu Jiao did not want to fall down with her. In a flash, Gu Jiao stepped to the side and reached out to grab her. That person spun in place before stabilizing herself. Then she raised her head to look at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao also looked at her. The moment their eyes met, both of them were shocked. It's you? Gu Jiao, isn't this the madam that I met at the temple last time? Madam, isn't this the little girl who blocked the food box for me at the temple last time? The madam smiled in surprise. Miss, you saved me again. Gu Jiao asked faintly, why is it that every time I see you something happens to you? The madam smiled embarrassedly. Gu Jiao saw the red swelling on her forehead and then looked at the mud on her knees. She asked, did you knock all the way here? Yes. The madam nodded. I prayed to the Bodhisattva to protect my son. In the end, the Bodhisattva appeared and I came to fulfill my vow. Although Gu Jiao also wanted to burn incense and ask the Bodhisattva to protect Xiao Lulang, she would not do it if she had to fall step by step. Chapter 53. Miss, are you here to see the abbot this time? If she remembered correctly, she came to see the abbot last time. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and nodded seriously, yes. She originally planned to ask for Bodhisattva's blessing for Xiao Lulang, but Bodhisattva was so stingy that she had to kowtow to him. The madam hurriedly said, then go quickly. The abbot is in the temple. If you are late he will go down the mountain again. The abbot went down the mountain a lot recently. It was said that a family in the town wanted to adopt a child in the temple. Gu Jiao looked at her as if to say, can you walk alone? Don't fall down again, then no one will save you. The madam understood Gu Jiao's eyes and smiled warmly. I was tired just now and felt a little dizzy. Now I am fine. Besides, there are only a few steps left. Gu Jiao asked, do you feel dizzy often? Do you feel dizzy in the morning or at night? Do you feel dizzy on an empty stomach or after a full stomach? The madam was stunned by her series of questions, but she still answered politely, in the morning I feel dizzy when I just get up. If I don't eat I will feel dizzy. Gu Jiao said, oh, and took a piece of sesame candy from her purse. Eat more candy. After giving the candy to the madam, Gu Jiao went to see the abbot. It was the second time that Gu Jiao came to the temple. Many young masters still remembered her. They knew that she came to buy the mountain, so they led her to the abbot's meditation room. Coincidentally, the abbot had just received a guest. The guest came out of the abbot's meditation room and passed by Gu Jiao. It was a young man in his early 30s. He looked handsome and wore luxurious clothes. This was the second pilgrim that Gu Jiao saw in the temple. Young benefactor Gu is here, right? The abbot's gentle voice came from the meditation room. Gu Jiao grunted and stepped into the meditation room. To Gu Jiao's surprise, there were actually a few bald little monks sitting in the meditation room. They were all about 4 or 5 years old. They looked dignified and their eyes were naughty and clean. The same bald head and the same clothes. Gu Jiao suddenly felt that she was a little face-blind. The little monks stared at Gu Jiao with their eyes wide open. Although it was the second time that Gu Jiao came to the temple, the last time the little monks didn't have time to see Gu Jiao before they were scolded and ran away by the madam's servant girl. Therefore, strictly speaking, this was the first time they had met. The little monks widened their eyes in shock. After a long while, she covered her mouth with her small hands and whispered in what she thought was a very soft voice. Wow! There's a flower on her face. Why is there hair on her face? Why didn't we? I also want to have fafa, flower. The little monks kept saying hair, but Gu Jiao still understood that it was a flower. So, they thought that the birthmark on her face was actually a flower? Did you draw the flower yourself? A little monk asked. Yes, she drew it when she was born and it couldn't be washed off. Were they envious? Were they jealous? Gu Jiao calmly looked at the group of curious little monks. The abbot cleared his throat and said to the little monks, you go and find senior brother Jingchen first. The little monks obviously didn't want to leave, but senior brother Jingchen's charm should be very strong. After hesitating for a while, the little monks ran out to find him. A group of little monks stepped over the threshold one by one, and the last one fell down with a thud. Gu Jiao immediately recognized him. She didn't recognize his face, but looking at his clumsy appearance, wasn't he the little wrestling boy who bumped into her thigh last time? Gu Jiao wanted to hit him again, but he quickly got up and didn't give Gu Jiao a chance to hit him. Gu Jiao regretfully pursed her lips. The abbot motioned for Gu Jiao to sit down. Gu Jiao sat down and drank a few mouthfuls of bitter tea. Thinking of the young man who came out of the meditation room, she asked the abbot, was that a pilgrim? Or like me, he also came to buy the mountain? The abbot smiled gently and said, he didn't come to buy the mountain but to adopt children. Gu Jiao showed an incredulous expression. The abbot explained, The little monks in the temple are all orphans. Sometimes, some kind-hearted people will come to adopt them. For some reason Gu Jiao thought of the silly wrestling boy. He was so silly no one would want him, right? After all, there were so many clever little monks competing with him. The abbot said, I mentioned the matter of buying the mountain to my junior brother. He said that if young benefactor Gu sincerely wants to buy it, the temple can sell it, but the price will be higher than before. How much was it before? Gu Jiao asked. 249 taels. The abbot said. And now? Gu Jiao asked again. 250 taels. The abbot replied. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. I seriously suspect that your junior brother is implying me. The abbot saw Gu Jiao's indignant expression and also felt that the price was ridiculously high. But the temple's finances have always been managed by his junior brother. How much he said was how much it was. Even the abbot had no right to interfere. The abbot said, if young benefactor Gu thinks it is expensive, you can consider other mountains. Gu Jiao asked, does your temple have other mountains? The abbot said honestly, no. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched again. Gu Jiao did not have enough money to buy a mountain, but she had not received the consultation fee for treating the young master of the hot spring villa. That visit cost a lot. She had used 3 vials of epinephrine and only had a few boxes of anti-heart failure medicine, all of which were left to the young master. She decided to ask for more consultation fee from the second boss. When Gu Jiao went down the mountain, the madam had already left and the carriage was not there. Gu Jiao did not ask where she went and went down the mountain to town. When she arrived at Huichun Hall, she found an extremely luxurious carriage parked at the entrance. Such a carriage would never be seen in town. What was wrong with today? Why was she always seeing luxurious carriages? Was this a reminder that she should buy a carriage? When shopkeeper Wang saw Gu Jiao, he was very polite and personally welcomed her in. Miss Gu, what brings you here? Sit down first, I'll make a pot of tea for you. Gu Jiao lightly said, there's no need for tea. I'm here to get the consultation fee. Shopkeeper Wang was surprised. What consultation fee? Gu Jiao looked at him and said, the consultation fee from the hot spring villa. Didn't I treat the young master of the Marquis's household? Where's the consultation fee? At the mention of this, shopkeeper Wang simply smiled. Miss Gu came at the right time. Do you see that carriage outside the door? It's from the Marquis's household. Last time the second boss was too nervous and forgot to ask for the consultation fee. I'm guessing that they're here to deliver the consultation fee. So it was the Marquis's household's carriage. No wonder it was so luxurious. The second boss is in the accounting room. Do you want to go find him? Shopkeeper Wang asked with a smile. There's no need. I'll go find him after the people from the Marquis's household settle the bill. Gu Jiao finished speaking and turned to go to the side room behind the main hall. As soon as she left, the curtain of the carriage was lifted. First, a young servant girl dressed in bright clothes jumped down. Following that, a young girl dressed in green and wearing a green veil gracefully walked down with the help of the servant girl. Chapter 54. The semi-transparent gauze on the curtains reached her ankles, but it still couldn't hide her graceful figure. The women in town didn't wear curtains. Only the noble ladies of the capital were so particular about it. Her hand on the servant girl's forearm was as delicate as jade, slender and beautiful. Just by looking at her hand, one could tell that it was a hand raised by a rich and powerful person. After she got off the carriage, she entered Rejuvenation Hall without stopping for a moment. However, the surrounding people were all stunned and couldn't recover their senses for a long time. For such a person to appear in this barren town, it was like a celestial maiden from the heavens descending to the mortal world. Which family's daughter is this? The Qin family? I don't think so. The Qin family's young miss doesn't have such a noble aura. Could it be the Liu family? Also not likely. The 2 largest families in town were the Qin family and the Liu family. One family had a government official who was married to a wealthy merchant, and their family was extremely wealthy. The other family had a county magistrate who could cover the sky with one hand in Clear Spring Town. The daughters of their families were naturally incomparably noble. Normal people didn't have a chance to see them, but for some reason, they felt that this daughter couldn't possibly be someone from town. Of course, there were people who had seen the daughters of the Qin family and Liu family. It really was like the difference between clouds and mud. The daughters of the Qin and Liu families weren't enough to carry the others' shoes. When such a person entered Huichun Hall, everyone couldn't help but have a higher opinion of Huichun Hall. They had already killed someone before, yet such a noble was still willing to come. Was she stupid, or did Hui Chen Hall really have some ability? Is your boss here? The young girl entered the hall and asked the dumbfounded shopkeeper Wang. Shopkeeper Wang was stuttering. He had lived for most of his life, but he had never seen such a beautiful and extraordinarily noble girl. The young servant girl frowned in displeasure and scolded, "My family's young miss is asking you a question? Are you here? Young miss? Could this be the Marquis family's daughter, the young master's twin sister?" Heavens! In his lifetime he had actually seen such a powerful noble person. Shopkeeper Wang hurriedly came back to his senses. Wiping away the bean-sized beads of cold sweat, he said, Yes, this little one will go and call the owner out." The girl said indifferently, "No need. Go and inform him. I'll go see him myself." I don't dare. How could he make the people of the Marquis estate wait? Since the second boss had nothing to do at the moment, Shopkeeper Wang decided to take him to the study behind the main hall. Shopkeeper Wang's guess was correct. The young girl was indeed here to pay the consultation fee. However, other than paying the consultation fee, she also gave a lot of tips. When the young master was being treated, the young girl was not present. She only heard about many things after the event, but there was no harm in letting her know what had happened. "My little brother is very satisfied with that old doctor and his little medicine boy. Let them come again next time." The young girl stood up and left. The daughter of the Marquis' estate had personally come to Rejuvenation Hall to thank Rejuvenation Hall for their miraculous treatment of the young master of the Marquis' estate. It didn't mean that Rejuvenation Hall had the qualifications to make friends with the daughter of the Marquis' estate. The second boss was a smart person. He knew his own weight and also knew that he couldn't make friends with him, so he didn't try to curry favor with him in vain. He politely agreed to the young girl's request and personally sent the young girl to the door. "Second boss, please return," the young girl said unhurriedly. The second boss cupped his hands and bowed. It wasn't until the young girl sat in the carriage and left that he turned around and entered Rejuvenation Hall. After the carriage had traveled for a while, the young girl suddenly looked at her waist and her expression changed slightly. "Not good, my jade pendant is missing." "Is it the jade pendant that the Marquis gave you? Didn't you wear it when you left today? Why is it missing?" The young maidservant anxiously searched everywhere, but there was no sign of it in the carriage. The young maidservant asked, "Could it be that it was left in Rejuvenation Hall? We didn't go anywhere other than Rejuvenation Hall today." The young girl nodded thoughtfully. "And go look for it." The carriage turned back and stopped near Rejuvenation Hall. The young maidservant lifted her skirt and entered the main hall. When shopkeeper Wang saw her return, he couldn't help but be startled. "This young lady, why have you returned? Do you have any other orders?" The young maidservant said in a bad mood, "My family's young Miss Jade pendant is missing. Quickly have someone look for it." Hearing this, shopkeeper Wang immediately became cautious. "May I ask, what does Miss Gu's jade pendant look like? What kind of jade is it?" The young maidservant gestured. "It's this big, round-shaped and made of mutton fat jade." Shopkeeper Wang immediately brought the workers in the main hall to look around. The young maidservant didn't stay idle and went to the second master's study room. She remembered that her family's young miss had sat there before. Perhaps she had left it there. The second master wasn't there and she didn't wait for him to return. She went in and searched for a while but found nothing. Following that, she searched the corridors and corridors, but still couldn't find the shadow of the jade pendant. When she passed by a side room, she noticed that the door to the side room was ajar. She hesitated for a moment but still went in. On the table in the side room, there was a broken basket that didn't fit in. There were some mountain goods in the basket and a small tattered chest. The young maidservant looked at the chest with disdain and suddenly found a pouch beside the chest. She opened the pouch and faintly felt that something was wrong. She poured out the contents of the pouch and scattered them all over the table. There were a few silver pieces that rolled to the ground. The young maidservant didn't pick them up. Her eyes stared at the jade pendant and the jade thumb ring that fell with the jade pendant. She muttered in a daze, "Isn't this the young Miss Jade pendant and the little Gongzi's jade thumb ring? Why are they here?" Gu Jiao's period came and she went to the toilet. When she entered the room, she saw a young girl looking through her pouch. She coldly walked into the room and looked at the mess on the table and ground. She asked, "Did you do this?" The young maidservant looked up at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was dressed like a village girl and had a red birthmark on her face. The young maidservant's face showed undisguised disdain. "So what if it was me? Are these things yours?" Gu Jiao crossed her arms and quietly looked at her. There was no trace of fear or guilt in her eyes. The young maidservant was a servant of the Marquis Fu. Her food and clothing were not worse than the young misses of large families. When she went out, it was unknown how many people would be afraid. A little village girl dared to look at her with that kind of gaze. The young maidservant angrily said, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me ask you a question?" Gu Jiao said, You. The young maidservant was angered by her attitude and said in a bad mood, "You stole my master's things and don't dare to admit it, right?" Chapter 55. What happened? The second master and shopkeeper Wang walked over. The one who asked was the second master. The second master had just gone to the bank across the street to exchange money and had just entered the main hall when he heard from shopkeeper Wang that the Marquis family's daughter had lost something in Huichen Hall. He and shopkeeper Wang went to look for it but unexpectedly saw this scene in the side room. This side room was specially prepared for Gu Jiao to rest in. Even though Gu Jiao didn't use it much, usually no one would break in. When they heard the servant girl say that, "Someone has stolen our young miss things," they thought that the little thief had hidden inside. In the end, they found that there were only two people in the side room, the Marquis servant girl and Miss Gu. Then, was the little thief that the servant girl was talking about Miss Gu? The little servant girl didn't recognize Gu Jiao, and seeing that the second master and shopkeeper Wang had arrived, she immediately pointed at Gu Jiao and said, "You came at the right time. It was this little thief who stole our young Miss jade pendant. She also stole our young master's jade thumb ring." The second master was stunned. Is there a misunderstanding? She wouldn't steal anything. How could this little girl steal someone's things? She could freely go in and out of his account room and she had never touched any of the valuable things in the room. Moreover, the little girl's eyes were magnanimous. If she really was caught stealing, how could she not have a trace of guilt? Shopkeeper Wang didn't think so. Although he didn't go to the Marquis family that day, he heard the second master and the old doctor say that it was Miss Gu who saved the young master's life. She had the opportunity to steal the young master's jade thumb ring. In addition, the Marquis family's daughter had just arrived at Huichen Hall today and the jade pendant had been stolen and appeared on Gu Jiao's table. Shopkeeper Wang couldn't help but think more. The little servant girl was angry. "What do you mean she wouldn't steal? Are you saying that I'm wrongly accusing her? Who does she think she is? Why would I come all the way here to malign her?" These words were not pleasant to the ears, but the words were crude, but the logic was not crude. The servant girl was a servant of the Marquis Fu. Her status was more noble than many of the young misses of large families. If she wanted to frame someone, she had to find someone with the right status. Gu Jiao, this little village girl, was like an ant on the ground. Even if she was crazy, she would not go out of her way to step on her. Unless she really stole something from the Marquis estate. Are you sure you're not mistaken? There are many things in this world that are the same. The second boss still firmly believed that Gu Jiao was innocent. I'm wrong? The young maidservant was so angry that she laughed. Do you think that the ornaments used by my family's young miss in Gongzi are some kind of trashy street item? This jade pendant was bestowed by the palace. Even if your entire Hu family were to go bankrupt, you still wouldn't be able to afford it. The second boss's face turned pale for a moment. If it was such a precious thing, it really couldn't be Gu Jiao's. But he still didn't believe that Gu Jiao would steal. You don't allow counterfeits? Maybe the thing in Miss Gu's hand was a fake. Shopkeeper Wang looked at the second boss with worry. The second boss firmly believed in Gu Jiao and this would undoubtedly offend the Marquis estate. He didn't want anything to happen to the second boss. Just as he was considering his words and planning to persuade Gu Jiao to admit her crime and not offend the Marquis estate, Gu Jiao lightly opened her mouth. It's not fake, it's real. Listen. She admitted it. The young maidservant fiercely said. Yuru. A gentle and noble voice slowly sounded from outside the door. Young miss, you've come. The young maidservant quickly changed her expression to one of respect and bowed to the young girl. The young girl wearing a dark-colored curtain slowly walked in while holding the curtain's gauze and skirt. She combed through the clouds and swept the moon with a graceful bearing. She used the fragrance powder that only the noble ladies in the capital could afford. As she walked, the fragrance wafted and the entire room was filled with a pleasant fragrance. Gu Jiao sneezed. She was allergic to this kind of fragrance powder. The young maidservant angrily glared at Gu Jiao. Not only did she not greet her young miss, she even dared to sneeze. A village girl would always be a village girl. She wouldn't be able to show her face. The young girl's tone was normal as she said, This jade pendant can't be fake. The jade used is Kuan Mountain's mutton fat jade. In Zhao country only the imperial family has the right to mine it. Counterfeiting an item used by the imperial family is a serious crime, not to mention that it can't be exactly the same. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. What kind of attitude is this? The young maidservant continued to glare at her. But because the Marquis estate's daughter was present, she wasn't as domineering as before. The young girl looked at Gu Jiao and warmly said, "You're that little medicine boy?" Gu Jiao responded. She didn't ask how she guessed it. After all, it wasn't hard to guess. The young girl calmly said, "I'll give you the jade pendant and return the jade ring to me. I'll pretend this never happened." "Young miss." The young maidservant stomped her feet. Shopkeeper Wang didn't expect the situation to take such a shocking turn. The Marquis estate's daughter was really magnanimous. She gave away such a valuable item without announcing it to the public, protecting Miss Gu's and Rejuvenation Hall's reputation. Seeing that Gu Jiao didn't speak, the young girl continued, "The jade pendant is mine. If you like it, you can take it. But the jade ring is my younger brother's. I must return it to him." Shopkeeper Wang was anxious to death on the side. Quickly agree, quickly agree." Gu Jiao expressionlessly looked at the young girl and said, "You can take the jade ring back and put down the jade pendant." She had previously suspected that the jade ring belonged to the Marquis estate's young master. Now her guess was confirmed. She didn't explain that the jade ring had accidentally slipped into the young girl's sleeve when she was rescuing the young master. First, she couldn't explain the rescue process. Second, this pair of master and servant wouldn't believe her. Since that was the case, why should she waste her breath? The young girl said, "You really know how to pick things. This jade ring only has a special meaning for my younger brother. Speaking of value, it's not as valuable as the jade pendant." Gu Jiao said, "I'll return the jade ring to you because it really does belong to your younger brother. The jade pendant isn't yours, so you have to return it to me." The young maidservant snorted, "If it's not my master's, could it be yours? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Can you afford to wear such a valuable jade pendant?" The young girl, "You rue." The second boss frowned, "Young miss, please be careful with your words. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it." Gu Jiao said and stretched out her hand, "I'll say it one last time. Return the jade pendant to me." The young maidservant took a step back. "You're dreaming. This belongs to my young miss." The young girl pinched her fingers and suppressed her anger. She said to the second boss. Second boss also saw what happened today. She personally admitted that she stole. "Seeing that your Rejuvenation Hall has treated my younger brother, I won't report this to the authorities. But I hope that this kind of thing won't happen again in the future." From beginning to end, Gu Jiao only admitted one thing, that the jade ring belonged to the young master. She didn't say that she stole it. However, in the other party's mouth, it became her admitting that she stole it. Chapter 56. The two sides were in a deadlock for a long time. All the workers in Huichun Hall were attracted. There were only 3 people in Huichun Hall who knew about Gu Jiao's medical skills: the second boss, Shopkeeper Wang, and the old doctor. Although the others often saw Gu Jiao come, they only thought that she was a family member of the patient. The second boss and Shopkeeper Wang were very polite to her. Everyone thought that it was because her husband was a student of Tianxiang Academy. Don't look down on any scholar. In the future they could be a country squire, a minister, or a local official. They just didn't expect her to do such a thing. "I didn't expect that such an honest person would be a thief. Yes, she stole someone's jade pendant and jade thumb ring. I knew it. Her husband didn't come today and she didn't need to get medicine. Why did she enter Huichun Hall? Is she eyeing that rich young lady? She chased after her to steal things. She's not afraid of ruining her husband's reputation. Isn't that right? It's really bad luck for a scholar to have such an evil woman." Of all the people present, except for the second boss, no one believed that Gu Jiao was innocent. Wasn't it obvious? She was so poor. How could she have such a good jade pendant? "Young miss, please keep the jade pendant." As the young maid spoke, she bowed and hung the jade pendant on the young lady's waist. Gu Jiao reached out to take it. "How dare you?" The young maid's eyes were cold. She raised her hand and slapped Gu Jiao. However, before her slap could land on Gu Jiao's face, she was slapped down by Gu Jiao. No one knew how Gu Jiao did it. By the time they reacted, the young maid was already lying on the ground with her cheeks swollen. The young lady was also stunned. Gu Jiao stretched out her small hand that was covered in scars from years of hard work. She lifted the young girl's curtains and pulled down the jade pendant hanging on her waist. Throughout the whole process, Gu Jiao held his breath and did not smell the fragrance on her body. The young girl stared at her with her almond-shaped eyes. "You, impudent." A country bumpkin actually dared to touch her. After Gu Jiao took back the jade pendant, she wasn't in a hurry to put it into her pouch. Instead, she took out a clean handkerchief from her bosom and wiped the jade pendant from top to bottom. The girl's breathing stopped. This country bumpkin. Was she despising her for being dirty? If Gu Jiao wanted to annoy someone, she had to do it from all angles. The young girl only felt that her chest was suddenly blocked, and she was almost unable to breathe properly. The young girl gritted her teeth and angrily shouted, "Report this to the authorities." "Who wants to report to the authorities?" Accompanied by a dignified and cold male voice, the dean walked over with a stern expression. Another one that wasn't to be trifled with had arrived. The servants of the Return of Spring Hall all made a path for him. The dean entered the room and looked at the young girl who was fuming with anger. He then looked at the servant girl who was lying on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. His expression was normal as he walked over to Gu Jiao's side. From where he stood, one could see his position. He turned around and looked at the young girl in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Is it this young lady who wants to report to the authorities? I don't know what happened to make this young lady so angry." His words were polite, but his tone was not. The young girl knit her brows and asked, "Who are you?" The dean said, "I am the dean of Tianxiang Academy." The young girl, "Dean Li?" "The dean? That is me." Dean Li's name was like thunder in the capital, so it was impossible for the young girl to not have heard of him. Don't look at how Dean Li was a teacher in a small town, but his influence in the capital was still there. The young girl was still polite to him. She looked at Gu Jiao and said, "She stole something from our family, why haven't you returned it to me?" "I didn't steal it, the jade pendant is mine." Gu Jiao could ignore the young girl's opinion, but she cared about the dean's opinion. She was Xiao Liulong's wife, so she didn't want to leave a stain on the dean's heart. "What do you say about the jade thumb ring?" the young girl asked. "It accidentally fell into my sleeve. I only found it when I got home." Gu Jiao told the truth. The servant girl angrily said, "You didn't say that just now. You admitted that you stole it." See, this was why Gu Jiao wasn't willing to explain to them. It was because they wouldn't listen to her properly. "Let me see the jade pendant," Dean Li said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao handed the jade pendant to him. Dean Li remembered that his teacher also had an identical jade pendant. He also remembered that his teacher had once given Gu Xiaoshan a New Year's gift, so he roughly understood what was going on. This jade pendant was given away by his teacher. As for whether it was given to Gu Jiao herself, Gu Xiaoshan, or Gu Xiaoshan giving it to Gu Jiao, none of this was important. The important thing was that Gu Jiao definitely didn't steal it. His teacher had retired and didn't want anyone to know where he went, so he naturally wouldn't mention his teacher. He faintly smiled and said to the young girl, "Miss, you're mistaken. This jade pendant isn't yours. It was given to me by my teacher and then I gave it to her husband." "Her husband?" The young girl looked at Gu Jiao from head to toe. "Her husband is my direct disciple." Dean Li unilaterally declared his disciple's sovereignty. If that was the case, everything could be explained. Dean Li's teacher was the old chancellor of the Imperial College. Before he retired, he was highly regarded by the emperor. It wasn't strange for him to have an item from the imperial court. But the young girl still felt that it was inconceivable. Many people in the capital wanted to take Dean Li as their teacher, but they were all rejected by him. This little village girl was so poor, so she should have married a poor country boy. How could she have entered Dean Li's eyes? Just as the young girl was feeling suspicious, a waiter from the rejuvenation hall ran over, panting, "Found it, found it." Shoo. Gu Jiao smelled the fragrant powder on the jade pendant and couldn't help but sneeze. The jade pendant was found in the grass, and it had the same fragrance as the young girl. Compared to Gu Jiao's jade pendant, this piece was clearly more like hers. "Is the truth out now?" Gu Jiao asked. "Even if you didn't steal the jade pendant, you still stole the jade thumb ring," the servant girl whispered. "Don't say any more, Yuru." The young girl stopped her and looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. She walked forward and bowed. "Sorry, I misunderstood you, miss." The servant girl turned pale with fright. Her miss was the daughter of a marquis. How could she lower her voice to a lowly village girl? So what if she was wronged? Wouldn't it be enough to prove her innocence? Why did she have to apologize? The young girl said to the servant girl, "You should also quickly apologize to this girl." "But, apologize." The young girl's tone instantly became strict. The servant girl didn't dare to disobey and apologized to Gu Jiao with a dark face. The young girl turned to the second boss and said, "I hope this matter won't affect the treatment of my younger brother." The second boss calmly looked at Gu Jiao. Seeing that she didn't object, he smiled and nodded at the young girl. "Miss Gu, what are you saying? Our Huichun Hall is benevolent. We won't delay the treatment of patients because of personal matters." "Thank you." The young girl nodded and left with the servant girl with a bruised nose and swollen face. Dean Li looked at her back and said thoughtfully, "The Gu family? The Gu family in the capital?" The second boss sighed with emotion. Other than the Gu family in the capital, who else could raise such a precious daughter? Everyone is not a saint. How can there be no mistakes? But to be able to admit her mistake and repent in time and sincerely apologize to a lowly village girl, it was enough to show her noble character. What Dean Li didn't say was that the precious daughter's name was really Gu Jinyu. Chapter 57. Novels with substance that cannot be found online are all available here. After Gu Jinyu left the clinic, she went straight to a tea house in town. The Marchioness had been waiting there for a long time. Gu Jinyu entered the tea house and threw herself into the Marchioness's arms like a swallow. She called her mother tenderly. The Marchioness hugged her daughter whom she had not seen for many days. Her heart was about to melt, but she said, "How old are you? You're still burrowing into your mother's arms? You're so shameless." Gu Jinyu hugged her even tighter and said coquettishly, "No matter how old I am, I'm still your father's daughter. How am I shameless?" How could the Marchioness despise her for being shameless? She was just coaxing her to say a few childish words to comfort her after not seeing her for so long. The Marchioness pinched the tip of her nose. "You've really been spoiled by your father." Gu Jinyu snorted. "Who told father to only have me as his precious daughter?" The Marchioness did not know whether to laugh or cry. She asked her, "Did you pay the consultation fee at Huichun Hall go smoothly?" At the mention of this, Gu Jinyu averted her gaze. The Marchioness keenly sensed her daughter's abnormality. "What's wrong? Is Huichun Hall not satisfied with the consultation fee?" The consultation fee was a big blunder. The Marchioness thought that the servant had paid, and the servant thought that the Marchioness had paid. If the Marchioness had not casually asked, they would not have known that they had been in arrears with Huichun Hall. It was also because of this that the Marchioness had planned to personally make a trip to Huichun Hall. Unexpectedly, she had just left the villa when she ran into her daughter who had rushed over from the capital. After hearing the whole story, Gu Jinyu took on the responsibility of paying the consultation fee. But the Marchioness was not idle either. She went up the mountain to offer incense to the Bodhisattva. It's not that Huichun Hall is not satisfied with the consultation fee, but Gu Jinyu recounted everything that had happened at Huichun Hall. She did not embellish or hide anything. But her mother had taught her not to judge a book by its cover, so she did not deliberately emphasize that the village girl was ugly and had a striking red birthmark on her left cheek. Daughter was wrong. I shouldn't have been so arbitrary. She lowered her head and admitted her mistake. The Marquise said earnestly, "In this world there will always be people of higher status than us. Your status is higher than hers, so you can look down on her. If in the future you meet someone of higher status than you, won't they look down on you too?" Although the Marquise doted on her daughter, she was not without principles. Gu Jinyu coquettishly held the Marchioness' arm. "I am the Marquise' daughter. Who would dare to belittle me?" "You." The Marquise glared at her helplessly. "But what's with younger brother's jade thumb ring?" Gu Jinyu asked. The Marchioness said, "Your brother said that she took it by accident. You know that your brother wouldn't lie." But Gu Jinyu still did not understand. "What do you mean by accidentally? How did he know that she was careless? Did he see it? This? I don't know either." The Marquise doted on her daughter and had her own principles, but when it came to her son, all of them didn't count. After all, her son was someone who lived one day less, and she couldn't bear to use rules to restrain him. Her son didn't want to talk about what happened that day, so she didn't ask. It was just a jade thumb ring. If it was gone, it was gone. As long as her son was happy, it was fine. Gu Jinyu snorted with jealousy. "I also accidentally took it last time, but he ignored me for a whole month. Am I still his biological sister?" "You." The Marquise poked her forehead and said in annoyance and amusement, If you're not, then who is? Don't tell me that the little girl who took the jade thumb ring is? Because of this completely impossible joke, Gu Jinyu's mood improved. She leaned into her mother's arms and stretched out her small hand. Mother, my hand is cold. The marquise touched the back of her hand. It was indeed a little cold. Her heart ached. She put down the candy in her hand and took an exquisite hand warmer to warm her daughter's hand. But Gu Jinyu looked at the sesame candy on the plate with a strange expression. Mother, where did you get this? One look and you can tell it's not clean. Be careful not to get a stomachache. The marquise thought of that little girl, and a trace of gentleness appeared in her eyes. A kind-hearted girl gave it to me, so I accepted it. On the other side, Gu Jiao received her consultation fee. It was a total of 20 taels. Adding the money she had, it was enough to buy that mountain. The second boss was a little worried that today's matter would make Gu Jiao unhappy. He asked embarrassedly, the consultation next month? Gu Jiao calmly said, I promise to see patients once a month. I won't go back on my word. After saying that, she took the money and went to the academy. The dean did not return to the academy and left first. When Gu Jiao arrived at the academy, school had already ended. Students in white uniforms came out one after another. Gu Jiao was still waiting at the entrance of the alley, but she did not see Xiao Lulang or Gu Xiaoshan. Just as Gu Jiao was guessing whether the two of them had been detained by the teacher, Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshan walked over from another direction. Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshan carried a pile of things in their hands. When they got closer to Gu Jiao, she realized that it was some candles and a thick stack of paper money. Gu Jiao asked, What did you buy these things for? Gu Xiaoshan was stunned. Sister, did you forget? Today is the anniversary of third uncle and third aunt's death. Gu Jiao was speechless. She really forgot. The original owner remembered such an important day. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao was not the original owner, so she had forgotten this day. Thank goodness you remembered. Gu Jiao said to Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaoshan awkwardly scratched her head. Actually, I don't remember either. It was brother-in-law. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows as she looked at Xiao Lulang. She did not remember herself mentioning the anniversary of her parents' death. He should have heard it from the villagers. With their current fake relationship as husband and wife, it was hard for him to remember. Gu Jiao, thank you. Xiao Lulang expressionlessly got onto the ox cart with his walking stick. He was still angry at Gu Jiao for having a secret relationship with Principal Li. He was planning on not talking to her for a day. Gu Jiao didn't know what was going on with his sudden awkwardness, but he had already helped her remember the anniversary of her parents' deaths. It definitely wasn't because of her. Gu Jiao heartlessly got onto the ox cart. Gu Jiao, who thought that their relationship was very good, deliberately chose the seat closest to him. Xiao Lulang was half dead from anger, but the person who made him angry did not have the slightest awareness that she had done something wrong. Xiao Lulang became even angrier. After the three of them returned to the village, Madame Lu directly called Gu Xiaoshan away. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang went to the cemetery on the other side of the field. Gu Sanlang and his wife Madame Su's graves were next to each other. Because no one had taken care of it for a long time, the grass on the grave was half a person's height. Xiao Lulang was sulking, but he still rolled up his sleeves and pulled out the grass on the grave one by one. He was very focused on pulling out the grass and did not notice that Gu Jiao behind him was staring at the grave in a daze. In the original owner's memory, Gu Sanlang was washed away by a flood. The villagers searched along the river bank for half a month before they found his body. At that time the body was soaked and could not be seen. Madame Su only took one look and collapsed on the spot. After that, she did not have a good life. She only held on for a year before she passed away on the anniversary of Gu Jiao's father's death, leaving behind a 5-year-old daughter. They were very good parents. Compared to Gu Jiao's parents in her previous life, they were many times better. It was a pity that they passed away so early. It seems that no matter if it was her previous life or this life, she was destined to have no father or mother to love her. Chapter 58. After the two of them finished visiting Gu Jiao's parents' graves, they set off to go home. The two of them spent a lot of effort cleaning up the graves so they were dirty all over. Xiao Lulang in particular, pulled out the grass on the grave and his hands turned green. Gu Jiao knew that he loved cleanliness, so when they passed by the river she said to him, "Go wash your hands." "Okay." Xiao Lulang responded and limped towards the river with his crutches. Gu Jiao observed his walking posture. To be honest, the surgery was very successful, and he had been working hard during this period of rehabilitation, but he still couldn't throw away his crutches. Was the rehabilitation not enough? Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Aren't you going to wash your hands? Xiao Lulang turned around and asked her. Gu Jiao chuckled, wash? Let's wash together. It was just washing hands, why was she so enthusiastic? It wasn't like they were taking a bath, right? After Xiao Lulang asked, he remembered that this was the river she had fallen into before. Perhaps she was afraid and didn't come over. He secretly blamed himself for talking too much. He planned to quickly wash up and leave, but Gu Jiao had already squatted down beside him. The river water was a bit cold, but the two of them weren't pampered young masters and young ladies, so they could endure it and wash up. However, the moment the two of them got up, something suddenly fell out of Gu Jiao's arms and fell into the river. My purse. Gu Jiao didn't expect this to happen. She quickly grabbed it, but it was too late. The purse was filled with a lot of silver, so it was heavy and sank in an instant. Gu Jiao didn't think and jumped into the river. Xiao Yulong's expression changed. Her diving into the water was even more unexpected than her purse falling into the water. Before Xiao Lulang could react, she had already disappeared. Xiao Lulang looked at the rippling surface of the lake and moved his feet. Of course he could swim, but now that his leg was injured, he was not sure if he could save her. Just as Xiao Lulang clenched his fists and stared intently at the surface of the water, Gu Jiao floated to the surface with her purse in hand. Found it? I found it? Xiao Lulang hurriedly pulled her ashore. Gu Jiao knelt on the grass, dripping water and panting. Xiao Lulang frowned as he looked at the pouch in her hand. It's just a pouch. How much silver is it worth for you to throw away your life? It's not silver. Gu Jiao shook her head. She opened the pouch and poured out the things inside. She did not look at the silver and only grabbed a palm-sized brown paper bag that was sealed with wax. Do you have a handkerchief? She looked at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang took out a clean handkerchief from his chest and gave it to her. He thought that she was going to wipe the water off her face, but unexpectedly, she used the handkerchief to carefully wipe the brown paper bag. After wiping the brown paper bag, she carefully peeled off the wax on the surface. Then she opened the brown paper bag and revealed a document with an official seal. The document was dry and intact. Gu Jiao let out a long sigh of relief. This was the document that the principal had sent to Xiao Lulang for the county exam. Xiao Lulang did not want to take the exam, so he turned around and threw it into a pile of waste paper. Gu Jiao found the document while helping him tidy up the room. She thought that he had accidentally dropped it, so she carefully kept it for him. Gu Jiao handed the document to him. You hold it well. I'm covered in water, so don't wet the document. Xiao Lulang, you're doing this just for this? He would not take the exam. In this kind of weather, it was fine to wash your hands by the river, but if you really fell into the water you wouldn't be able to handle it. Gu Jiao was shivering from the cold wind. Her wet eyes were wide open and her little hand was stretched out in front of him. Water dripped from her sleeves, but it did not wet his document at all. Those 4 words circled around his mouth, but in the end he did not say it. Instead he said, I won't be able to pass the exam anyway, so why bother? Gu Jiao righteously said, how do you know you won't be able to pass the exam if you haven't taken the exam? Even if you don't pass the exam this time, isn't there a next time? If you don't pass the exam next time, there will be a next time. There will be a day when you'll pass the exam. Xiao Lulang said, if I can't pass the exam, I'll always be useless. Who said that I'm useless if I can't pass the exam? There are thousands of paths in life, and studying is only the easiest path. If you don't like it, you can do something else. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao looked at him carefully. You don't dislike studying, right? Xiao Lulang looked at the pair of eyes that were filled with anticipation. It was as if he said that he did not like it, she would be hurt. Xiao Lulang sighed softly and took the document. Are you stupid? His voice was very low and light. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. Huh? What did you say? Nothing. Xiao Lulang turned around and unbuttoned his school uniform. He turned around and bent down to put the uniform on her. Let's go home. After falling into the water, Gu Jiao fell sick. On the day of Xiao Yulong's county exam, she still had a fever. But she still woke up early and made breakfast for Xiao Lulang with her dizzy little head. She also made some dry food to take to the exam. The county exam had a total of 5 rounds. There was an exam every other day. Every day one had to pass the exam for a whole day. The first round was called the main round. It was an exam that had to be taken. After passing, one could enter the second round. If one passed all 5 rounds, they would have the right to participate in the next month's provincial exam. After the provincial exam, there was still the college exam. After passing the college exam, one would become a scholar of Zhao country. Of course, there were different grades for scholars. The ones with the best grades were called Lin students. They were given grain by the government every month. The next was Xing students who were not given grain. The last was Fu students. Gu Dashun was a genuine Lin student. Because of this, the Gu family had been proud of him for a long time. Gu Jiao felt that her husband did not need to take the exam to become a Lin student like Gu Dashun. Being a Fu student was actually not bad. She did not have high expectations. It was fine as long as he passed the exam. It was fine if he did not pass the exam. She would support him and did not need him to take the exam. Gu Jiao sat on the ox cart. Her small body was shivering from the cold wind. She sniffled and said in a muffled voice, "Don't be nervous. We are just taking the exam casually. Just treat it as going through the motions. I already asked around. There are a total of 5 rounds. It is fine if you did not perform well in the first round. There are still 4 more rounds. I will come with you every day." Zhu, zhu, zhu. After Gu Jiao finished speaking, she sneezed 3 times in a row. Her eyes were seeing stars. Xiao Lulang looked at her deeply and did not say anything. After entering the exam hall, the examiner distributed the exam papers to each examinee. The reason why he was sitting here was because someone had almost lost their life because of the exam paper that he had thrown away. But this did not mean that he would take the exam seriously. He was going to hand in a blank paper. Achoo! The sound of an examinee sneezing came from the exam shed next door. Xiao Yolang's mind suddenly flashed with the image of someone sneezing madly on the ox cart. Her small face was flushed red from the high fever, her eyes were blurry and unfocused. Her small body was swaying, but she refused to go back. Thinking of a certain someone dragging her sickly body to wait for him on the ox cart for an entire day, Xiao Lulang picked up his pen in irritation. Xiao Lulang did not take the exam after 1 round. The news quickly reached Gu Dashun's ears. Generally speaking, there were only 2 situations when one took the exam. The first was if the examinee performed too well and became the head of the desk, being guaranteed entry into the capital examinations. The second was if the examinee performed too poorly and did not have the qualifications to enter the next 4 rounds. The first situation was rare. After all, no matter how well one performed in the first round, there was no guarantee that no one would be able to surpass them in the next 4 rounds. Not to mention Xiao Lulang, who was ranked at the bottom of Class B, even if he performed at his best, he would not be able to obtain first place. Chapter 59. Novels are updated more quickly. Novels with inner content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. I heard that Lulang went to the county exam. At dinner, old Master Gu asked about Xiao Lulang. What happened to Gu Jiao before the new year? Although no one thought that Mr. Qin did it on purpose, they felt that Gu Jiao was really unlucky. Since Xiao Lulang married her, then Xiao Lulang was also unlucky. At this time, hearing Xiao Yolang's name, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were all flustered. Unfortunately, it was old Master Gu who asked, so they didn't dare to speak and just ate in the kitchen. Yes, he only took 1 exam. It was Gu Dashun who answered. Gu Zhanghai wondered, why only 1 exam? Didn't you take 5 exams that time? Gu Dashun thought for a while, maybe he failed the exam? If he didn't pass the first exam, he wouldn't be allowed to take the rest. Gu Zhanghai, then will the exam fee be refunded? Gu Dashun, no. Gu Zhanghai picked up some pickles with his chopsticks. Tut, 2 taels of silver. If you throw it into the manure pit, it will bubble up. Old Master Gu frowned and looked at his eldest son. Gu Zhanghai was scared and shut up. The manure pit ruined everyone's appetite, except for Gu Dashun. Don't think he didn't know that it was the dean who signed Xiao Lulang up for this exam. The dean didn't want him, a good cadet, but had high hopes for Xiao Lulang, a rotten piece of wood. In the end, he could only let him down. Gu Dashun's heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. 10 days later, the results of the county exam came out. Gu Dashun was waiting to see Xiao Lulang make a fool of himself, but he was directly stunned by a bolt from the blue. There were a few big words written on the big red news of the academy. County examination first place, Xiao Lulang. Actually, the Yamen didn't release the results so quickly. It was the headmaster who personally went to the county Yamen to ask about the results. He didn't even wait for the Yamen to release the results before he released the good news himself. It was hung in the most eye-catching position, ensuring that everyone who passed by the academy would be able to see it. The dean stood under the good news and smiled like a fool. Those who knew would say that his student had gotten first place in the county examination. Those who didn't know would think that his own son had passed the provincial examination. He even specially called Xiao Lulang over to the Zhongzheng Hall. I knew my painstaking efforts would not be in vain. You're really touched by me? Xiao Lulang looked at him expressionlessly. I just hate having so many tests. The dean said slowly, oh, then you can hand in a blank paper. Even if you hand in a blank paper, you don't have to take the rest of the exam, do you? Admit it, Lulang. You do love me dearly. You can't bear to disappoint me. Xiao Lulang was too lazy to pay attention to him. He turned around and left. The good news hadn't spread to the village yet, so Gu Jiao didn't know anything about it. She had been resting at home for a few days and had recovered from her cold. She was packing her things and was planning to go to the temple. The snacks last time were pretty good. Bring some more back. Before she left, the old lady stopped her. Gu Jiao thought for a long time before she remembered that the old lady was talking about the snacks that the madam had given her when she went to the temple for the first time. Those weren't snacks from the temple. They were brought by a pilgrim. I don't know if I'll meet her this time. Although she said that, in her heart, she felt that the probability of meeting her twice was quite high. Gu Jiao put some mountain goods in her basket and planned to exchange them for some snacks. However, she didn't meet the madam until she went up the mountain. Instead, she saw a few weird little monks. The little monks had finished their homework and were stacked behind the door like a human pyramid. They stuck their heads out and it was unknown who they were waiting for. When Gu Jiao arrived at the top of the mountain with her basket, their eyes widened. She's here. She's here. She's here with her basket. She's here. She's here. She's here with Fafa, Hua Hua. Quick, quick, hide. The little monks hurriedly retreated. However, there were too many little dumplings. They were all on top of each other. The ones on top couldn't get down and the ones on the bottom couldn't get away. In the end, they could only throw themselves out and roll on the ground like little winter melons. Gu Jiao looked at the bunch of little monks who suddenly appeared in front of her. Eh? Was this a large-scale scam? Jing Fan, Jing Xin, Jing Shan, where did you guys go? They had tripped in front of a beautiful female patron. Did they not want to lose face? Stinky senior brother even called them by their names. The little monks got up and wanted to run away. Gu Jiao suddenly said, what were you guys doing just now? The few of them stopped in their tracks. Little monk 1, we weren't looking at you. Little monk 2, yes, we weren't looking at you. Little monk 3 nodded. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Why were you looking at me? Little monk 1, 2, 3, because you're pretty. Gu Jiao. Little monk 1 pointed at Gu Jiao's birthmark. Your Fafa Hua Hua is pretty. It was funny. The children in the village all treated her as an ugly monster. They either bullied her or avoided her when they saw her. However, this group of little monks who had never left the mountain were deeply attracted to her birthmark more than once. Gu Jiao was successfully attracted by the little monk's cuteness. She took out a few pieces of sesame candy from her basket and gave them to them. We can't take things from female patron. Little monk 1 refused. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, don't you monks know how to beg for alms? If you come to me to beg for alms, then these pieces of sesame candy will be yours. The little monks thought about it and felt that it made sense. They immediately went back to the house to take their small alms bowls and begged for alms from Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao gave them some sesame candy. The little monks held their small alms bowls and sat on the steps to eat. Gu Jiao counted the heads of the little monks and asked, aren't there 4 of you? Why are there only 3 left? Little monk 1, are you talking about Jing Kong? He's going to leave the mountain. So, the little wrestler's name was Jing Kong. Gu Jiao learned the whole story from the little monk and found out that the little wrestler was adopted by a kind-hearted rich family. The couple in that family had been married for 10 years and didn't have any children. They took the little wrestler back and raised him as their own son. He must be very sad to leave this place, right? Gu Jiao asked. The 3 little monks shook their heads in unison. Little Monkey was the most active of them all. He was the spokesperson of the little monk troop. He said, he's not sad at all. He wanted to leave the mountain long ago. Gu Jiao didn't understand and asked, why? Little monk 1. He said he can eat meat after he leaves the mountain. Gu Jiao, what kind of little monk went astray? Gu Jiao said again, you must be very sad, right? The 3 little monks shook their heads again. Little monk 1, actually he can't eat meat after he leaves the mountain. He's dizzy. He doesn't know. There are still people in this world who are dizzy with meat. Don't lie to me. Gu Jiao said, you're not going to tell him? Little monk one, if we tell him he won't leave. Gu Jiao paused and said with emotion, you guys are quite considerate of him. Being adopted by a kind-hearted family was better than being a monk for the rest of his life. The little monk said arrogantly, who told him to eat so much? He ate all of our food. Gu Jiao, what kind of plastic little monks are these? However, the little wrestling boy couldn't leave the mountain in the end because the rich family suddenly stopped coming. The abbot sent someone to ask around and found out that the madam of the rich family was pregnant. She was pregnant last night. The doctor swore that it was a son. When Gu Jiao went to the abbot's meditation room, little monk was sitting on a rock at the door. There was a brand new small bag next to his hand. His little head drooped and he didn't move. His little figure looked lonely. Obviously, he already knew that he was abandoned by his adoptive family. His little body was shrouded in sadness. Gu Jiao thought for a while and walked over. She asked him, can I sit here for a while? Little monk didn't say anything. He just pulled the small bag to the side. Gu Jiao then sat down next to him. Gu Jiao didn't have any resistance to good-looking things. The little monks in the temple were all very cute, but the one in front of her was especially cute. His little head was round, his eyes were big and his eyelashes were long and black. He was simply an eyelash fairy. Are you sad? Gu Jiao asked. What? Little Jing Kong responded. He realized what Gu Jiao was asking and snorted, I'm not sad. His voice was childish. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, so, you don't want to go down the mountain? Little Jing Kong crossed his arms in front of his chest. He turned his face and said arrogantly, yes, what's so good about going down the mountain? I heard that I'll be forced to eat meat. I don't want to break my precepts. Oh, that's not what your group of friends said. Gu Jiao teased him, you really don't want to go down the mountain? Little Jing Kong said seriously, of course not. I won't go down the mountain for the rest of my life. I want to be a monk for the rest of my life. I want to be the abbot of the temple in the future. Gu Jiao secretly gave him a thumbs up. He was ambitious. Gu Jiao glanced at him and sighed, since you're so determined, then forget it. I was going to ask the abbot to let you go down the mountain with me for a few days. Little Jing Kong said with his arms akimbo, I said I won't go down the mountain. I especially won't go down the mountain with you. You can ask me again if you don't believe me. Gu Jiao asked in a daze, do you want to go down the mountain with me? Little Jing Kong grabbed his bag and said, yes. Gu Jiao was speechless on the spot. Chapter 60. Gu Jiao had never been tricked like this in her entire life, especially when the other party was a squishy little ball. Gu Jiao felt terrible. You said that you won't go down the mountain with me. Monks don't lie. That was little Jing Kong just now. It has nothing to do with the little Jing Kong now. The little Jing Kong now agrees to go down the mountain with you. Gu Jiao, you can do that? Little Jing Kong ran into the room. Abbot? Someone wants to adopt me. Gu Jiao, no, I don't think that's what I said. Who is it? The abbot asked kindly. Little Jing Kong raised his hand and pointed. Gu Jiao, who just stepped into the meditation room, was speechless. Oh, it's little benefactor Gu. Ba. The abbot bowed to Gu Jiao with one hand. Gu Jiao cleared her throat. Abbot, I was actually, the abbot smiled gently, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Gu Jiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the abbot was a reasonable person. The abbot said earnestly, Jing Kong is actually my shitty's disciple. Usually you have to get his approval first. But I know little benefactor Gu's character. I'll make the decision for my shitty. Gu Jiao was confused. Wait, what did you make the decision for? The abbot said to little Jing Kong, Jing Kong, listen to little benefactor Gu when you go down the mountain, okay? Little Jing Kong nodded, okay. I know, abbot. Gu Jiao. Wait, are all of you so casual? Gu Jiao, I think you should ask the others, for example, his senior brother's opinion. A chair was moved into the room. Jing Kong, your favorite bamboo chair. Eldest senior brother is giving it to you. Don't forget eldest senior brother when you go down the mountain. Dong. A spinning top was stuffed into little Jing Kong's arms. Jing Kong, your favorite spinning top, second senior brother will give it to you. Don't forget second senior brother. After that, every senior brother sent over a parting gift. They were so fast that it was as if Gu Jiao would regret her decision if they were a step slower. The corners of Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. "Little monk, how many sins have you committed? Look at how anxious your senior brothers are. Is it too late to change my words now?" Gu Jiao was here to buy a mountain, but when she went down the mountain, there was a little burden behind her. The abbot grinned, "Buy one get one free. Gu Jiao, I don't feel like I've earned anything." Today was Xiao Yulong's big day. Whether he cared about it or not, he had completed a huge transformation from the bottom of Class B to the top of the county exam. If he was a top student of Class A, it wouldn't have caused such a big sensation. To put it bluntly, it was because he had taken a big step. Xiao Lulang was surrounded by people at the academy for the whole day. He heard from second Uncle Luo that the person who brought the good news had gone to the village. Presumably the villagers all knew about it by now. Sure enough, when he walked to the door, he saw that it was surrounded by people. The villagers loved to be lively. Whenever something happened to someone's family, the whole village would come to watch. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and prepared himself to be surrounded by the villagers. However, something unexpected happened. The villagers were blocking his way and he couldn't enter the house. He could only pat the shoulder of the person in front of him. "Auntie Zhao, I'll go in for a while." "What are you doing?" Auntie Zhao moved her shoulder in disgust. "It's me, Lulang," he said. Auntie Zhao hurriedly glanced at him. "Lulang is back." After saying that, she continued to look into the house and ignored Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was a little confused. "Aren't you all blocking the way here because of me? What's with this perfunctory attitude?" Xiao Lulang asked a few more villagers and found that they really didn't have the time to care about him. He was puzzled. If they weren't here for him, then why were they crowding around his house? When he squeezed through the door with great effort, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He saw that in the central room of his house, there was a little monk with 3 heads. The little monk sat obediently on a small stool next to the old lady with a cute face. The villagers were all here for the little monk. They had never seen such a small monk who was obedient and beautiful. It was too rare. Xiao Yulong's limelight of being first in the exam was stolen by a little monk. Who could they find to reason with? The villagers left one after another when the sky was completely dark. Xiao Yulong's face was very dark, especially when he saw Gu Jiao come out with a bowl of food and the little dumpling jump into Gu Jiao's arms. His face became even darker. "Tell me what's going on." He looked at the old lady and Gu Jiao. The old lady was eating melon seeds. "Don't look at me, I didn't bring him back." Gu Jiao paused. "Would you believe me if I said that it was a gift from the mountain?" "Xiao Lulang, Jing Kong, go wash your hands in the backyard. I've got the water for you." After Gu Jiao sent the little Jing Kong away, she told Xiao Lulang the whole story. Of course, she didn't mention that she was tricked by the little Jing Kong. After all, it was a little embarrassing and she would never admit it. "He's too pitiful, so I brought him back." Xiao Lulang looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. He felt that she wasn't such a kind person. "Are you sure you weren't tricked?" Gu Jiao's eyes widened. "Absolutely not. How old is he? How could he trick me? I'm not that stupid." Xiao Lulang expressed his doubts. Gu Jiao quickly changed the topic. She looked down and touched her index finger. "If you don't like it," Xiao Lulang interrupted her. "No, as long as you like it." They weren't a real couple. It was her freedom to raise as many children as she wanted. He had no right to interfere. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to get the food. Little Jing Kong washed his hands and went back to the living room. He came in front of Xiao Lulang, looked him up and down, and asked seriously, "Are you my father?" Xiao Lulang choked. "She acknowledged you as her son?" Little Jing Kong shook his head. "No, Jiao Jiao said he would take after me. I'm just here to ask you, do you want to be my father or what?" Xiao Lulang said indifferently, "I don't have a son as old as you." Little Jing Kong said seriously, "I'm not old, I'm only 6 years old." Xiao Lulang chuckled. "Really? But you look only 3 years old." Little Jing Kong, who was indeed 2.5 years younger, was speechless. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and thought for a while. "So you want to be my elder brother?" Without waiting for Xiao Yulong's answer, Little Jing Kong nodded thoughtfully. "Okay, it's better than dumplings and it's more fun than—" Xiao Yulong's body shook. "Shut up. What kind of indecent little monk is this?" Chapter 61. The woodcutter in the back of the mountain never said anything nice. The little monks had heard it a few times, but the 3 of them couldn't remember it. Only little Jing Kong never forgot it. He understood it literally. After all, the dumplings were really delicious and he really wanted to play with Jiao Jiao. Don't say that again, Xiao Lulang said seriously. Why? Little Jing Kong blinked and asked. Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. Jiao Jiao won't like it. After saying this, he glanced at the kitchen without anyone noticing. She was so far away so she shouldn't have heard the Jiao Jiao. When Gu Jiao brought the dishes from the kitchen, the two men in the house had already confirmed their relationship. Xiao Lulang pointed at Gu Jiao and said, "She's your sister, your biological sister." He couldn't have any ideas about her. Besides, Gu Jiao already had a younger brother, so it didn't matter if she had one more. Little Jing Kong had already understood Gu Jiao's family relationship. He sighed like an adult. Okay, although I'm not her unique younger brother, you're not her unique man either. He patted his small chest, indicating that he was also Jiao Jiao's man. Xiao Lulang, little monk, you're very arrogant on your first day in the house. In order to show that he was a responsible man, little Jing Kong even helped Gu Jiao set the table. The little monks in the temple actually had a tougher life than ordinary children. They practiced martial arts, attended classes and worked hard. Therefore, even though he was small in stature, he was quite capable when it came to doing things. Dinner was a pot of wild mushrooms, green pepper eggs, cornflower soup and cabbage buns. They could eat meat a long time ago, but they were too busy today so they didn't go to town to get meat. The small monk looked at the table full of vegetarian dishes and couldn't hide his disappointment. There's no meat? Xiao Lulang chuckled and said, Aren't you a monk? Monks can eat meat? Little Jing Kong said seriously, But I won't be a monk when I leave the mountain. Xiao Yulong's gaze fell on his little bald head. Little Jing Kong hurriedly covered his little bald head with his little hands. My hair will grow out. Xiao Lulang said seriously, We can't afford meat. Little Jing Kong exclaimed and looked at the furnishings in the house. It was so shabby as if they were really poor. He didn't want to eat meat anymore. He removed his little hands from his head and obediently picked up the vegetables. He was a little Jing Kong who was not picky about food. He was easy to feed. Gu Jiao chuckled. Your brother-in-law is just teasing you. I'll give you meat tomorrow. Okay. Little Jing Kong smiled happily. Then he thought of something and stared at Xiao Lulang with a serious face. Bad brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong's appetite was not to be underestimated. He ate more than Gu Jiao. After dinner, Gu Jiao went to clean up the dishes. Little Jing Kong insisted on washing his own dishes. This was a habit cultivated in the temple. In order to let them be independent, eldest senior brother washed and dressed himself. He still needed someone to help him bathe. After all, he was too small and was not even as tall as the bathtub. There was no bathtub at home, only a wooden basin. However, he was so small that he wouldn't bathe himself even if there was a basin. Gu Jiao had never bathed such a small child before, so it was strange. She took the basin to the kitchen. The kitchen had just finished cooking, so there was still some firewood left in the stove. It was warmer than the old lady's house. Moreover, there was hot water in the pot. When the basin cooled down, she could add more water. Gu Jiao went back to the house to get clothes for little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong sat on the stool obediently and waited for Gu Jiao. However, the person he waited for was not Gu Jiao but Xiao Lulang. Compared to Xiao Lulang, who was cold and disliked him, little Jing Kong certainly preferred Gu Jiao, who was always kind to him and would be adorable by him from time to time. Sigh. Little Jing Kong sighed. He was quite disappointed. Xiao Lulang. After bathing, little Jing Kong went to bed. There were 3 rooms in the house, so there was no extra room for him. Gu Jiao thought that since he was small, it wouldn't be a problem for him to squeeze in with others. The old lady's house was the warmest, so it was the first choice. Go and sleep with Great Aunt. Gu Jiao gave him a small pillow. Little Jing Kong came to the old lady's house with the small pillow in his arms. He didn't go in immediately but stood at the door and looked at her seriously. If you agree to give me half of the candied fruit that you hid, I'll sleep with you. The old lady didn't say anything and closed the door with a bang. Little Jing Kong went back to Gu Jiao's house with the pillow in his arms. Great Aunt won't sleep with me. Thinking of the old lady's weird temper and the violent sound of the door slamming, Gu Jiao didn't suspect anything. She pulled the quilt and said, Then you sleep with me. Eh. Little Jing Kong smiled happily and put the pillow on the quilt. He also climbed up with his short legs. Halfway up, Xiao Lulang lifted him up. Xiao Lulang, you sleep with me. Little Jing Kong, I don't want to sleep with you. Xiao Lulang, no, you want to. Little Jing Kong was carried back to the house by Xiao Lulang. Xiao Yolang's bed wasn't as big as Gu Jiao's bed, but it wasn't small either. There was more than enough space for one big bed and one small bed. The small bed didn't lie properly on one side. He was like a bullseye in the middle of the bed, sprawled out on all fours. Xiao Lulang put down his crutches and frowned. Sleep well. Little Jing Kong rolled around on the bed. No. Xiao Lulang said coldly, if you continue like this I'll throw you down. I won't let you sleep. Little Jing Kong was about to say something. Xiao Lulang said, I'll lock the door too. I won't let you go. Little Jing Kong didn't say anything as his escape route was blocked. Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows and said, you'd better behave yourself. Maybe I'll consider letting you squeeze in. Little Jing Kong was stunned for a while, then he got up and said, I should be the one saying that to you. Jiao Jiao said that I'm also a member of this family, so I should be the one letting you squeeze in with me. Xiao Lulang could understand the first part of his words, but what did the last two sentences mean? He said calmly, what do you mean by letting me squeeze in? Little Jing Kong looked at him with his hands on his waist. Because I'm also a member of this family, so I have a share of this family's room. You and Jiao Jiao are married, so you should sleep in the same room. That room is yours. This room is mine. Jiao Jiao didn't want to sleep with you. I'm the one taking you in now. Xiao Lulang, who couldn't refute, was speechless. What kind of nonsense was this? Also, could he throw this little stinky monk out? Children were people who couldn't be judged by common sense. Just a second ago, little Qing Kong was still babbling with Xiao Lulang, but in the blink of an eye he was lying on the soft pillow, drooling in his sleep. Xiao Lulang liked peace and quiet, so he couldn't get used to this little guy who had been talking all night, but he didn't really throw him out. He took little Jing Kong off the pillow and tucked him into the quilt. Xiao Lulang looked at the little guy who stole his limelight. Because of his arrival, everyone forgot that he was first in the county exam. Although he didn't want to be in the limelight, he felt a little uncomfortable, as if something was missing. Creak. The door was gently pushed open. Gu Jiao Jiao leaned against the door and asked softly, is he asleep? No, Xiao Lulang said, then paused and looked at little Jing Kong who was sleeping soundly. He's asleep. Then I'll come in. Gu Jiao Jiao walked in quietly with an oil lamp in her hand. I see that your oil lamp is almost used up. Why don't you use mine tonight? Okay. Xiao Lulang sat on the edge of the bed and responded faintly. Gu Jiao Jiao put the oil lamp on his table. Oh, I haven't congratulated you on being first in the county exam. Xiao Lulang raised his eyelids slightly. For you. Gu Jiao Jiao handed something to him. What is it? Xiao Lulang asked. Gu Jiao Jiao smiled. You've improved so much. This is your reward. Xiao Lulang turned his face away. I'm not a kid. Why would I need a reward? Although he said that, he still reached out and took it. It was a sachet made by Gu Jiao Jiao herself. There were dried flowers in it that helped him sleep. The dried flowers were also made by her. Gu Jiao Jiao said softly, take the sachet with you and you'll be able to sleep well. You. Xiao Lulang wanted to ask her how she knew that he couldn't sleep well. Gu Jiao Jiao guessed what he wanted to ask. She smiled and said, did you forget that we slept together before? Xiao Yolang's eyebrows twitched, but his expression remained calm. Gu Jiao Jiao planned to go back to the house. She suddenly turned back after taking a step. She leaned over and whispered in his ear. Just now, did you call me Jiao Jiao? Chapter 62. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. The two of them were so close that her breath fell on his ear. He could clearly feel the tip of his ear burning. No. He denied it and did not turn to look at her. However, Gu Jiao kept looking at him. The tips of his ears and cheeks were hot, and the slender and slightly red neck under his black hair was extremely youthful and beautiful. I don't care. I heard you. After that, Gu Jiao went out with satisfaction. She was getting more and more familiar with flirting with her little husband. Xiao Lulang looked at the sachet in his hand. The uneasiness in his heart was dispelled. He held the sachet and slept soundly. When he got up, he caught a glimpse of a little foot on his chest. Little Jing Kong was sprawled on his back and slept in an arrogant manner. Xiao Lulang moved his little foot away. After a moment of silence, he took out the sachet that Gu Jiao gave him and put it on the most conspicuous spot on his pillow. Then he went to copy the book under the light. Little Jing Kong woke up and saw the sachet on his pillow. He rubbed his big eyes and asked in confusion, "Oh? What's this?" Xiao Lulang said casually while copying the book. A sachet. Little Jing Kong had never seen a sachet before. He looked at it over and over again. Who made it? It's so beautiful. Your sister made it, Xiao Lulang said. Is it for me? Little Jing Kong grabbed the sachet and quickly got up. He then jumped up and down excitedly on the bed. Xiao Lulang glanced at him without changing his expression. You're thinking too much. It's for me. Little Jing Kong suddenly stopped jumping. Little Jing Kong didn't believe it, so he took the sachet to Gu Jiao, who was cooking breakfast in the kitchen, to ask for confirmation. What else could Gu Jiao say? Of course she admitted it. Little Jing Kong looked aggrieved. He was not an insatiable child. It was just a child's nature. He did not understand why his bad brother-in-law had it, but he did not. Gu Jiao found her aggrieved expression adorable again. Gu Jiao had never raised a child before, so she did not consider that this matter might cause a psychological impact on him. The main reason was that she did not know that Xiao Lulang would be so childish as to show off the sachet to little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao explained the whole story of the sachet to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was a very sensible child. He was no longer sad after knowing the meaning of the sachet. He valiantly returned to the house and generously returned the sachet to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang narrowed his eyes and looked at him. You're not angry anymore? Little Jing Kong raised his chin and looked at him pitifully. I didn't know that your results were so bad. You should be rewarded for getting first place. I'm used to getting first place in the temple all the time. I don't need a reward anymore. Xiao Lulang was speechless. Today he wanted to throw the little monk out again. After a while, Gu Xiaoshen came to the house for breakfast and got to know the new member of the family, Little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong then realized that there were not only two men in the family. Gu Xiaoshen was also a man in the family. He just didn't live at home. Compared to Xiao Lulang, who could always set traps for Little Jing Kong, Gu Xiaoshen's fighting ability was not enough to arouse Little Jing Kong's vigilance. Little Jing Kong happily became good brothers with him. After the two of them went to school, Gu Jiao was also preparing to go to town. After the old lady came here, she asked Xuaningxiang to make her winter clothes. At that time, Xuaningxiang was not busy, but Xuaningxiang would be busy with farming after spring and would have no time to do needlework. Gu Jiao planned to go to town to buy a few sets of ready-made clothes for the old lady. Little Jing Kong also needed to buy clothes. He was abandoned in the temple when he was 6 months old and never went down the mountain. His bag was full of monk clothes. Hearing that Gu Jiao was going to town, Little Jing Kong's eyes immediately lit up. Can I go? Can I go? If it was just to buy clothes, Gu Jiao would definitely take him there. However, Gu Jiao had other things to do. Gu Jiao patted his little bald head. I'll take you there next time. Gu Jiao could see that Little Jing Kong still wanted to go, but he didn't throw a tantrum and obediently stayed. This child was quite easy to deal with. Gu Jiao carried the small basket back to town. She was not going to practice medicine. She just had the habit of carrying the small medicine box with her. After all, the small medicine box was too big a secret, so she felt relieved to carry it with her. Secondly, she might really need the medicine inside later. Gu Jiao went to the street full of gambling houses, brothels and martial arts arenas. 2 hours later, Gu Jiao rubbed her right wrist and came out refreshed. She had sweated a lot and took off her cotton-padded clothes. She was only wearing a thin jacket. I haven't been here for a few days, so I'm a lot rusty. She sighed and turned around, planning to go to the shop in the east of town to buy clothes for the old lady and Little Jing Kong. However, she felt that something was wrong after taking a few steps. Someone was following her. Gu Jiao coldly raised the corner of her mouth. She was not surprised that someone was following her. Well, I haven't fought enough, so I can practice a few more. When she was about to leave the alley, Gu Jiao slowly stopped. The group of people who were chasing after him also stopped and looked at her with vigilance. Gu Jiao slowly turned around and looked at them coldly. The 8 of you, come at me together. The leader of the strong men narrowed his eyes coldly. How arrogant. Girl, do you know who we are? Gu Jiao looked at him unscrupulously. I don't care who you are. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then get lost. The leader of the strong men sneered. Girl, the Blackwater Alley is not a place you should be. I'll give you a chance to beg for mercy. As long as you break your right arm and promise not to disturb our business, I'll spare your life. Gu Jiao's patience was not for these people. She had said what she wanted to say, but they were still nagging. This was very annoying. Gu Jiao quickly ran over to the other side. With one foot on the wall, she used the other to kick the leader's face. The leader did not even have time to react before he was sent flying. Big brother. They were all dumbfounded. Gu Jiao did not give them a chance to react. She used her palm as a knife and in the blink of an eye, 3 of them fainted. Half of the people were gone. The remaining 4 pounced towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao grabbed the first 2, swung them up and smashed them onto the bodies of the other 2. The 4 of them spat out blood from being smashed. They held their chests and wondered if this was real. Gu Jiao clapped her hands and turned to leave. However, a black shadow passed over her head. There was more? Moreover, it was someone who knew Qinggong? They were thinking too highly of her. Gu Jiao grabbed a wooden stick from the ground and climbed up the wall in a few steps, smashing the black-clothed man down with a bang. The black-clothed man was stunned when he fell down. Girl? Do you have a grudge against me? Gu Jiao, there's no use pretending. Black-clothed man, no, I really don't know you. Gu Jiao smashed him unconscious with the stick. Black-clothed man. After Gu Jiao beat him up, she discovered that there was another one nearby. However, that person was very vigilant. The moment Gu Jiao noticed him, he disappeared into the crowd. Quick! The assassin is over there. Following a loud shout from outside the alley, a few strong and powerful guards rushed over. They looked at the unconscious assassin and then looked at the ruffians on the ground. They did not understand what had just happened. Could it be that this assassin had a conflict with the ruffians in town and both sides were injured? But this assassin was an expert. How could he not even be able to defeat a few ruffians? Girl, did they hurt you? One of the guards asked Gu Jiao. No. Gu Jiao shook her head. She felt that the clothes of the guards were somewhat familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Just as she was thinking, a carriage stopped at the entrance of the alley. The curtains of the carriage were slowly pulled open by a pale hand. A weak young man's handsome face appeared. Gu Jiao's eyes lit up. Sick. Chapter 63. Gu Yan saw Gu Jiao's eyes and knew that she still remembered him. His 10,000-year-old world-weary handsome face had a trace of a happy smile. Gu Jiao saw his smile and her mood also improved. She was about to go forward and greet him when she saw his jade-like index finger on his lips. Gu Jiao instantly understood and lowered her eyes to pretend that she didn't see anything. Although these guards were also people from the hot spring villa, they had never seen Gu Jiao before, so they didn't recognize Gu Jiao's identity. But seeing that Gu Jiao was fine, they continued to look for her. After making sure that they were far away, Gu Jiao came to the front of the carriage. This was a civilian carriage and it was very simple. No wonder it could be hidden from everyone. The guards would never have thought that the noble Marquis Fu's young master would be in a carriage like this. The driver was also from the town and had been given enough money, so he wouldn't speak carelessly. Gu Jiao opened the curtains and looked at the delicate and petite youth in front of her. She asked, "Why did you come here? You even threw off your own guards?" "I came to find you," Gu Yan honestly said. "Find me? Are you not feeling well?" Gu Jiao unconsciously reached her hand through the window to take his pulse. When she grabbed his wrist, she remembered that she was only a little medicine boy in the Marquis Fu. She calmly took back her hand. Gu Yan's pale face revealed a faint smile. "I know it's you." How did he know? Where did she give herself away? Gu Jiao scratched her little head. Gu Yan was amused by her confused appearance. "No one else knows. Come up." Her secret was getting more and more out of hand. First it was the old grandfather, then it was the second boss and the old doctor, and now it was this young master of the Marquis' estate. Gu Jiao still decided to lie. "It wasn't me who treated you. It was Dr. Li from Huichun Hall. I'm just his little medicine boy." Gu Yan smiled and said, "Okay, little medicine boy, are you coming up? If I don't come up, they'll discover me." Gu Jiao thought about it for a while and finally got into the car. She sat down beside Gu Yan. Even Gu Jiao felt that this carriage was too shabby to sit in. It was really hard on this young master of the Marquis' residence. Gu Yan did not feel wronged at all. As long as he could see her, he could sit anywhere. Gu Yan smiled and stretched out his bone-white wrist. "Little medicine boy, do you want to check my pulse?" Gu Jiao's expression did not change. "It's not guaranteed." Gu Yan smiled and nodded. "Yes." Gu Jiao checked his pulse. It was much more stable than last time. Then she opened the small medicine box and took out the stethoscope. "What is this?" Gu Yan asked curiously. "Stethoscope, take off your clothes," Dr. Gu said coldly. Gu Yan was stunned. Gu Jiao unbuttoned his clothes and put the stethoscope in. There was still arrhythmia and noise. The anti-heart failure medicine was effective for him, but it was not that effective. Is it very uncomfortable? Gu Jiao took back the stethoscope. Gu Yen lowered his head and closed his clothes with his slender and pale fingers. It's not uncomfortable. Really, it's much better than before. He had spent so many years suffering from heart disease. He had never experienced the comfort of a normal person. As long as it was less uncomfortable, it would be better for him. You suffered because of the thumb ring, Gu Yen suddenly said. Gu Jiao was stunned for a moment. She would have forgotten if he did not mention it. In fact, it was not a big deal. It was an unimportant person. If she misunderstood, then so be it. I took your thumb ring first. I should apologize to you. Gu Yen hated that she was so distant with him. I don't want your apology. Gu Jiao smiled and did not continue the topic. Why did you shake off the bodyguards? They are annoying, Gu Yen said. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and looked at the man in black on the ground. But you will encounter assassins. Gu Yen smiled and said, he is not an assassin. He is my secret guard. He led them away. Gu Jiao blinked innocently. Then he is really unlucky. He was injured by a few ruffians. Not far away, another secret guard spat out a mouthful of old blood. Miss, is it really okay to lie through your teeth? Yes. Gu Yen smiled. He was injured by a ruffian. Don't worry about him. Let him fend for himself. That was not necessary. Gu Jiao cleared her throat. You have more than one secret guard, right? Gu Yan's smile did not fade. There are two. It seemed that the one who ran away was his secret guard. Fortunately, she did not chase after him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if she made him faint. Gu Jiao's face was full of embarrassment. What is your name? Gu Yan asked. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said. Gu Yan was surprised. Your surname is also Gu Yan. My name is Gu Yan. We were family 500 years ago. Gu Jiao was amused. You are a dignified young master of the Marquis family. You are lowering yourself to be related to a small village girl. Aren't you afraid that the Marquis and Madame will beat you if they find out? Are you hungry? Gu Yan asked. Gu Jiao woke up early and walked all the way. Now she was really hungry. The western part of the town was not as prosperous as the eastern part of the town. There were not many good restaurants. After a long time they found a small restaurant that was passable. Have you been to this kind of place before? Gu Jiao asked as she got off the carriage. No. Gu Yan said honestly. As a little seedling that would fall when the wind blew, the Marquis family had raised him in the palm of their hands. How could they allow him to come to this kind of place? Of course, he did not have much interest in it. First, he did not have the energy to do it. Second, he was tired of the world and was too lazy to do it. But it was different now. He did not feel that bad. Also, he wanted to see her. The two found a secluded corner and sat down. Gu Yan's appearance, temperament, and clothes were destined to attract a lot of attention. He hated being stared at, but if it was with her, he did not mind. The waiter had never seen such a noble young master. He even forgot to greet him. Gu Yan ordered a table full of good dishes. Gu Jiao frowned. Can you eat? There was rock sugar pork shoulder, braised meatballs, and steamed preserved vegetables. With his illness, he had to avoid eating. Gu Yan looked at her with his chin in his hand. Help me eat. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao wanted to be reserved, but he ordered all her favorite dishes. In fact, Gu Yan had always wanted to eat these dishes, but the imperial doctor did not let him eat them. In the end, Gu Jiao ate all the fish and meat. Gu Yan could only eat porridge at the side. However, watching her eat, it was as if he was also eating. That kind of satisfaction was something he had never felt before. After eating, Gu Yan went to pay the bill. Gu Jiao looked at the small medicine box again. Sure enough, there was medicine for heart failure again. Gu Jiao removed the original packaging. Like last time, the medicine was placed in several different small porcelain bottles. The bottle's instructions and dosage were written in cinnabar. When Gu Yan came over, Gu Jiao had just handed him the medicine. You're almost done with your medicine, right? Gu Yan looked at the medicine in her hand and fell into deep thought. Gu Jiao continued, Dr. Li gave it to me. Gu Yan? Gu Jiao continued, it's okay to take your medicine on time and go out to relax, but don't leave the Imperial Guards behind. Especially your secret guard's ability is not very good. He can be beaten down with a stick. Gu Jiao said with a serious expression. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of him looking at her with a smile. Her heart skipped a beat and she said seriously, I didn't hit him. I don't hit people. She had exposed herself. Gu Yan laughed in his heart. Chapter 64. Gu Yan didn't stay in the small restaurant for too long, because the guards of the Marquis's mansion came. Gu Yan didn't let them disturb Gu Jiao, and said goodbye to Gu Jiao in a soft voice. Looking at his receding figure and thinking of his modest and polite appearance, Gu Jiao's little heart couldn't bear it any longer. He had the looks, the family background, and was so gentle and polite. He was such a perfect little sweetheart. Why did God want to torture him? The modest and polite little sweetheart, as soon as he got into the carriage of the Marquis's mansion, his smile disappeared and his hostility was fully revealed. His eyes were cold and he was a completely different person in front of Gu Jiao. The man in black who was stunned by Gu Jiao's stick had already returned to Gu Yan's side with his companion. The two tried to reduce their presence and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They had seen how shameless the young master could be. How could he be so good at pretending? If you have the ability, you can also pretend to be a little sweetheart in front of the Marquis and Master Ho. Who was that annoying person who was so irritable all day? Strictly speaking, they were negligent today, but the young master didn't even say a word of punishment. They could see that he was in a good mood. If that was the case, would it be time to tell him the news? Why aren't you leaving? What's the matter? Gu Yan asked with disdain. The two exchanged glances, and finally the man in black who was stunned by the stick said, "Master Ho is on his way." Gu Yan's aura suddenly became cold. After a while, he reached out his hand. Painting? The two tacitly handed over an antique painting that Master Ho had treasured. Gu Yan grabbed it and tore it up. On the other side, Gu Jiao was also about to leave. Today's dishes were very delicious. Gu Jiao bought a bowl of stewed pork knuckle with rock sugar and a bowl of braised meatballs with soy sauce. She paid a deposit of 50 copper coins and went to the shop to get 2 jars. She planned to bring them back to her family. But just as she walked out of the small restaurant with the jar in her arms, a horse galloped past. The rider waved a whip in his hand and rudely drove away the crowd on the street. In order to avoid his whip, one of the aunties staggered forward and bumped into Gu Jiao's jar. Gu Jiao's jar fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. The soup and pork knuckle meatballs spilled all over the floor. Soon, another woman stepped on it in a panic. Ouch! The auntie's feet slipped and she almost fell. Gu Jiao reached out and pulled her to the side. After the auntie realized what was going on, she hurriedly apologized to Gu Jiao. "I'm sorry, Mississippi. I didn't mean to. Every injustice had its perpetrator and every debt its debtor. She wasn't to blame for this. If anyone was to blame, it should be the man who rode the horse on the street." The man turned a deaf ear to the chaos he caused. He didn't even look at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes. When he waved the whip again and brushed past her, Gu Jiao grabbed his whip. Then, without giving the other party a chance to negotiate, she unceremoniously pulled him down from the carriage. The man fell heavily to the ground, and the horse left his hand, galloping away and disappearing. He was a martial artist. This fall wasn't a big deal. He only suffered some minor injuries. But he was very angry. Who was so bold to pull him down from the horse on the street? He suddenly rushed towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took the whip in her hand and lashed at him, sending him flying. He crashed into the carriage behind. The carriage shook violently. The young girl in the carriage lost her balance and her head hit the wall of the carriage. She cried out in pain, "Ah!" At this moment, the carriage was forced to stop. The man who was sent flying by Gu Jiao crawled up from the ground in fear and knelt by the side of the carriage. He cupped his hands and said, "Your subordinate is guilty. Please punish me, Marquis." Gu Jiao frowned strangely. "Marquis?" In the carriage, Marquis Gu supported his daughter who had hit her head. He asked worriedly, "Jianghu, how are you? Are you all right?" Gu Jianghu's forehead was red. This wasn't even a small injury. When Gu Jiao stretched out her hand, any old or new injury would be more serious than this. But who asked Gu Jianghu to be pampered and spoiled? She had never suffered the slightest bit, never suffered the slightest bit. Gu Jianghu held her forehead and looked at Marquis Gu aggrievedly. Tears welled up in her eyes. "It hurts. Let father take a look." Marquis Gu took Gu Jianghu's hand away. When he saw her red forehead, anger rose in his heart. He lifted the curtain and looked coldly at the guard kneeling on the ground. "What happened?" The guard pointed at Gu Jiao and said, "This subordinate was leading the way. Who would have thought that she would snatch this subordinate's whip and pull this subordinate down from the horse? She used the whip to whip this subordinate. This subordinate bumped into the Marquis's carriage." When the surrounding people heard the Marquis's name, their legs turned to jelly and they all knelt on the ground. Only Gu Jiao stood there stubbornly and proudly. Marquis Gu's gaze landed coldly on Gu Jiao's face. It was a face that no one wanted to take a second look at. Her eyes were cold and her blood-red birthmark made her skin look unusually fair. There was a hint of unruliness in her coquettish looks. Her gaze was cold and sharp. When she met Marquis Gu's gaze, she did not avoid it at all. She was dressed like a villager from the countryside. She was about the same age as Jianghu, but she had such a terrifying gaze. Marquis Gu said coldly, "You have guts." Whether it was beating up his guard on the streets or not kneeling to him, she was too audacious. Gu Jiao did not cower because of his reprimand. She held the whip and walked forward. The guard stood up and pulled out the sword at his waist to stop her. Gu Jiao did not even lift her eyelids. With one whip, she slapped his sword back into the scabbard. Everyone was stunned. Marquis Gu was also stunned. Gu Jiao came to the side of the carriage. Everyone crowded around her, but her expression did not change. She stretched out her hand to Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu frowned. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao said mildly, "The jar is 50 copper coins, the rock sugar pork knuckle is 60 copper coins, the braised lion's head is 40 copper coins. I also want the shop to make another set. The compensation for the delay is 100 copper coins. The total is 250. Marquis Gu. He felt that he had been scolded. Marquis Gu looked at the mess on the ground, then looked at the guard who caused the trouble. The guard lowered his head guiltily. Marquis Gu understood everything. Marquis Gu snorted coldly, "My man is in the wrong, but little girl, aren't you too arrogant? Aren't you afraid that I will sentence you to death?" Gu Jiao looked at him as if she was seriously considering his words. After a while she said, 249 copper coins. Marquis Gu was confused. What was going on? Gu Jinyu recognized Gu Jiao. She tugged at Marquis Gu's sleeve and shook her head slightly at him. Marquis Gu frowned and said to Gu Jiao, "My daughter has pleaded for you, so I will spare you." With that, he threw a silver ingot to Gu Jiao and lowered the curtain to let the coachman drive the carriage away. Gu Jiao said 249 copper coins, so she only asked for 249 copper coins. He had given too much. Gu Jiao broke off a small piece of the silver ingot and casually threw the rest back into his carriage. The silver ingot hit Marquis Gu's head squarely, creating a huge bruise on his head. Marquis Gu? Marquis Gu. Chapter 65. Novels with a deeper meaning that cannot be found online are all available here. Marquis Gu was unable to restrain his anger. The veins on his resolute and handsome face were throbbing. Just as he was about to get someone to capture the girl and punish her, a guard from the Marquis's residence came over on a horse. Reporting to the Marquis, "Something has happened to the young master." Marquis Gu could not be bothered to find trouble with Gu Jiao. He hurriedly got the guard to lead the way and rushed to the location of his son's accident. Gu Yan's carriage had overturned halfway. Although the secret guard had managed to stabilize the carriage in time and did not let it fall to the ground, it was still heavily tilted and Gu Yan fell. Gu Yan's body was even weaker than a child's. No one in the residence had ever dared to let him touch or knock himself. Marquis Gu was extremely nervous the entire way. However, when he saw Gu Yan, he realized that Gu Yan was completely fine. Gu Yan sat on a small stool and stretched out his long legs, leisurely basking in the sun. "Younger brother." Gu Jinyu lifted her skirt and alighted from the carriage. She knelt down in front of Gu Yan and held his hand. "Are you all right?" Marquis Gu walked forward with a strange expression and looked steadily at his son. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Gu Yan calmly replied, "I won't die." Marquis Gu had learned from the letter that his son was much better. He had been suspicious, but now that he saw it, he realized that it was true. The carriage had overturned and he was actually fine. This would have been impossible in the past. Marquis Gu temporarily relaxed and let his son sit in his carriage. Father and son were not on good terms. After getting on the carriage, neither of them spoke. Only Gu Jinyu spoke occasionally to break the awkward atmosphere in the carriage. There was a big bump on Marquis Gu's forehead from the silver. Gu Yan just stared straight at his big bump. Gu Jinyu thought that his younger brother was worried about his father and hurriedly explained, "Younger brother, you don't know who we met just now. Is that little medical assistant who took your jade ring? Father gave her money but she didn't want it. Look at how she smashed father." "She smashed it?" Gu Yan's eyes widened. "Okay." Gu Jinyu nodded. Gu Yan was suddenly amused. He did not hide his gloating at all. Marquis Gu was so angry that he wanted to beat him up. If he wasn't his biological son, he would have killed him long ago. Outside, he had been angered half to death by a wild girl. Now that he had returned, his son was angered half to death. He just couldn't understand why this was happening. Did they discuss this beforehand? The carriage soon arrived at the hot spring villa. Everyone in the manor knew that the Marquis was coming. They all looked happy as if the new year was coming again. It was no wonder that they were so excited. The Marquis worked in the capital and rarely came to the villa. Only the Marquis stayed here with the young master all year round. As for the young miss, she ran between the two places. She lived in the villa for a period of time and in the capital for a period of time. The kitchen prepared a table of dishes to welcome the Marquis Gu. It was rare for the family of four to gather together for a meal. After the meal, Gu Jinyu pulled his younger brother back to their rooms, leaving only the Marquis Gu in the Marquise's room. When the children were in front of them, the two were as loving as before. But once the two children left, Yao Shi's smile faded slightly. It's late. The Marquis should rest. I will have someone prepare a room. Marquis Gu pulled her hand and gently asked in a low voice, Are you still angry at me? Yao Shi turned her face. How could I dare be angry at the Marquis? Marquis, stop joking. Marquis Gu looked at her lovingly and said in shame, It's my fault. I shouldn't have not come to see you for so long, but I really couldn't leave. You also know the situation in the capital. The princes have all grown up and His Majesty is in his prime. Yao Shi interrupted him. The Marquis shouldn't talk about the matters of the court with a young woman like me. I don't understand. For the Marquis to suddenly come to the manor, is there a reason? Marquis Gu wanted to speak but stopped. Of course there was a reason. It was just that he wasn't sure if he should tell her about it so early. Marquis Gu said without any change in expression, I found a famous doctor in the capital and brought him to treat Yener's illness. Yao Shi said, Yener's condition is much better. Marquis Gu said, I know. Jianghu has already told me. The doctor of Rejuvenation Hall is very skilled. Yener's condition has improved greatly. However, they don't have the confidence to cure Yener, right? With more doctors looking, there is more hope. On this point, Yao Shi agreed with Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu hugged his wife from behind and gently said into her ear, I'll come over later. Leave the door open for me. Yao Shi lowered her eyes and agreed. She then opened the curtain and entered the inner room. Marquis Gu looked at his wife's distant back and sighed helplessly. Marquis Gu went to the study and called Dr. Zhuge, who had been waiting for a long time, to go to Gu Yan's room. Gu Yan was already asleep. Marquis Gu did not wake him up. After dismissing everyone, he left Dr. Zhuge in the room. The reason why Marquis Gu was so cautious was because Dr. Zhuge's identity was a bit special. He could not let others find out that he had left the capital. Even more so, he could not let others know that he had dealings with Marquis Ding An's manor. Marquis Gu coldly looked at Dr. Zhuge. Your disciple treated this Marquis' son's illness. Afterwards, he said some disgraceful words to this Marquis. This Marquis hopes that you understand that this Marquis is not someone who is easy to fool. Never try to fool this prince. This lowly one does not dare. Dr. Zhuge calmly said. Marquis Gu looked at him deeply and moved to the side of the bed. He used a silver needle to take a drop of blood from Gu Yan's finger. Afterwards, the two of them went to Gu Jinyu's room. Marquis Gu said, Jinyu, the doctor wants to take a drop of blood from your finger. Oh, is it still for younger brother this time? As early as a few months ago, a doctor had come to the villa to take a drop of blood from her finger, saying that it could be used for younger brother. Yes, it's still for medicinal purposes. Marquis Gu's expression did not change as he said. Gu Jinyu was afraid of pain, but for her younger brother, she endured it. She closed her eyes and extended her hand. Doctor, take it. Dr. Zhuge took a drop of blood from her finger. Gu Jinyu was in so much pain that her eyes brimmed with tears. Marquis Gu dotingly comforted his daughter, then went to the study to wait for news. About a quarter of an hour later, Dr. Zhuge returned with a complicated expression. How is it? Marquis Gu anxiously asked. Dr. Zhuge looked straight into Marquis Gu's eyes and said, Your son's and your daughter's blood cannot mix. They are not blood-related siblings. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, hearing these words come out of Dr. Zhuge's mouth was like a bolt from the blue. Marquis Gu's entire body froze on the spot. Gu Yan did not need to be said. He was definitely his biological son. That boy was similar to him in every way. Even his bad temper was the same. Except for his pair of eyes, he took after his mother. On the other hand, Gu Jinyu did not resemble him and Yao Shi from a young age. The more they grew up, the more they did not resemble each other. It was not that Marquis Gu had not wondered before. If the two children were born one after the other, Marquis Gu would definitely be suspicious. But they were twins. If one was his biological son, could the other be a fake? He did not even think of the possibility of the wrong child being born. Chapter 66. Marquis Gu was stunned for a long time before he found his voice. Don't tell anyone about this, especially Madame. This Marquis doesn't want her to be affected in any way. Dr. Zhuge said, as long as Marquis can let go of my useless disciple, I will keep my mouth shut for the rest of my life. However, is Marquis certain that Madame gave birth to boy-girl twins? This Marquis is certain. Madame was awake when she gave birth. Then there's only one possibility. Wrong birth. Marquis Gu pondered for a moment and ordered, stay in the manor for now. This Marquis will call you if there's anything. Dr. Zhuge bowed, I'm at Marquis's command at any time. You can leave. Yes. After Dr. Zhuge left, Marquis Gu fell into a chair. His strength seemed to have been sucked out and his mind was numb. The night in the manor was frighteningly quiet. The cold moonlight fell silently on the ground and shone on the trees and flowers in the courtyard. There was no doubt that the child was swapped. As for how it happened, he could only ask the servants who accompanied Madame Yao when she gave birth. It was a pity that after so many years, those people were no longer in the manor. It was very difficult to find them. Moreover, he wasn't sure if that child was still alive. It would be a lie to say that he didn't care, but it would also be a lie to say that he cared so much that he didn't hesitate. For his son's illness, Madame Yao had already exhausted her body. He had to consider whether Madame Yao could bear the blow of the truth. If telling her would kill her, then he would rather keep the truth to himself for the rest of his life. At the same time, he had to consider Jianghu's situation. Jianghu was the child he raised in the palm of his hand. He loved him more than he loved his 4 sons. He didn't want Jianghu to be hurt in the slightest. Finally, there was that child. He still hadn't decided whether to recognize that child or not, but no matter what, he had to find him. He was Gu Yan's only medicine. He could save Gu Yan's life. Servants. Marquis. Call Nurse Fong over. Yes. Senior servant Fong was the senior servant in charge of the farmstead, and she was also Yao Shi's concubine. When Yao Shi's younger brother got married, Yao Shi went to the Yao family in Qing City without knowing that she was pregnant. She stayed with the Yao family for half a year before returning to the capital. She had originally planned to return to the capital to wait for the delivery, but unexpectedly, it flared up midway. At that time, senior servant Fong wasn't by Yao Shi's side, but senior servant Fong still knew more about what happened that year than the average person. Senior servant Fong entered the room and bowed to Marquis Gu. Master, you were looking for this servant? Marquis Gu raised his hand. There was no light in the room. His expression was shrouded in the darkness of the night, half bright and half dark by the moonlight. Marquis Gu asked, which temple did Madame give birth in? Nanny Fong was slightly surprised. Marquis, why are you suddenly asking about this? Marquis Gu said faintly, I heard that Madame has been going to that temple to pray to the Bodhisattva recently. Yener's illness has improved because of that. I plan to burn incense at the temple another day. Nanny Fong felt very strange. The Marquis's household had never believed in Buddhism, so why did they suddenly propose to go to the temple to offer incense? On the other side, after Gu Jiao took the money, she found a shop to make a new batch of rock sugar pork knuckles and braised meatballs. She still put them in jars. After that, she went to the cloth shop to buy a few pairs of shoes and a few sets of clothes. There were too many things that her small basket couldn't hold, so she wrapped 2 large bundles. Xiao Lulang knew that she would come to town today, and as long as she came to town, she would definitely come to pick him up from school. He told second Uncle Luo to wait. After waiting for almost an hour, even Gu Xiaoshen was wondering if his older sister had already gone back. Then Gu Jiao appeared. Her body was small, but the bundle was astonishingly large. It almost covered her entire body. She poked her small head out from the side of the bundle with difficulty. Her small face was red and she was gasping for breath. She wasn't tired, she was suffocating. The 3 hurriedly went to help her carry the bundle and put it on the ox cart. After sitting down, Gu Xiaoshen urged, Second Uncle Luo, let's hurry back to the village. I'm starving. Second Uncle Luo smiled, okay. Gu Jiao wiped the sweat from her forehead. Why haven't you left yet? Gu Xiaoshen said, we were waiting for you. Brother-in-law said that you would come. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang and said seriously, You've waited for so long. Aren't you afraid that I've already gone back? Why did he have to wait for her? Really? Xiao Lulang said lightly, then why did you come so late? Aren't you afraid that we've already left? It wasn't on the way from the cloth shop. She had to take a detour to see if he was waiting for her. Really? Gu Xiaoshen rubbed her stomach and muttered, I'm suddenly full. What? When they arrived home, little Jing Kong had been waiting for a long time at the door. The old lady told him to count from 1 to 100 and Jiao Jiao would come back. After counting many hundreds, the ox cart finally entered the village. He ran out of the room. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. He liked to call Jiao Jiao, so Gu Jiao took after him. Seeing the little dumpling running towards her, she was about to remind him not to fall, but he fell. He was probably used to falling, so he didn't forget to hold his little bald head and rolled to Gu Jiao's feet like a little winter melon. Gu Xiaoshen carried the cloth bundle, so Gu Jiao's hands were free. She pulled little Jing Kong up and patted the dust off his body. Does it hurt? Little Jing Kong shook his head. No. It doesn't hurt. I'm very good at wrestling. Gu Jiao thought, wrestling is considered good, but wrestling yourself is considered bad. Greet them. Gu Jiao pointed at Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshen behind her. Little Jing Kong was a polite child, so he obediently called them brother-in-law and brother Xiaoshen. Although he didn't want to call them that. Gu Jiao held little Jing Kong's hand and went home. Little Jing Kong was jumping and jumping happily. When they arrived home, little Jing Kong went to the kitchen and brought back a few big roasted sweet potatoes. Jiao Jiao eat sweet potatoes. I roasted them. In fact, the sweet potatoes were brought by Xuening Xiang when she came to cook at noon. Xuening Xiang started the fire, and the sweet potatoes were also washed by Xuening Xiang. Little Jing Kong just put the washed sweet potatoes into the stove with a pair of tongs. Even after roasting them, Xuening Xiang pulled them out. But in little Jing Kong's opinion, he completed the most important step of roasting sweet potatoes, roasting. So, these were the sweet potatoes he roasted. Sister Shue's steps were called holding the sweet potatoes, washing the sweet potatoes and pulling the sweet potatoes. Gu Jiao gave him face and tasted it. Is it delicious? Is it delicious? Is it delicious? Little Jing Kong tilted his head and smacked. Yes, it's delicious. It was just a little cold. She didn't mind eating it. Xiaoshen was also fine, but Xiao Yulong's stomach was delicate, so he might have a stomachache. Gu Jiao took the roasted sweet potatoes to the kitchen to heat them up. Then she took out 2 bowls, filled them with rock sugar pork knuckle and braised lion's head, and sent them to Xuening Xiang. Xuening Xiang gave her a few boiled eggs and steamed buns in return. When Gu Jiao came back, little Jing Kong had already set up the bowls and chopsticks. The family of 5 sat down to eat. Little Jing Kong waited obediently to be fed. Gu Jiao picked up a piece of fat pork knuckle and put it into his bowl. Little Jing Kong was so excited that he screamed and grabbed his chopsticks to pick up the meat. But before he could eat it, he only smelled it for a short while. Then his eyes rolled back and he fell backward with a thud. He fell on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. His head was tilted and his tongue was out. He was unconscious. Gu Jiao, in this world there are really people who are dizzy with meat. Chapter 67. The novel was updated at a faster rate. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found online. Was there something wrong with his body? Gu Jiao carried him back to his room and checked on him. There was nothing wrong with him. She had seen people who were dizzy with blood and needles, but this was the first time she saw someone who was dizzy with meat. The rest of the people were also surprised, but they knew that he was fine when they heard that he was still snoring. When little Jing Kong woke up, the meat on the table was gone. He leaned on the table and cried, "My meat! My meat! My meat!" Everyone thought, it's not that we don't want to leave meat for you, but you can't eat it. Gu Jiao was not good at coaxing people. She had coaxed the most powerful people in the world, so she was not afraid of a little kid. Old Madam coaxed him for a while. Little Jing Kong went out of Old Madam's room and went to Gu Jiao's room. He said to Gu Jiao while sobbing, "The meat said that it doesn't want to be eaten by me." Gu Jiao was stunned. "It doesn't want to be eaten by you?" Little Jing Kong held back his tears and said firmly, "Great Aunt said that it's because I'm still young. When I grow up, it'll be willing to be eaten by me." Gu Jiao was full of admiration for her great aunt. She could even come up with such an excuse. She must have tricked a lot of people in the past. Old Madam couldn't remember clearly, but she vaguely felt that she had tricked a lot of people, both those who were better than her and those who were not. They were all fooled by her. After Xiao Lulang bathed little Jing Kong went back to Xiao Yulong's, his own room in his pajamas. Gu Jiao washed up and was about to go to bed. At this moment little Jing Kong came over with a small pillow in his arms. What's wrong? Gu Jiao looked at him. Are you feeling unwell? Little Jing Kong widened his watery eyes. My bed said that it doesn't want to sleep with me today. Gu Jiao was stunned. Why did these words sound so familiar? No, it's just a fallacious theory that I've learned, and you're already drawing inferences from it? Gu Jiao crossed her arms. Your bed didn't say that. Little Jing Kong, it does. Gu Jiao said, it doesn't. It can't talk. Little Jing Kong straightened his body and said, Jiao Jiao, how do you know that it can't talk? If you can talk about my meat, then you can talk about my bed too. Gu Jiao. I actually had no way to refute that. Gu Jiao went to look for the old lady with a serious face. Whoever instilled the twisted logic in him would have to deal with him. The old lady bolted the door and lay on the bed. She covered her head with the quilt and said, I'm asleep. He's asleep. Gu Jiao, it's not right for you to be so irresponsible. You didn't even provide after-sales service after fooling him. Gu Jiao wouldn't force little Jing Kong. She finally brought him back to her room. During this time Xiao Lulang didn't say a single word. Little Jing Kong waved at Xiao Lulang with a victorious expression. You can sleep in the west room tonight. Don't miss me too much. Little Jing Kong was so happy that he jumped on Gu Jiao's bed with a pillow for a long time. After he was tired, he fell asleep. However, if little Jing Kong thought that he could sleep with Gu Jiao for the whole night, he was too naive. As soon as he fell asleep, Xiao Lulang came over with his crutch and carried him back to the west room without saying a word. There was no such thing as a deep trap, only a deeper one. Your brother-in-law is still your brother-in-law. When little Jing Kong woke up and found himself lying on the bed in the west room, he was sad as expected. He felt that he had slept in vain. Of course, he didn't think that Jiao Jiao didn't want him. He could easily guess that someone had stolen him back to her room. Little Jing Kong couldn't hold it in anymore no matter how sensible he was. He raised his head, kicked his legs and wailed, Bad brother-in-law. Bad brother-in-law. He stole a child. He stole me here in the middle of the night. He's a human trafficker. The old lady who was eating melon seeds in the central room, trembled and spilled the seeds. Human trafficker? Is that how you use it? Xiao Lulang went to school and Gu Jiao went to pick mountain products. Only little Jing Kong and the old lady were left at home. The old lady tried to fool little Jing Kong again. However, this time it wasn't easy to fool him anymore. I want it to be dark. I want it to be dark. It will be dark at night? No. I want it to be now. It's dark now. Wah. Sensible children usually don't cry, but most people can't handle it when they cry. Little Jing Kong cried so loudly that all the villagers rushed over. They looked at him suspiciously as if the old lady was torturing the little monk at home. The old lady was having a headache. The old lady who didn't do the after-sales service last night, finally had to shoulder everything by herself. Gu Jiao didn't know that little Jing Kong broke down and cried after he woke up. She had no experience in raising a child. She didn't have any experience in raising a child since she was young. If she was picking mushrooms at the back of the mountain, she would have heard little Jing Kong's cries. However, she went a little far today and went to the other side of the mountain to pick spring bamboo shoots. When she adopted little Jing Kong, she found that there were spring bamboo shoots in the forest near the temple. When she was selling mountain products at the market, someone used winter bamboo shoots to exchange for 2 handfuls of fungus. She used the winter bamboo shoots to make chicken soup and Xiao Lulang drank it all. There were no more winter bamboo shoots, but the spring bamboo shoots tasted good. The path in the forest was difficult to walk on, so not many people came to dig for bamboo shoots. Gu Jiao quickly filled up the small basket. Just as she was about to go down the mountain, she heard a painful groan from the depths of the forest. Gu Jiao's first reaction was that a villager was injured. She didn't hesitate and walked into the depths of the forest. When she arrived at the scene, she was surprised to see a man falling into a 2-meter deep trap. The trap looked familiar. It seemed that she dug it last year. She had forgotten about the trap because she didn't find any prey. She didn't expect that after so long she didn't catch any prey, but a living person fell into the trap. What kind of living person dared to come to such a deep forest? Gu Jiao stuck her head out and looked into the deep pit. The man felt that the light above him dimmed, so he immediately raised his head. Their eyes met and both of them were stunned. It's you? It's you? They spoke in unison. Gu Jiao, isn't this the stinky marquis who let his guards run amok on the streets, knocked over her things and almost reneged on the debt? Marquis Gu, isn't this the stinky girl who beat up his guards on the streets, extorted money from him and even smashed his head? Marquis Gu's face immediately turned cold, and the trace of joy that rose from the bottom of his heart disappeared completely. Gu Jiao haha. Gu Jiao turned around and left. She wasn't going to save this person. Chapter 68. Marquis Gu watched Gu Jiao appear and watched Gu Jiao leave. The anger in his heart began to burn. Stop right there. He sternly shouted. If you tell me to stop, then I will stop. Who are you to me? Gu Jiao left in a carefree manner. She did not hesitate at all because of his identity or his anger. Marquis Gu had lived for most of his life, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. He had already learned of her status from his daughter. She was Return of Spring Hall's little medicine boy. Her master, Dr. Li, had treated Yen'er well. Because of this, he decided to let bygones be bygones for her offense in town. But she was great. She watched him die in the mountains and did not save him. Especially what kind of look she had just now. A lowly life dared to look down on a country's marquis. She was tired of living. She was blatantly challenging the authority of Marquis Ding An. Wait until he left. He would definitely punish her for her disrespect. If she did not save him, then she would not save him. He could also leave by himself. Awoo! From the depths of the forest came the sound of a wolf's howl. Generally speaking, adult wolves would not howl during the day. This was a young wolf and did not know how to properly control its wolf nature. It let out a sharp howl. It should be hungry. If nothing unexpected happened, its family's lord wolf would soon come out to look for food. Gu Jiao sat down under a large tree nearby and began to wait for the wolf to appear. Marquis Gu pulled out a dagger from the trap. His figure was tall and the trap was not deep for him. The difficult part was that his foot was caught in the trap. He tried to use the dagger to pry open the trap, but it did not seem to be a normal trap. He tried for a long time but it did not budge in the slightest. I can't pry it open. Gu Jiao took out her water skin and calmly drank a mouthful of water. The trap she made, it would be strange if it could be opened so easily. Marquis Gu frowned. You didn't leave? What? Are you waiting to laugh at me? Gu Jiao said calmly, you're not funny and you're not good looking. Marquis Gu was speechless. Was that what he meant? Also, what did she mean by he was not good looking? It was not that Marquis Gu was arrogant. It was just that Marquis Gu's appearance had overshadowed his talent since he was young. Even when he had a family and a career, the most talked about thing was still his face. This was the first time someone had said that he was ugly. Marquis Gu was a man who didn't care about appearances. But hearing Gu Jiao's words, he felt a little uncomfortable. The wolf cub howled a few more times. The wild wolves should be coming soon. He didn't think that a little girl had the ability to deal with one or even several adult wild wolves. He said sternly, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and think of a way to pull me up. When the wolf comes, you won't be able to survive. Wait, Gu Jiao said. What were they waiting for? If he waited any longer, the wolves would really come. Marquis Gu's heart was burning with anxiety. Even if he was someone who knew martial arts, he couldn't guarantee that he would still be able to kill an adult wild wolf when his foot was caught in the trap. Rustling sounds came from the bushes. The wolf was coming. Gu Jiao climbed up the tree. Marquis Gu saw that she climbed up the tree without saying anything and was so angry that his heart ached. Would it kill her to climb up the tree after saving him? Leaving him alone in the trap, was she waiting to sacrifice the wolf? As expected, the wolf discovered Marquis Gu in the trap. Its eyes were glowing green and it opened its bloody mouth, saliva dripping onto the ground. Marquis Gu gripped the dagger in his hand tightly. The wolf jumped into the trap with a whoosh and slapped Marquis Gu's dagger away with its paw. It then bit viciously towards Marquis Gu's neck. At the critical moment, a thin figure descended from the sky and grabbed the wolf's head. With a sickle, she slit its throat. Fresh blood splattered all over Marquis Gu's face. Marquis Gu was completely dumbfounded. At that moment he really thought that he was going to die. When the blood spurted out, his first thought was that it was his own. It was only when the wolf was thrown to the ground by Gu Jiao that he realized that he was saved. Gu Jiao clapped her hands and bent down to use the sickle to pry open the trap. Marquis Gu looked at the calm and composed Gu Jiao and for a moment, he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Did this last really kill a wolf? Why did she look like she had chopped up a bag of cabbage? When Gu Jiao went on a mission in her previous life, there were many scarier things than wolves. If she couldn't even kill a wolf, Chen Baihe would have died in the mission. Gu Jiao carried the wolf with one hand and the rope hanging from the tree with the other. She walked out of the trap in a few steps. "Do you want to come up?" Gu Jiao threw the rope to him. Marquis Gu wouldn't admit that he was shocked by this lass. He grabbed the rope in a daze and let Gu Jiao pull him up. Gu Jiao's trap wasn't sharp. It was just a tight grip. But his other leg was sprained and swollen. He sat on the ground for a long time before he regained his senses. "Just now, did you use me as bait?" Gu Jiao didn't say anything. Marquis Gu gritted his teeth. "Tell me, did you use me as bait?" Gu Jiao looked at him frankly. "In that situation, even if you didn't act as bait, you would still be caught. Moreover, it was easier for me to kill it in the trap. If we were on flat ground, you would definitely be bitten twice." Marquis Gu was so angry that his teeth chattered. "So you used me as bait? You vicious wild girl." Gu Jiao said, "I'm not a wild girl. I have parents." Marquis Gu sneered. "Is that so? Then where is your father?" Gu Jiao thought for a while and said seriously, "He can't come. But you can go and find him." Marquis Gu rolled up his sleeves. "Okay, tell me, where is he?" It was the father's fault if the child didn't teach him well. He wanted to see what kind of bastard gave birth to such a vicious lass. Gu Jiao glanced at his feet. "He's underground." Marquis Gu. Gu Jiao packed her things and prepared to go down the mountain. Marquis Gu said coldly, "You're just going to leave me here without a care?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "Who are you to me? Why should I care about you?" Marquis Gu's heart hurt again. He finally realized that this lass was inexperienced and didn't know how much power a marquis had. As the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Marquis Gu said seriously, "Fortunately, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Otherwise you would be dead." Gu Jiao looked at him deeply and nodded. "You're really lucky. She would definitely do a clean job of killing people who wanted to kill her." Marquis Gu, "Why do I feel a chill on the back of my neck? Do you know how to get to the temple nearby?" Marquis Gu asked. "I do." Gu Jiao said. "Lead the way." Marquis Gu ordered. Gu Jiao looked at the wolf's corpse on the ground with hesitation. Marquis Gu knew that she couldn't bear to part with the wolf. This wolf could be sold for a lot of money in the market. It was a considerable amount of wealth for a poor farmer. He said impatiently, "I'll buy it." Gu Jiao didn't refuse. 20 taels. Marquis Gu casually handed her a 20 taels banknote. "Can we go now?" Gu Jiao kept the banknote and looked at the wolf's corpse again. "What do you plan to do with it?" Marquis Gu said without hesitation, "Throw it away." "Are you sure you want to throw it away?" Gu Jiao looked at him doubtfully. Marquis Gu said disdainfully, "It's just a wolf. Can't I afford to throw it away? Hurry up and lead the way." Gu Jiao bent down and easily picked up the wolf and put it on her shoulder. "You've already thrown it away. I picked it up. You're not allowed to ask me for it." Marquis Gu. Chapter 69. Why didn't you say that you could carry it? Why did you look so hesitant? Were you trying to decide which hand to carry it with? Marquis Gu felt that if he died young, it would be because of this brat. Thinking about how gentle and cute his daughter was, and looking at this brat, there wasn't a single virgin on her body. Fortunately, she wasn't his daughter. Gu Jiao didn't know anything about Marquis Gu's inner thoughts. She carried the wolf and walked in front, and soon they were out of the forest. She came to the steps and pointed at the top of the steps. "Go up the steps and you'll see the temple." After saying that, she turned and walked up the mountain. Marquis Gu called out to her, "Wait, you're not bringing me up?" Gu Jiao stopped and turned to look at him strangely. "Why should I bring you up?" "You." Marquis Gu's breath stagnated and he took a deep breath. He asked with a fake smile, "Why do you think I bought your wolf? I didn't want it and threw it away on the spot?" Gu Jiao thought for a while and said seriously, "Because you're stupid and have a lot of money?" Marquis Gu was about to vomit blood. Ah, what kind of infuriating brat is this? Originally, he thought that Gu Yan was quite infuriating, but after seeing this brat, he started to think that his youngest son was exceptionally cute. In the end, Marquis Gu couldn't force Gu Jiao to lead the way for him. In fact, when he saw the steps, he already knew how to go up the mountain. It was just that he didn't want to lose face and wanted to order this brat around, but this brat didn't listen to him. Marquis Gu was angry, but he couldn't really lay his hands on this brat, especially when he might not be able to beat her. Don't let me see you again or I'll settle all the old and new debts with you. Gu Jiao didn't even bother with him. She turned around and leisurely went down the mountain. Marquis Gu clutched his chest that was about to explode. After calming himself down, he limped up the mountain. He went straight to the abbot and revealed his identity. The abbot looked at the blood-stained man in front of him and almost thought that he was a bandit at the end of his road. He was about to call for his disciples to form the 18 Arhats formation to exterminate the bandit. So it was the Marquis of Ding'an. This old monk has not gone out to meet you. The abbot said in embarrassment. The Marchioness was a frequent visitor to the temple, but this was the first time Marquis Gu had come, so the abbot did not recognize him. Marquis Gu said unhurriedly, "You don't have to be so courteous, abbot. I'm here today because I have something I want to ask abbot." The abbot looked behind him. Did the Marquis come alone? Marquis Gu replied, "That's right. If he hadn't come alone, how could he have gotten lost? In fact, it was also his fault for not wanting to dismount. When he reached the foot of the mountain he inquired about the way up. But because he was riding a horse, it was not convenient for him to walk on the steps, so he planned to go through the forest. Unexpectedly he encountered a trap. Not only was he trapped, his horse also ran away. In the end he had to obediently walk up the mountain. The abbot realized the importance of this matter and had his disciples guard the door, not allowing anyone to approach. The Marquis can speak now. Marquis Gu bluntly said, "My wife gave birth in the temple." This Marquis wants to ask, were there any other women who gave birth in the temple that night? An ominous premonition rose in the abbot's heart. Why does the Marquis ask this? Marquis Gu calmly said, "Abbot does not need to know why this Marquis asked this. You only need to answer this Marquis yes or no." The abbot muttered to himself for a moment and squeezed the prayer beads in his hand. "Yes." Marquis Gu's heart tightened. "Does abbot know where the child is now?" The abbot shook his head. "I don't know. That benefactor only came once and did not leave her name. She left the mountain 2 days after giving birth. It was a daughter." Marquis Gu was not surprised that it was a daughter. After all, if it wasn't, it would be impossible to carry the wrong child. Thinking of something, he asked again, "Did that woman look like she came from a wealthy family?" The abbot shook his head again. No, there were patches on her clothes. He only saw that benefactor from afar and did not even see her appearance clearly. He only vaguely remembered that she was wearing very simple clothes. There were so many pilgrims in the temple, but why did he have an impression of that benefactor? It was mainly because she came up the mountain to offer incense with a big belly. No one expected that it would rain heavily in the afternoon. She and the Marquis had to stay in the temple for the night. It was not clear who had acted up first. After all, the Marquis had someone to serve her. The benefactor was alone in the meditation room. When the midwife came over, they found that she was about to give birth. It was an extremely chaotic night. Especially when the abbot was tricked into drinking wine. The abbot collected his thoughts and put his palms together. "Amitabha," he said. Marquis Gu was silent. He had thought that the child might not have been taken away by an aristocratic family like theirs, but he did not expect that it would be a family so poor that they had to wear patches. He did not dare to think about what kind of child that kind of family would raise. Just look at Jianghu. To be raised so well in the Marquis household, it could be seen that one's birth was not the most important, but the family they grew up in was. A child who grew up in the countryside, could she really become a respectable daughter of the Marquis household? However, that child's situation was indeed tragic. In any case, she was the blood of the Marquis household. Even if he did not recognize her in the future, he would not treat her unfairly. He would make it up to her in other ways. After finishing his conversation with the abbot, Marquis Gu stood up and bid farewell. "Abbot, please do not tell anyone that I came to the temple." Although the abbot did not know why Marquis Gu was secretly investigating the benefactor's child, he still nodded in agreement. Marquis Gu returned home. Not having a horse was an extremely torturous matter. Especially when one of his feet was swollen like a pig's trotter. After much difficulty he finally reached the foot of the mountain. His last bit of strength had been squeezed out. He sat on the last step, panting. Suddenly, he felt the light above his head darken, as if a huge creature was coming to envelop him. He pressed down on the dagger at his waist and raised his head vigilantly. He saw a tall and strong horse. This horse looked a little familiar. Wait, wasn't this the horse he had lost? The next second he saw a person sitting on the horse. In front of that person was a wolf. "It's you?" Marquis Gu was so shocked that he stood up. It was Gu Jiao's first time riding an ancient horse. It was quite refreshing. Her small body sitting on a tall horse instantly had a domineering feeling of a king looking down on the world. She pulled on the reins in her hands and looked down at Marquis Gu. She nodded seriously and said, "Yes, it's me." Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu looked at her horse strangely. "Where did you get this horse?" Gu Jiao said honestly, "I picked it up." Marquis Gu's face was full of black lines. "You can even pick up a horse? What kind of luck is this?" Chapter 70. "This is my horse," Marquis Gu said seriously. Gu Jiao looked at him suspiciously, as if trying to determine if his words were true or false. Marquis Gu's heart trembled under her gaze and he suddenly remembered the wolf. He hurriedly said, "I didn't throw it away, I accidentally lost it. Although lost things can be picked up, if the owner asks for it, it must be returned. Otherwise, it would be considered a crime of embezzlement." Madame Zhou and Madame Lu, who had picked up little Master Qin's money and refused to return it, had suffered this loss. As a result, they had been beaten in the yamen and fined a large amount of money. Of course, Marquis Gu didn't know about the Gu family's mistake, but he felt that he should be able to scare a little girl. "If you don't return it to me, you will be beaten by the county magistrate." No matter how powerful she was still a country girl. What were country people most afraid of? Of course it was the officials. Although he was a marquis, he didn't say what marquis he was. She didn't know and wasn't afraid. But the county magistrate was different. He was a true local snake. No country person wasn't afraid of him. When Gu Jiao heard his words, she didn't immediately refute him. Marquis Gu felt that there was a chance. In the next second, he heard her ask him, "How can you prove that this is your horse?" Marquis Gu was stunned. Yes, how could he prove it? In order to keep a low profile, he didn't ride his own Fergana horse. Instead, he chose a guard's horse. He even deliberately erased the Marquis Fu's insignia on the saddle. Horseshoe. This is what the army's war horses are made with. It's completely different from the horseshoes on the market. Marquis Gu finally thought of a piece of evidence. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiao said, "I haven't seen other horseshoes. How do I know if it's just your side of the story?" Marquis Gu choked. This was a scholar meeting a soldier. He couldn't explain himself. Gu Jiao said impartially, "How about this? You go to the yamen and report the case. If the county magistrate says the horse is yours, then I'll return it to you." How many heads does the magistrate have? Does he dare to not award the horse to him? But the problem was he was the dignified Marquis of Jianghu. How could he run to a small county yamen to report the loss of a horse? What was going on? Did he, the Marquis of Dingyan, lack a horse? How poor was he? Was she so poor that she didn't even have anything to eat? Or was she so poor that she had to beg on the streets? How could she compete with a country bumpkin for a horse that she had picked up on the way? Especially since it was an ordinary horse that wasn't very expensive. Did he not care about his reputation? Gu Jiao glanced at him and pondered for a moment before saying, "If you really want it, I can sell it to you. Alas, it wasn't easy for me to pick it up." "What's so difficult about you? Didn't it carry you all the way here? You don't even have the strength to walk." He wouldn't have to carry the wolf himself. Marquis Gu was infuriated by Gu Jiao. However, he really couldn't walk anymore. He would only be able to hire a carriage when he reached the town. From here to the town was at least 20 to 30 li. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk even if his legs were broken. 50 taels. Gu Jiao said. Marquis Gu's hair stood on end. "How can a broken horse be more expensive than a wolf? You're just raising the price." Gu Jiao seriously said, "The wolf is not what you need, the horse is." Just as he needed it, he had to raise the price. Marquis Gu was so angry that his liver hurt. In the end, Marquis Gu bought back his horse for 50 taels of silver. It was his own horse, where could he go to reason with? When Marquis Gu returned to the villa, it was already evening. The light of the setting sun fell on the eaves of the villa, creating a golden glow. Marquis Gu handed the horse over to the palace's guards and strode towards the inner courtyard where the family of four lived. He had just reached the entrance when he heard a loud commotion coming from inside. He frowned and stepped over the threshold. He saw that almost all the servants in the courtyard had come. They were hiding behind trees and bushes, not daring to move or walk. And in the corridor, his son, little Gu Yen, was lying on a rattan chair that all the servants were looking at. Beside Gu Yen stood Gu Jinyu, who was so angry that her face was pale. Gu Jinyu was hugging a little white rabbit in her arms. Why don't you allow me to raise a rabbit? Gu Jinyu asked unhappily. Gu Yan lazily snorted, I just don't allow you to raise one. Gu Jinyu angrily said, if you have the ability, give me a reason. Gu Yan put a hand behind his head and leisurely said, this is my courtyard. If I say I won't let you raise it, then I won't let you raise it. Gu Jinyu hugged the rabbit and stomped her feet. This is also my courtyard. Gu Yan calmly snorted, your courtyard is in the capital. Gu Jinyu spent half of her time in the capital, unlike Gu Yan who spent most of his time here. Gu Yan naturally thought that this place belonged to him more. The servants did not dare to mediate, nor did they dare to really leave. If they left, if anything happened to the siblings, they would not be able to bear the consequences. The Marquis of Gu more or less understood what was going on. Gu Jinyu had liked cats and dogs since she was young, but Gu Yan was very repulsed. The siblings often quarreled over raising pets. He had always been puzzled. They were fraternal twins and were the closest people in the world. Logically speaking, their relationship should be very good, but Gu Yan never spoke and only bullied Jinyu. Gu Yan did not allow Jinyu to drink Yao Shi's milk. The moment he did, he would wail loudly. He also did not allow Yao Shi to carry Jinyu. He would even punch and kick Jinyu as long as he lay in the cradle. At that time, Gu Yan was just a little munchkin who spat milk bubbles. No one took this to heart. They only thought that it was a child's possessiveness. Later on, when Gu Yan grew up, he did not bully Jinyu like this, but he also did not get close to Jinyu. After knowing Jinyu's background, the things that he could not understand gradually became clear. Gu Yan and his elder sister had been together for 10 months in the mother's womb. They were the closest people in the world, so after Gu Yan was born, he could clearly sense that the baby girl lying beside him was not his elder sister. He wanted his elder sister. Only his elder sister could make him as stable as he was in the mother's womb, but there was a completely unfamiliar baby girl lying beside him. It was no wonder that he always cried so loudly. He wanted his elder sister. Unfortunately, no one understood him. Until he grew up, he did not even remember. But his rejection of Gu Jinyu remained in his bones. The Marquis of Gu felt that this guess was ridiculous, but other than this, he really could not think of a better explanation. The siblings continued to quarrel. Gu Jinyu said aggrievedly, the little bunny is not noisy or fussy. Why won't you even let me raise this? Can't you be reasonable? Gu Yan looked up at the sky. You're being unreasonable. Gu Jinyu bit her lip. Why should I? Gu Yan arrogantly raised his brows. Because I like it. You. Gu Jinyu's face turned red with anger. Chapter 71. In the end, Gu Jinyu did not win against Gu Yan. Although she was the only daughter in the family, Gu Yan was the youngest and Gu Yan was indeed not in good health. Seeing Gu Jinyu reluctantly letting someone carry the little rabbit away and Gu Yan proudly raising his eyebrows, Marquis Gu had mixed feelings. Gu Yan was unsociable since he was young. He did not get close to anyone including Madame Yao. He rejected anyone who was good to Gu Jinyu, but almost no one in the residence was bad to Gu Jinyu. If he did not know the truth, he would have thought that it was all his son's fault. He would not have thought that the most important person in his son's life was missing. His son was the one who was hurt the most. However, even if he thought that it was his son's fault, he had never been harsh on him. He would only make up for Jinyu's grievances. Jinyu's grievances could be made up, but what about his son? If they couldn't give their son something, would that child be able to give it to him? After Gu Jiao went down the mountain, she was not in a hurry to go home. Instead, she carried the wolf to the market and sold it for 18 taels of silver. After that, Gu Jiao went to the academy to fetch Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshan from school. The three of them went back to the village together. The old lady who had been quarreled by little Jing Kong the whole day, was finally free. She slumped on the rattan chair like a salted fish. She did not have the strength to move at all. She felt that if the two of them did not come back soon, she would simply die on the spot. Little Jing Kong had been waiting for Gu Jiao the whole day, but when Gu Jiao really came back, he ran away again. He closed the door alone and sat on a small bench in the corner. His little face leaned against the wall, looking as pitiful as it could get. Gu Jiao did not understand what happened. She was surprised that she did not see little Jing Kong. Where's Jing Kong? The old lady weakly pointed to the west room. He's angry? He's hiding from you. Gu Jiao was confused. Angry? Who provoked him? The old lady glared at Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. You two. Who told you to bring him over in the middle of the night? Who told you to leave before dawn? The first sentence was about Xiao Lulang and the second sentence was about Gu Jiao. I'm so tired. The old lady didn't want to bother with the couple anymore. Gu Jiao didn't understand at first, but now that old Madame Fu said it, she understood. Gu Jiao went to the west room. Little Jing Kong's ears perked up when he heard that someone was coming, but he did not turn around. Gu Jiao came up behind him and bent down to look at his side profile. Are you angry with me? Little Jing Kong turned around on the stool and continued to have his back facing Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said softly, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know you would be afraid. Little Jing Kong couldn't help but say, I'm not afraid. I'm not that timid. Gu Jiao pretended to be surprised. Is that so? Then why are you angry? I was. Little Jing Kong teased her for a long time, but he didn't say the words, I missed you. Gu Jiao came up to him again. He lowered his eyes and didn't look at Gu Jiao, but Gu Jiao looked at him steadily. Okay, it's my fault today. I apologize to you. Can you forgive me? Little Jing Kong glanced at Gu Jiao quickly and lowered his head. He pinched the corner of his clothes and said softly, I need a kiss to forgive you. Gu Jiao's heart almost melted. What kind of cutie was this? She would give him 10 kisses, not to mention one. Gu Jiao kissed his little face without hesitation. Little Jing Kong was stunned. He opened his grape-like eyes wide and stared at Gu Jiao for a few seconds. Finally he screamed, Ah. He said it casually, but you really kissed him. Little Jing Kong covered his face with his little hands and ran away shyly. Little Jing Kong, who was kissed, looked like he was drunk the whole night. His little face was extremely red. During the meal he sat beside Gu Jiao as obedient as a little mimosa. At night Xiao Lulang bathed him as usual. He sat in the small basin and handed his left face to Xiao Lulang. This side is enough. Don't wash the other side. There's a kiss there. With an expressionless face, Xiao Lulang grabbed the towel in the basin and slapped it on the right side of his face. Little Jing Kong, Little Jing Kong. Wah! Little Jing Kong's heart-wrenching cries suddenly came from the kitchen. Old Mistress, who was secretly eating candied plums in her room, was shocked and almost lost her life. Old Mistress was furious and shouted, Lulang! What did you do to him again? Xiao Lulang didn't do anything. He just washed the kiss on a certain little monk's face clean. Little Jing Kong cried miserably. In the end, Gu Jiao came over and gave him another kiss. Only then did he stop crying. Little Jing Kong became very careful after that. He used his little hands to protect his face to prevent his bad brother-in-law from sneaking up on him. He didn't have any hair, so he could go to bed after bathing and putting on his clothes. He hugged his little pillow and went to old mistress's room to say goodnight. Then he went to Gu Jiao's room to say goodnight. Jiao Jiao, I'm going to bed now. See you tomorrow. Gu Jiao patted his little bald head and said, Go to bed. I'll wake you up tomorrow morning. Okay. Little Jing Kong skipped back to the west room. He took off his shoes and climbed into bed. Xiao Lulang was sitting in front of the desk, copying a book. Little Jing Kong looked at his bad brother-in-law warily and moved his little pillow further away from his bad brother-in-law's pillow. Xiao Lulang didn't even lift his eyelids and only snorted. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his waist and said, Don't you dare touch my kiss. Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows and said, Your kiss? Little Jing Kong said proudly, Jiao Jiao gave it to me. You didn't? Xiao Lulang looked at him slowly and his gaze fell on his chubby little face. He said unhurriedly, I don't need to touch them. They'll fly away by themselves when you fall asleep. Little Jing Kong's face changed. He could already see the cruel scene of his 2 kisses abandoning him when he wasn't paying attention. He felt terrible. These 2 little traitors. After 3 seconds of shock, Little Jing Kong jumped out of bed and went to Gu Jiao's room. He asked for a veil from Gu Jiao and wrapped it around his face and head. He wrapped himself up tightly like a little farmer who was going to work in the fields. Then he carried a standard farmer's hat and went back to his room valiantly. Little Jing Kong raised his chin and said to his bad brother-in-law, I'm covered. They can't fly away. Little Jing Kong was a very smart child. Although he was less than 4 years old, he could recognize more words than the senior brothers in the temple. When the other young monks were having a headache about how to recite the scriptures, he could already recite them backwards. Therefore, when he said to Xiao Lulang that he was always the first in the exams, he was used to it. He wasn't bragging, he was just stating an objective fact. He had a complete set of logic that couldn't be interfered with by anyone. The senior brothers couldn't win against him, and even the abbot couldn't win against him. He was actually a very troublesome existence in the temple. It was only because he met Xiao Lulang that he was occasionally led astray. However, his logic was still invincible. Therefore, no matter how Xiao Lulang interfered with him, he always found his own solution. Xiao Lulang said, "What's the point of covering it up? You can take off the veil tomorrow, they'll still fly away." Little Jing Kong said, "No, I've already planted them. They'll sprout tomorrow morning. They can't leave me in the future." Chapter 72. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet. Xiao Lulang was speechless. Xiao Lulang had never raised a child before, so he didn't know if other people's children were as weird as his. Xuaningxiang's child was definitely not like that. That little bean only knew how to eat, unlike the little monk Gu Jiao brought back. His brain was filled with weird things. Little Jing Kong, who was waiting for his kiss to germinate, fell asleep while hugging his quilt. Under Gu Jiao's care and repair, the west room was no longer damp. The mattress was dried a few days ago, so it was soft and warm. Little Jing Kong slept very comfortably, and his little face seemed to be filled with a happy smile. Xiao Lulang glanced at little Jing Kong, but he didn't take it to heart. He continued to copy the book. After Xiao Lulang copied a line of words, he frowned slightly, put down the pen and picked up a book to read. Soon he found that he couldn't concentrate on the book, so he frowned deeply. After a while, he turned his head and his eyes fell on the little monk who was sleeping soundly. He stood up and walked to the bed. He bent down slightly, stretched out his slender fingers, and gently untied little Jing Kong's head veil. Little Jing Kong was so asleep that he didn't wake up at all. He didn't know that his bad brother-in-law was playing tricks on him again. Xiao Lulang looked at his bright red cheeks and naughtily extended his demonic claws, plucking his face with a swoosh. After Gu Jiao finished her work, she went to the west room to ask Xiao Lulang to do rehabilitation. The door was open, so she walked in openly. In the end, she saw Xiao Lulang lying on the bed. His jade-like delicate hands were scratching little Jing Kong's face, as if he was pulling some invisible grass. He was quite serious, even more serious than when he was studying. Gu Jiao was confused. "What are you doing? Was he possessed?" He looked like an old-fashioned scholar, but was he so childish when playing with children? The next day, Gu Jiao woke up little Jing Kong. The first thing little Jing Kong did when he woke up was to touch his veil. Seeing that the veil was still wrapped around his head, he was secretly relieved. After one night, Yaya would have definitely grown out. In the future, Jiao Jiao's kisses would always be on his face. Gu Jiao couldn't bear to tell him that his little seeds and sprouts had already been killed by his brother-in-law last night. After breakfast, Gu Jiao sent Xiao Lulang to the entrance of the village. In the past, she used to send him by herself. Now that she had little Jing Kong, the mother and daughter, the two sisters sent him together. A family of three, strangely neat. It was worth mentioning that Xiao Lulang had become the county examination's first desk master, so his reputation in town had increased. The number of people who came to him to copy books had also increased. However, in order to let him prepare for the examination with peace of mind, Gu Jiao didn't allow him to accept any more books to supplement the family income. Xiao Lulang finished copying the books that he promised and received 10 taels of silver. It was less than half of the amount he used to copy books, but the money was several times more. He gave all the money he earned to Gu Jiao and didn't accept any more tasks to copy books. The day of the prefectural examination was approaching, and the examinees started to make preparations. The current dynasty's county and prefectural examinations were held earlier than the previous dynasties. At the end of February, the examinees had to leave for the examination hall in the prefectural city to take part in the prefectural examination. It took a few days to travel from town to the prefectural city by horse carriage. Although Xiao Lulang was rehabilitating every day, he still couldn't throw away his crutches. Therefore, Gu Jiao was worried that he would go out alone. Gu Jiao wanted to go to the prefectural city with him, but she had to take care of the elderly and children at home, so she couldn't leave. Fortunately, Feng Lin had applied for leave from the academy and accompanied Xiao Lulang to the prefectural city. Before they left, Gu Jiao packed a bag for Xiao Lulang. Other than clothes and money, she also packed a few bottles of emergency medicine from the small medicine box. This was to prevent him from getting carsick from the long journey, and to prevent him from getting acclimatized to the environment and having diarrhea. The horse carriage to town was prepared by the headmaster. Gu Jiao didn't refuse. Although she didn't lack money to hire a horse carriage, how could a hired horse carriage be better than the headmaster's horse carriage? The coachman was also from the academy, so he was very familiar with the prefectural city. Before dawn, the coachman drove the horse carriage to the village. Feng Lin was waiting in town. Gu Jiao took the bag onto the horse carriage and gave the coachman a purse. "Thank you for your hard work." No. The coachman was ordered by the headmaster to send Xiao Lulang to the prefectural test. He had never seen the headmaster care so much about any student, so he naturally didn't dare to accept Gu Jiao's bribe in private. Moreover, the headmaster was an honest person. If the headmaster knew that he had accepted bribes, he would definitely be expelled from the academy. Gu Jiao said, "Take it. The red packet for the headmaster is bigger than the one for you." The coachman was speechless. In the toilet, little Jing Kong and Xiao Lulang started a conversation between men. Little Jing Kong looked serious. "Do you want to talk?" "Talk about what?" Xiao Lulang said calmly. Little Jing Kong glanced at him and said, "You don't have to pee behind my back." "I won't peep." Xiao Lulang said expressionlessly, "Get to the point." Little Jing Kong said seriously, "I heard that you and Jiao Jiao have been married for so long, but you haven't traveled far." Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows and said, "So?" Little Jing Kong looked straight ahead. "My family is a little worried about you." The corner of Xiao Yolang's lips twitched indifferently. "Heh." Little Jing Kong raised his little hand seriously and made a stop gesture. "You don't have to feel too much pressure. It's okay if you don't do well in the exam. Anyway, when I grow up, I will do very well in the exam. My family doesn't need to rely on you. I can support it." After that, he got up from the toilet bowl with a strong aura, pulled up his underwear and went out with a domineering look. Xiao Lulang, who was despised by him even when he was peeing, was speechless. What kind of arrogant little monk was this? Chapter 73. On the other side, Marquis Gu took up residence in the hot spring villa. Marquis Gu held an important position in the capital. Logically speaking, he couldn't be away for too long, but this was an important matter. He had already written a letter to his second son in the capital, asking him to enter the palace and ask for leave from His Majesty. A normal marquis might not be able to see His Majesty, but Marquis Gu's younger sister was His Majesty's favorite concubine. Thus, second young Master Gu had no difficulty entering the palace to see His Majesty. His Majesty knew about Gu Yan's situation and guessed that Marquis Gu was staying because Gu Yan wasn't doing well. He told Marquis Gu to stay in the villa and take care of the family matters. The only thing he didn't say was that he would return to the capital after taking care of Gu Yan's funeral. Marquis Gu knew nothing about His Majesty's inner drama. He was busy looking for that child. Marquis Gu first looked for the midwife who had delivered Madame Yao's child. The midwife was invited from a nearby village. The search area wasn't wide, so there was quickly news. Unfortunately, the midwife had passed away a few years ago. Her family only knew that she had indeed gone to the temple to deliver a child and had received a large reward. Her family didn't know anything else. Marquis Gu treated a dead horse as a living horse. He started from the nearby village and really did find some clues. There were 5 children born in the temple. One was 18, one was 19, and one was only 7 years old. The ages of these 3 didn't match. The remaining 2 were of the right age. They were both villagers at the foot of the mountain. One was in Apricot Flower Village and the other was in Qingchuan Village. Marquis Gu's trusted guard went to Apricot Flower Village first, but found that the child was a boy and the month of birth was wrong. The twins were born in the 10th month and the boy was born in the 8th month. Thus, only the child in Qingchuan Village was left. If this was also wrong, they would have to search outside Qingchuan Village. That way the search area would be wider. Marquis. The guard in charge of this investigation was called Huang Zhong. He was Marquis Gu's trusted aide. He said, "Marquis, Qingchuan Village isn't the village at the foot of the mountain. It's on the other side of the mountain." The possibility wasn't very high. That was what Marquis Gu thought as well, which was why he placed Qingchuan Village as the last place to be investigated. Marquis Gu didn't have much hope in his heart. He said to Huang Zhong, "Go and take a look first. Come back if it's not him. Don't let anyone know. If it's him, I'll wait for you at the tea house in town." "Yes." After receiving the order, Huang Zhong immediately took a carriage to Clear Spring Village. Huang Zhong was in his early 40s. He was burly and had a gentle face. At first glance, one could tell that he was a good person. It was easy for him to gain the trust of strangers. That's the Gu family's child. An old man who was sunbathing in front of his house said. The old man was a little old. He had bad hearing and poor eyesight, and he was forgetful. He only remembered that there was a baby in the Gu family who was born in a temple. Which Gu clan? Huang Zhong asked. Li Jing. Gu Li Jing. The old man waved his hand and pointed the way. His surname was also Gu? What a coincidence. Huang Zhong thanked the old man and drove the carriage to the Gu family's old house. Gu Dashun and Gu Xiaoshen had gone to school. Gu Lijing took Gu Changhai to the yamen to get rice and grain. Gu Changlu and Gu Erzhun were sowing in the fields. Only Gu Yue, Madame Wu and her daughter-in-law were at home. It was Gu Yue who opened the door. It wasn't the first time Gu Yue had seen nobles and carriages, but she was still stunned. Who are you looking for? It was normal for a country girl to react this way because she hadn't seen the world. Huang Zhong smiled and said, Is Gu Lijing here? Gu Yue was afraid to talk to a strange man, so she turned and ran into the house. Grandmother. Someone is looking for grandfather. Madame Wu and her daughter-in-law were chopping chili in the backyard. Seeing Gu Yue running in panic, Madame Wu frowned impatiently. Who's looking for your grandfather? Gu Yue pointed behind her. I don't know. He came in a big carriage. Madame Wu's expression changed when she heard that it was a carriage. Madame Wu put down the kitchen knife in her hand, wiped her hands with a rag and walked quickly to the door. Huang Zhong was in a two-horse carriage, which was one more horse than the carriage of the steward who sent the invitation to Gu Xiaoshen last time. Madame Wu suddenly realized that this person's status was higher than the dean of the academy. But why did such a noble person come to their house? Madame Wu asked with a smile. Who are you? Why are you looking for my husband? My surname is Huang. I heard that you have a child who was born in the temple. I want to inquire about the child's situation. Madame Wu's smile suddenly disappeared. He was looking for that little jinx. As long as he was involved with that little jinx, nothing good would come out of it. Madame Wu was about to close the door with a dark face, but Madame Lu's eyes flashed and she came over. She said with a smile, Then you can't ask for nothing. Huang Zhong understood, but his smile didn't change. He took out a silver ingot from his arms. The eyes of Madame Wu and her daughter-in-law instantly popped out. Madame Lu reached out to take it, but Madame Wu grabbed the silver ingot first. Madame Lu secretly gritted her teeth. She wanted the silver ingot, so why did it go into her mother-in-law's pocket? After receiving the silver ingot, Madame Wu's face looked much better. What do you want to ask? How old is the child? Is it a girl? 14. Girl. This time it was Huang Zhong's eyes that lit up. When was she born? Madame Wu was stumped by this question. Who would bother to remember a money-losing fool's birth characters? Madame Lu hurriedly said, I know. She was born in October. That month she was pregnant with Gu Xiaoshen, so she had a deep impression of it. Even the month was right. Huang Zhong began to get excited. What's the date? 17 or 18. Madame Lu couldn't remember clearly. It seemed that except for Gu Xiaoshen, no one would remember Gu Jiao's birthday. The twins were born on the 18th. These clues could be said to be very close. Huang Zhong suppressed his excitement and continued to ask, Which temple was it born in? Madame Lu pointed and said, The temple on the other side of the mountain. Which temple is there? At this time Gu Changlu came out with a hoe. Madame Lu waved at him. Ershuan's father, was Jianyang born on the 18th or the 17th? 18? What's wrong? Gu Changlu said while looking at the man in the carriage in front of the door strangely. Huang Zhong was so excited that he couldn't be more excited. Everything was right, so it should be right. He didn't expect that the child he didn't have any hope for was the child they were looking for. Gu Changlu came to Madame Wu and Madame Lu's side. At this time Madame Zhou also came out to watch the fun. Only Gu Yue was timid. She hid at the back door of the central room and secretly looked at them. Huang Zhong couldn't hide his excitement. Gu Changlu looked him up and down and asked Madame Lu, Why do you suddenly ask about Jianyang? Madame Lu pulled Gu Changlu to the side and pointed to Madame Wu's pocket, whispering, He came to ask about Jianyang and gave me a silver ingot. Mother took it all. Gu Changlu glared at Madame Lu. He was dissatisfied that Madame Lu used such a tone to complain about his mother. However, he didn't agree with Madame Wu's actions either. He walked to Madame Wu's side and said, Mother, we can't accept this silver ingot. Madame Wu tightened her grip on the purse. Why can't we accept it? Gu Changlu looked at Huang Zhong and said, "We don't even know who he is. Why is he asking about Jianyang? What if he's a bad person and has bad intentions towards Jianyang?" Madame Wu was unhappy when she heard this. What did that little jinx's life have to do with her? It's better for him to die so that the whole family won't be disturbed. The novel will be updated more quickly. Chapter 74. Huang Zhong said, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. This may be a bit abrupt, but I wonder if I can see Jianyang?" No. Gu Changlu rejected without hesitation. If the other party didn't even let him see her, how could he bring her to town and let the Marquis see her? He couldn't knock out the whole family and kidnap the child, right? Besides, he didn't even know who the child was. Huang Zhong felt that it was very likely that the other party was his young miss. Since that was the case, he couldn't defend the family of the young Mrs. adoptive parents. He softened his tone and said, "May I ask where the child's parents are? I have something to say to them." Madame Wu said, "Her parents passed away. I'm her grandmother, I raised her. Tell me what you have to say." She didn't have parents when she was young? Huang Zhong's mood suddenly became complicated. He thought for a moment and asked, "Can we talk inside?" Madame Wu led Huang Zhong into the house. Huang Zhong asked about the details of the birth, especially why Madame Su went up the mountain with a big belly. It turned out that Madame Su wasn't from the village. She had married far away and her family had sent a letter saying that her father was dying and asked her to find a way to go home. Madame Su was pregnant and her in-laws naturally didn't allow her to go far away. She had no choice but to go to the temple to beg the Bodhisattva. She went without telling her in-laws, saying that she was going to pick some wild vegetables and that she would be back before dark. Who would have thought that there would be a sudden thunderstorm and she would be trapped in the temple and slip? The Marquis's premature birth was caused by twins, but hers was an accident. At first, the Gu family didn't know that she went to the temple. When she didn't come back in the heavy rain, Gu Sanlang wanted to find his wife but was stopped by his two brothers. Going into the forest in a thunderstorm was suicidal. Madame Su came back 2 days later. When she came back, the child had already been born. It was a girl with a red spot on her face. She was so ugly that she didn't look like Gu Sanlang's biological daughter. Gu Sanlang was famous for his good looks. Many people from the surrounding villages were eager to be his wife. In the end, he chose Lady Su, mainly because Lady Su had a large dowry. Madame Wu had once suspected that Madame Su had lost her child in the mountains. She was afraid that her family would blame her, so she picked up a child and brought it back. Su Shi was an honest person. She said that she gave birth to this child in the temple. If you don't believe me, you can ask the abbot in the temple. Madame Wu and her second daughter-in-law, Madame Lu, went to ask and confirmed that Madame Su had given birth in the temple. The baby was born alive, and his cries could be heard all over the temple. "You didn't pick it up?" Madame Wu asked at that time. The monk laughed. "Do you know who was the other female benefactor who gave birth here that night? She is a noble in the capital, who would be able to pick up her child." Madame Wu instantly fell silent. The children of nobles were more precious than gold. Not to mention picking them up, they couldn't even be stolen. Hearing this, Huang Zhong was completely certain that the Su family's child was the one he was looking for. But from the looks of it, Madame Su didn't know that she had carried the wrong baby. Her surname is also Gu. What a coincidence. Huang Zhong suddenly had a feeling of fate. He quickly asked, "Do Madame Su and Gu Sanlang love the child?" What the hell was this? Madame Su and Gu Sanlang almost tied the child to their belts. This was also what made Madame Wu dissatisfied. Madame Su was a hen who couldn't lay eggs. She had such a good husband like Gu Sanlang, but she couldn't give birth to a good child. It wasn't easy for her to give birth to a daughter. Not only was she ugly, but she was also stupid. She was stupid because when she grew up, she found that other children could jump, but she couldn't even walk. She only called her mother when she was 3 years old. However, the couple didn't dislike her at all. They loved the child very much. Gu Jiao's mother's hard life began after the couple died. Of course, Madame Wu didn't say this. Huang Zhong had too many clues to digest in his mind, so he didn't notice Madame Wu's hesitation for a while. He looked at Madame Wu and the others and said excitedly, "To tell you the truth, the noble who gave birth in the temple that year was my wife. The 2 children may have been mixed up." Madame Wu and the others were stunned. I don't quite understand. Say it again." Madame Wu stammered. Huang Zhong smiled and said, San Lang's daughter is my family's young miss. Madame Wu opened her mouth. Your family is? Huang Zhong warmly said, Marquis Ding An's manor. Boom. Everyone in the room was thunderstruck. They didn't understand the rest, but they understood the last two words. Marquis Manor. That damn girl was actually from the Marquis Manor? Marquis Manor has a higher official position than the county magistrate? Madame Lu carefully asked. The Marquis Manor was not an official position. It was a manor. The Marquis was the official. But Huang Zhong understood Madame Lu's meaning. Huang Zhong smiled, naturally. Huang Zhong didn't say the exact difference. Even if he did, they wouldn't understand. In the capital, anyone who dared to ask this question would have already been crushed to death by the Marquis. Comparing him to a dog's Marquis, who were they looking down on? Huang Zhong was rather polite to the Gu family. After all, the Gu family had raised their young miss. He amiably said, My family's Marquis is in town. Can I bring that child to see my family's Marquis? These people were completely scared silly. They couldn't even speak. First, they were shocked. They didn't think that the girl's background would be so frightening. Second, they were frightened. They had bullied the girl many times over the years. If the Marquis knew that they were so harsh to his own daughter, would he send them all to the yamen to eat prison food? Just as the people in the room were in a daze, Gu Zhanghai arrived home. He first noticed the carriage outside the door. Then he saw the room full of frightened birds. He glanced at the powerful Huang Zhong and frowned. He asked Madame Wu, Mother, what is it? Where's your father? Madame Wu looked behind him. Gu Zhanghai said, Father went to granduncle's place. He told me to come back first. That. Madame Wu didn't know how to tell her son. Huang Zhong smiled understandingly and said, Well, I'll send someone to inform the Marquis first. You can discuss how to tell her. If it's not convenient for you to say it, I'll do it. Such a big thing had happened. It was reasonable to give people time to digest it. But it couldn't be delayed for too long. He had to see the child today anyway. After Huang Zhong went out, the three women trembled and told Gu Jiao's background. Although Gu Zhanghai was a man, his reaction was no better than the three women's. His whole face turned pale and his legs were weak. If they treated Gu Jiao well, he would be happy to hear the news. But the point was, they didn't treat Gu Jiao as a person at all. They didn't let her eat or drink well. She did all the heavy and dirty work such as cutting pigweed, feeding pigs, picking up pig dung. But she was stupid and couldn't do it well. So they gradually stopped asking her to do it. But they often beat and scolded her. Moreover, when she was less than 14 years old, they forced her to marry a cripple and drove them out to live alone. If the Marquis knew about this, would they still have a chance to live? Chapter 75. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Dashuan's father, say something. What should we do? Mrs. Zhou was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. She asked who in the Gu family treated Gu Jiao the worst. It was either Mrs. Wu or her. Of course, Mrs. Lu was not a good person, but Gu Xiaoshan took away half of her anger from Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu beat Gu Xiaoshan the most fiercely. There is a saying, anger rises from the heart and evil grows from the guts. When people are angry to the extreme, they can do anything. Similarly, when people are scared to the extreme, they can do anything to protect themselves. Gu Zhanghai immediately made a bold decision. Let you go. What? Mrs. Zhou was stunned. Madame Wu and Gu Changlu were also stunned. Did they hear it wrong? The first branch wanted to use their daughter to replace the Jianyang? Eldest brother, you can't. Gu Changlu was the first to object. Putting aside his guilt for the third branch, he was timid and could not do such a thing. Mrs. Lu was also not happy. It was not her daughter who was going to be the daughter of the Lord Protector. She did not enjoy the happiness but followed the first branch in fear. No. Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Zhou did not say anything. One of them was Gu Yue's grandmother, and the other was Gu Yue's mother. They could directly benefit from it. Moreover, they were not timid. Gu Zhanghai began to persuade the second branch. Second brother, second sister-in-law, if you don't think for yourselves, don't you think for Ershun? Ershun is also a very smart child, but Dashun was born before him and went to school first. The family could not support two children, so Ershun's education was delayed. When you, goes to the Lord Protector's manor, I will definitely let her take Ershun to the capital to study. With Ershun's intelligence, how can he not make a name for himself? These words touched the bottom of Mrs. Lu's heart. Even in her dreams, Madame Lu wanted to bask in Second Shun's glory. She also firmly believed that Second Shun was someone who could make a name for himself. It was just that Gu Dashun had taken all the opportunities. Gu Changhai said, "Third brother's child is not close to us, so we can't count on her. Besides, that child might be sent back by the Marquis's mansion. Don't expect the Marquis's household to compensate us with a sum of money. They also raised third brother's daughter, so we don't owe each other anything. If we really owe them anything, it's us who owe them. How much does the Marquis estate spend on third brother's daughter every year? How much do we spend on Jianghu every year? If we really calculate it, don't we have to compensate them?" Hearing about the compensation, the second branch's expression changed. Gu Zhanghai continued, "But as long as Yu'er goes there and puts in a good word for us, how can the Marquis's estate not go along with her? You watched Yui grow up. Don't you know what kind of person she is? She's closest to her second aunt." Mrs. Lu's back straightened. Gu Yui and Mrs. Lu's relationship was actually not very close, but Gu Yui was obedient, diligent, and had a soft personality. Mrs. Lu did not hate her, and she had never argued with her. Mrs. Zhou hurriedly chimed in, "Yes, she always tells me that she likes her second aunt the most. She also says that her second aunt is good-looking. Much better than me." In the past, Mrs. Zhou would never admit that Mrs. Lu was prettier than her. But now she had to coax Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu was successfully coaxed. She smiled embarrassedly, "Who doesn't like Yui?" After successfully persuading Mrs. Lu, Gu Zhanghai turned to look at Gu Changlu. "Second brother, I know that you don't like farming. You like doing business. When Yui goes to the Marquis's mansion, let her buy you the best shop in town. You can sell whatever you want." Gu Changlu was suddenly speechless. It was true that he felt guilty towards the third branch, but he really wanted to have his own business. "Father," Mrs. Lu said weakly. Gu Zhanghai knew the old man's character well. It was true that he was fickle to Gu Jiao. It was also true that he favored boys over girls. But if he really asked him to do such a bad thing, he might not do it. "I'll tell him later." Mrs. Lu curled her lips and said, "Then tell him, don't involve us." Gu Zhanghai grinned, "Don't worry, second sister-in-law. It's my idea. If the old man wants to scold someone, he will only scold me." "Will the Marquis's mansion be suspicious?" Gu Changlu suddenly asked. Gu Zhanghai smiled and said, "How can it be? Who would have guessed that we have such big courage? What's more, that person asked in the village before coming to the Gu family. He won't ask again." Mrs. Zhou said, "What about the blood test? I heard there is such a thing." Gu Zhanghai's smile deepened. "That's even easier. You, and third brother's daughter are blood relatives. When the time comes, let you, think of a way to replace the blood in the Marquis's mansion with third brother's daughter's blood. Naturally, we can deceive everyone." Just like that, the family decided the life of Gu Jiao and Gu Yu. It was just like how they decided the life of Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. They didn't even think about whether the person involved would agree or not. Gu Yu, cried and didn't want to be a daughter. Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Lu tried to persuade her, but she didn't listen. Gu Zhanghai slapped her and she became obedient. Mrs. Zhou changed her daughter into decent clothes. Mrs. Lu took out the jewelry that she took from Mrs. Su and put it on Gu Yu. Gu Zhanghai's slap just now didn't leave a mark on Gu Yuer's face. But because she cried, her eyes were red and swollen. Regarding this, the Gu family's explanation was that the little girl couldn't accept the fact and was a little sad. Huang Zhong felt that this was human nature. The kindness of giving birth was not as great as the kindness of raising. After so many years, they should have developed feelings for each other. But Huang Zhong didn't expect that the little girl who opened the door for him was his young miss. Just now, she was dressed even more shabbily and looked even more timid. Her movements were full of pettiness. Huang Zhong thought of the dignified and elegant Gu Jinyu and couldn't help but sigh. Gu Yu, kept crying. Huang Zhong couldn't bear it and said, "Master Ho doesn't want to take you back immediately. He came today to see you first." "If you really can't bear to," Mrs. Wu hurriedly said, "No. It's right for the family to be reunited. What's there to be reluctant about? Master Ho is her biological father." Huang Zhong personally opened the curtain of the carriage and said, "Young miss, please get in the carriage." Gu Yu, didn't move. Mrs. Wu urged, "Go you, cough Jianyang." Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Lu helped Gu Yu into the carriage. This was probably the first time Gu Yu was valued by her family since she was born. The whole family treated her like a bodhisattva, but Gu Yu couldn't feel happy. She didn't want to go to a strange place and didn't want to leave home. The whole family didn't care about Gu Yuer's life or death. They all started to have their own big dreams. Gu Zhanghai urged, "It's getting late. Go early and come back early." If they didn't leave now, old Master Ho would come back and Gu Yuer wouldn't be able to leave. What they didn't expect was that Huang Zhong and Gu Yuer didn't meet old Master Ho, but met Gu Xiaoshen, who had just returned from the academy. Gu Xiaoshen walked back casually, swinging his bag as he walked. Gu Zhanghai's eyebrows jumped. "Xiaoshen, why are you back so early?" Xiao Lulang went to the provincial capital to take the prefectural examination. Gu Xiaoshen didn't need to take second Uncle Luo's ox cart. He walked back himself. Walking on foot was much faster than an ox cart. At this time Huang Zhong's carriage was almost out of the village. Mrs. Zhou said, "It's okay. He can't see." Gu Yuer was sitting in the carriage. Gu Xiaoshen couldn't lift the curtain with his hands, could he? Chapter 76. The Gu family might have forgotten that Gu Xiaoshen grew up with bad hands. Because of this, he had been beaten by the Lu family since he was a child. When the carriage passed by Gu Xiaoshen casually waved his hand. "Ah, Gu Yui?" Gu Yui was only 2 months younger than Gu Jiao. According to reason, she should be Gu Xiaoshuan's older sister, but Gu Xiaoshen only called her by her first name. Gu Yui immediately panicked. Although she didn't want to leave home, she was more afraid of being beaten by her father if she failed. Huang Zhong stopped the carriage. He jumped out of the carriage and came in front of Gu Xiaoshen. He took the curtain from Gu Xiaoshuan's hand and coldly asked, "Where did this brat come from?" Gu Xiaoshen was wearing Qinxiang Academy's uniform, but every strand of hair on his body seemed to be indecent. After studying for so long, people seemed to forget that he was the #1 bully in the surrounding area. Just now he saw Gu Yui crying in the carriage. He suddenly had a bad guess in his heart. Gu Yui had reached the age of marriage. His family was worried about Gu Yui's marriage. The Gu family didn't like the poor ones and the Gu family didn't want the good ones. This rotten old man, could it be that he wanted to buy Gu Yui to be his concubine? Gu Xiaoshuan's bad temper rose. "You don't even know your grandfather, Xiaoshen, and you dare to come to the Gu family to steal someone? Yui, get out of the carriage." Gu Yui didn't move. Gu Xiaoshen stepped into the carriage and was about to pull Gu Yui down. Huang Zhong was a martial artist. How could he let a brat steal someone from his hands? He grabbed Gu Xiaoshuan's arm and coldly said, "Brat, if you have something to say, then say it." Gu Xiaoshen unhappily said, "How much money did my uncle ask you? You even sold your own daughter?" "What do you mean by your uncle's daughter?" "She was the daughter of the 3rd branch of the Gu family, Gu Jiao's mother." "Wait, you're a member of the Gu family?" Huang Zhong was suddenly startled as if something was wrong. At this time Gu Zhanghai, Madame Zhou and Madame Lu arrived breathlessly. Gu Zhanghai said sternly, "Xiaoshen, get over here." Gu Xiaoshen ignored Gu Zhanghai and looked at Huang Zhong strangely. She lifted the curtain with one hand and pointed at Gu Yue with the other. "Are you stupid? I don't know my sister. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. She is the daughter of the Gu clan's 1st branch, Gu Yui." It was a sunny day and the streets of the town were bustling with activity. Marquis Gu sat in a room on the 2nd floor of the tea house, sipping tea as he listened to the carriage driver's report. The window beside his hand was wide open, and the sunlight and noise came in together. Unlike the bustle in the capital, the town was more lively with the local customs and customs. "We went to the village. The family there also had the surname Gu," the driver said. As this was a serious matter, Marquis Gu only used people he trusted, and the driver was no exception. The coachman told him everything he had heard from the Gu family. When he heard that the other party's surname was also Gu, Marquis Gu's reaction was not very big, but when he heard that the child was indeed the baby girl who was carried away by mistake, Marquis Gu's cup fell on the table with a clang. The driver was frightened. "Marquis, are you okay?" He thought that he would be very calm after finding his long-lost child, but he was a little nervous. He asked, "Where is she?" The driver said, "She's on the way. Bodyguard Huang asked me to inform you in advance, and he will bring her here in a while." Marquis Gu was a little excited. He straightened his clothes and asked the driver, "Do I look okay?" The driver was stunned. You're not looking at her face." Marquis Gu's face darkened. "I'm asking you if you'll scare the child." The driver trembled. Marquis Gu took a deep breath and suppressed his ferocious expression. In fact, there was nothing to worry about. Jinyu liked him very much, so the child would definitely like him too. The main thing was that he was afraid that he would scare the child away if he was too imposing. Time seemed to slow down. Marquis Gu gradually could not sit still upstairs, so he simply got up and went downstairs. He had just taken 2 steps out of the tea house when he bumped into a glutinous rice ball who was holding some snacks. The little glutinous rice ball cried out and fell face down on the ground. The box of snacks in his hand fell out and a drop rolled out. The little glutinous rice ball was stunned when he saw that the snacks he bought with great difficulty were gone. "What's wrong, Jing Kong?" Gu Jiao came over with a candied hawthorn nearby. When she saw the little guy lying on the ground with a confused face, she hurriedly went forward and lifted him up. Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Jiao and then looked at the osmanthus cake scattered all over the ground. He pouted and tears welled up in his big eyes. "The osmanthus cake is gone." Today was the first time little Jing Kong came to town. It was the first time he saw so many people and also the first time he queued up to buy osmanthus cake. He cherished it so much that he could not bear to eat a single one. In the end, it was gone just like that. Gu Jiao looked at the osmanthus cake on the ground and asked little Jing Kong, "Are you hurt? Are you hurt anywhere?" Little Jing Kong covered his little heart and said with an aggrieved face, "I'm hurt here." Gu Jiao was speechless. This was the osmanthus cake from Li Ji. They queued for more than an hour before they could buy it. The little guy was sad. "But did you have to be so dramatic? You even put on an act?" Gu Jiao wiped his little hands with a handkerchief. "Be careful next time." "I'm very careful. It's not my fault. He bumped into me." After little Jing Kong said that, he raised his hand and pointed at Marquis Gu, who did not know whether to leave or stay. Strictly speaking, he did leave in a hurry. Little Jing Kong did not move at that time. He held the snacks under the eaves and waited for Gu Jiao to buy him sugar-coated haws. However, Marquis Gu did not do it on purpose. Little Jing Kong was too short and he did not see him at first. When he was about to ask someone to carry little Jing Kong away, Gu Jiao appeared. "Why is this girl everywhere?" Marquis Gu was puzzled. Gu Jiao looked at Marquis Gu coldly. Marquis Gu felt a little guilty under her sharp gaze, but it was impossible for him, a marquis, to apologize to a child. He coughed softly and said seriously, "Who asked him to block the way? You brought a child out, why didn't you keep an eye on him?" "All right, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll forgive you. This amount of silver is enough to buy 100 boxes of osmanthus cakes." After saying that, he took out a silver ingot and threw it on the ground in front of the two. Ordinary people would have kowtowed to thank him for the reward when they saw so much silver ingot. However, Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong did not move. Marquis Gu glanced at them coldly. "Oh, as you wish." After saying that, he strode away. His clothes were either rich or expensive. Naturally, no one dared to speak up for Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong. However, just as he brushed past Gu Jiao gently stretched out her foot and tripped him. He was caught off guard and fell flat on the ground. He was instantly angry. He turned his head and stared at Gu Jiao fiercely. "Stupid girl, do you want to die?" Gu Jiao returned his words to him word for word. "Who asked you to block the way?" After tripping him, Gu Jiao turned and left with little Jing Kong. Marquis Gu was really angry this time. Coincidentally, the county magistrate passed by with the Yaman's constables. Marquis Gu was so angry that he asked the county magistrate to arrest them. Chapter 77. As soon as the magistrate left, Huang Zhong arrived. Marquis. Why are you here alone? Where's the child?" "I was almost fooled. The one from the Gu family isn't." Huang Zhong told him the whole story of how the Gu family had substituted one person for another. "Fortunately, we met Brother Xiaoshan. Otherwise, we would have made another mistake." Marquis Gu was furious. "Very good, these people don't want to live anymore. I'll deal with them later." "I asked you a question, are you deaf?" Marquis Gu glared at Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong pursed his lips. Weren't they still hesitating at the beginning about whether or not to recognize her? Why are they so anxious now? Huang Zhong took out a lifelike wooden carving. "Brother Xiaoshan gave it to me. He said this is the young miss." The wooden carving from last time was given to the old mother of the headmaster. After that, Gu Xiaoshan carved a new one, but he didn't have time to give it to Gu Jiao. Huang Zhong learned his lesson this time and didn't tell Gu Xiaoshan the truth. He only said that his master had received a favor from his sister and wanted to invite her to town to thank her. Gu Xiaoshan was afraid that they would thank the wrong person again, so he gave the wooden carving to him. Marquis Gu felt that the wooden carving looked a little familiar. It's missing something. Huang Zhong searched his chest again and took out a small piece of dough. He smacked it on the left side of the wooden carving's face. Brother Xiaoshun said that the young miss has a red birthmark on her face. Red birthmark. Marquis Gu finally understood why the wooden carving looked familiar. Wasn't this the stinky girl he had just ordered to be taken away? Did you make a mistake? Marquis Gu frowned. There's no mistake this time. In order to verify the authenticity of the wooden carving, Huang Zhong had checked with the villagers. It was the real child of the Gu family's third branch. Marquis Gu felt as if lightning had struck his head, and his whole body began to sway. Huang Zhong noticed his master's strange behavior and asked worriedly, Marquis, what's wrong? Don't tell me you don't like Mrs. Appearance? Xiaoxuan's brother said that although she has a birthmark, it's not ugly at all. Beauty was in the eye of the beholder, and fairies were in the eyes of the younger brother. Gu Xiaoxun had never thought that his sister was ugly. Huang Zhong was just listening to Marquis Gu's words when the next second, Marquis Gu disappeared. Naturally, Marquis Gu had gone to chase after Gu Jiao. He had not expected that the brat was the child he had been searching so hard for. It's over. He had personally sent him to prison. Whether or not he would recognize her was another matter altogether. He was afraid that when the time came, it would be difficult to ask her for her blood as a guiding drug. When Marquis Gu arrived at the county yamen, Magistrate Liu and his entourage had also just arrived. Just now, he had revealed his identity so that the county magistrate obeyed his orders. When the county magistrate saw him, he hurriedly went forward to salute him. However, Marquis Gu didn't even look at him and walked towards the carriage where Gu Jiao and Gu Ruoyun were being held. Something unexpected happened. The carriage was empty and there was not a single person in it. Marquis Gu's eyes widened. Where is she? Magistrate Liu was also dumbfounded. That's right, where is she? He had seen her and the child get into the carriage with his own eyes. They had not stopped along the way, so how could they have disappeared? Could it be that the brat was a hidden expert? Magistrate Liu wiped away his cold sweat. This official has failed in his duty. This official will immediately send people to capture her. She will be punished. Let's see if she dares to escape. A mere 9th rank official dared to punish the bloodline of the Marquis' household? Marquis Gu scolded, Dog official. You even captured 2 children. You even want to punish them. Why don't you go to heaven? Magistrate Liu was dumbfounded. Didn't you tell this official to capture them? Marquis Gu kicked him. You'll capture them just because I told you to? Who is the real official of the people? You don't seek justice for the people, you don't stand up for the people. You only know how to curry favor and curry favor. What's the use of having you? Magistrate Liu, who was flustered by the wind, was speechless. The last ray of the setting sun disappeared into the horizon. The sky was gray and half dark. Gu Jiao held little Jing Kong's hand and walked on the quiet street at a moderate pace. Although there was no osmanthus cake, there was still candied haws. Little Jing Kong was small, but he was not timid. The series of events just now did not scare him at all. He licked the candied haws very seriously. Gu Jiao paused and could not help but ask him, Are you afraid? Little Jing Kong stopped licking the candied haws and looked at Gu Jiao with his big eyes. After a while he understood what she meant. I'm not afraid. He said so. Gu Jiao nodded. It was good that he was not afraid. The first principle that Gu Jiao learned was the way of survival. She did not care much about whether people were good or bad. However, after having little Jing Kong, she began to care about it. It did not seem good to let a child learn how to escape from prison. Gu Jiao was thinking about how to educate little Jing Kong when little Jing Kong shook her hand. Jiao Jiao, you're very powerful. Gu Jiao thought that he was talking about a child. Little Jing Kong said, I want to be very powerful too. I want to be more powerful than Jiao Jiao. Then Jiao Jiao won't need to be powerful. Gu Jiao paused and looked at him in confusion. Little Jing Kong raised his head and looked into Gu Jiao's eyes with his clear eyes. Jiao Jiao must be very hard, right? Master said that powerful people have suffered a lot, and they will continue to suffer a lot in the future. In fact, he did not understand why people had to suffer when they became powerful. Master said that it was because powerful people were destined to go up the mountain. Those who went up the mountain had to suffer, so they had to go down the mountain to be comfortable. This was the first time that someone asked Gu Jiao if it was hard. She joined the organization when she was 8 years old. She was whipped, electrocuted, tortured. Every day she almost went into shock. People only cared about whether she could take on the next mission. No one cared about whether she was hard or not. Gu Jiao did not know how to answer for a moment. Little Jing Kong thought about what happened just now and lowered his head. Did I make Jiao Jiao feel tired? Gu Jiao did not expect him to say that. Gu Jiao touched his little bald head. No, it's not hard to raise little Jing Kong at all. Really? Little Jing Kong looked at her blankly. Gu Jiao saw a trace of hesitation in his eyes. This heartless little guy was actually more vulnerable than anyone else. Gu Jiao nodded firmly. Yes, it's true. Little Jing Kong smiled again. He patted his little chest and said solemnly, Jiao Jiao, wait for me to grow up. When I grow up, I'll carry you up the mountain. If powerful people had to go up the mountain, then he would carry Jiao Jiao up the mountain. Jiao Jiao did not need to walk. He would bear the hardships of Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao did not understand what he meant by going up the mountain and going down the mountain, but she felt the little guy's concern. She squatted down and gently scratched the tip of his little nose. At this time, Gu Jiao did not know that someone had really fulfilled the promise that he made when he was 3.5 years old. This cute little ball of rice actually became such a majestic immortal general one day. In the 6 countries in the world, no one dared to make her suffer anymore. When they returned to the village, little Jing Kong had already fallen asleep. He was lying in Gu Jiao's arms and drooling. There was a carriage parked at the entrance of the village. Gu Jiao did not pay attention to it, but when she approached the carriage she saw a person standing beside it. It was none other than Marquis Gu, who ordered her and little Jing Kong to be taken to prison. Chapter 78. There was no one beside Marquis Gu except for his guard, Huang Zhong. Gu Jiao ruled out the possibility that he was here to catch her. But if he wasn't here to catch her, why would he be here? Gu Jiao didn't have a good impression of this Marquis who looked down on commoners like ants. She hugged little Jing Kong tightly and looked at him warily. If he dared to do anything to hurt them, she didn't mind taking his life here. Marquis Gu saw Gu Jiao's hostility. He coughed lightly and said seriously, I'm not here to catch you. I have no ill intentions. Gu Jiao didn't care about this and continued to look at him warily. Marquis Gu's feelings were very complicated. On one hand, he couldn't accept that this girl who had tricked him time and time again was his long-lost flesh and blood. On the other hand, he couldn't bear to look back on their interactions. But no matter what, since he was here he had to make things clear. Marquis Gu gave Huang Zhong a look and Huang Zhong retreated. Marquis Gu flicked his wide sleeves and said, My surname is Gu. I'm Marquis Ding, and of the Hot Spring Villa. Gu Jiao had guessed his identity long ago. When they first met, Gu Jinyu was sitting in his carriage. She recognized Gu Jinyu's voice. It seemed unlikely that there was a second person who could sit in Gu Jinyu's carriage and call himself Marquis. After meeting him in the forest, she looked at his face up close. It was a face that was very similar to Gu Yan's. If he said that he was not Gu Yan's biological father, she was afraid that she would not believe it. But he didn't say anything and Gu Jiao didn't point it out. Marquis Gu said, Today's matter? Gu Jiao interrupted him, If you're here to apologize there's no need. I don't care. Marquis Gu glared at her. No, how can you say that? How can you be so impudent? He did come with a trace of guilt, but he was the Marquis. How could he apologize to a girl? Didn't she know that there were no parents in this world? Her parents were gone. Ahem, he and Yao Shi had indeed not taught her. Gu Sanlang and Su Shi had left early, so they didn't have the time to teach her. I heard that she used to be a fool and that she got over it recently. Thinking of this, Marquis Gu felt that he could be more lenient with her. He suppressed his boiling anger and said to her, I came to find you because I have something to tell you. You might not believe me but you, and Sai, why can't I say it out loud? Marquis Gu was worried. What do I have with you? No matter how hard Gu Jiao racked her brains, she couldn't think of any relationship between this man and herself. However, she had lived for 2 lifetimes and had seen all kinds of weirdos. Don't tell me you have some kind of weird fetish and like me? Although her face was damaged, she was still young. Some men had such strong taste. Marquis Gu stumbled and almost fell into the well in front of him. What kind of person did this girl think he was? How could she slander her own father like this? Marquis Gu's temper that he had suppressed with great difficulty came back up. Do you know who I am? I am you. A quarter of an hour later, Marquis Gu limped back to the carriage with a bruised face. Huang Zhong walked over and was stunned. Marquis, you were beaten? You weren't beaten by the young miss, right? You can't even beat the young miss? Marquis Gu roared like a storm. I didn't want to argue with her. He wouldn't admit that he couldn't beat her. This was too tragic. Huang Zhong couldn't bear to look at it. He had followed the Marquis for more than 10 years and had never seen him in such a sorry state. Huang Zhong asked, Young miss hit you so hard? Didn't you tell her that you are her father? When this was mentioned, Marquis Gu became even angrier. Why didn't you tell her? Huang Zhong didn't understand. What did you say? Marquis Gu was filled with righteous indignation. I said I am her father. She said I scolded her and then she beat me up. And she beat him up very badly. Marquis Gu had never been wronged like this since he was a child. Huang Zhong, why don't you say you are her father? Is the word father too hot to use? After beating him up, Gu Jiao carried little Jing Kong, who was sleeping soundly, home. Xiao Luleng was not at home. He had gone to the provincial capital to take an exam and would only be back next month. The house seemed to have become quiet with one person missing. In fact, Xiao Luleng was very quiet at home. Sure, Yi stayed in his room most of the time. However, when Gu Jiao opened the door of the west room and didn't see the young man reading at the desk, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Gu Jiao put little Jing Kong on the bed and pulled the quilt over him. Then she went to the kitchen to cook dinner. Little Jing Kong had eaten his fill in town. Gu Jiao didn't wake him up and sat in the central room with the old lady to eat. Gu Jiao asked, Xiaoshen didn't come over? Gu Xiaoshen returned to the old house every night after dinner. He said he would stay at the academy for a while, the old lady said as she picked up a piece of braised pork. Without Luleng and little silly girl, the braised pork was no longer delicious. Gu Jiao asked strangely, why did he suddenly go to the academy? The old lady said, I don't know. He left in a hurry. Gu Xiaoshen ruined the Gu family's plans. Gu Zhanghai, his wife, and the Lu matriarch wanted to beat him to death. In order to avoid trouble, he stayed at the academy overnight. The academy didn't allow outsiders to enter. The only Gu family member who could enter was Gu Dashun. The Gu family could let Gu Dashun beat him up if they wanted, but Gu Dashun couldn't beat him. I'll send him some money tomorrow. Gu Jiao was worried that Gu Xiaoshen wouldn't have enough money to eat. I'll give it to him, the old lady said. Where did you get the money? Gu Jiao asked. The old lady was very down and out when she first came to the house. She didn't even have a copper coin, let alone silver. During the new year, Gu Jiao gave her a big red packet, but it was in silver notes. The old lady snorted, Did I tell you for nothing? Gu Jiao was stunned. Did the old lady start a side business at home? The old lady said without changing her expression, And your medicine. Since you don't want it anymore, I'll sell it all. Gu Jiao asked strangely, What medicine? The old lady said, Golden sore medicine. You've been messing around at home for a few days. Do you think I don't know? Gu Jiao said, Oh, you know. She made the medicine during the day. Xiao Luleng wasn't at home. Although the old lady was, she didn't expect the old lady to know about the golden sore medicine, so she didn't hide it from her. She had high requirements for medicine. She made more than a dozen bottles and only kept the 3 bottles with the best effect. She didn't care that the rest of the bottles were missing. She thought the old lady threw them away. Who would have thought that the old lady secretly sold them? Gu Jiao heard the old lady's tone and said, Have you done this before? You mean selling medicine? Oh, maybe. But I don't think I'm selling golden sore medicine. The old lady thought about it seriously and found a name from her few memories. It seems to be an aphrodisiac. Gu Jiao. According to later records, the virtuous empress sold aphrodisiac to the imperial concubines and took bribes to control the green head card. The virtuous empress's last words were, Don't talk about feelings with me, the emperor. The highest bidder will sleep. Chapter 79. Novels with a deeper meaning that cannot be found online are all available here. After dinner, Gu Jiao tidied up the house and went to the west room to put a blanket over little Jing Kong. Then she went back to her room to sleep. 2 months had passed since the last time she had a dream. Gu Jiao had not had a dream since then. Unexpectedly, she had a dream again that night. However, she did not dream of Xiao Luleng but of herself. She dreamed that she had become the daughter of the Gu family and met Gu Jinyu from the hot spring villa. She also dreamed that they had returned to the capital together. She moved into a richly ornamented house. There were more than 10 servants serving her every day. There were also family members who doted on her that she had never met before. The servants respectfully called her Miss Gu, but the good times did not last long. Gu Jinyu was beautiful, demure and elegant. She was educated and well-spoken. On the other hand, she was ugly, uncouth, illiterate and clumsy with her speech. Compared to Gu Jinyu, she was a complete joke. Everyone said that the Gu family had brought back a wild girl from the countryside. The servants started to mock her. The daughters started to distance themselves from her. Even the family members who used to dote on her did not seem to know how to face her. In order to get back what was rightfully hers, she did some bad things under the instigation of others. This caused everyone to be extremely disappointed in her. In the end, she was sent to a villa outside the capital. She was depressed and heartbroken every day. Finally, she died of an illness in the cold winter. When Gu Jiao woke up, she wondered why she had such a dream. When she dreamed about Xiao Lulang, she knew that it would happen. However, it was different when it happened to her. It was not because of anything else. It was because the her in the dream was not her at all. She was not ignorant and incompetent, nor was she clumsy with her speech. She did not care about what others thought of her. She would not be jealous of Gu Jinyu. She would not be instigated by others. She would not use those stupid tricks on Gu Jinyu either. If she really wanted to kill someone, she would do it more cleanly than wiping the floor. As for being heartbroken because he couldn't get the love of his family, that was even more ridiculous. So, why did she have such a wild dream? Was there something wrong with his brain? On the other hand, Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin's carriage had finally arrived at the prefectural city, Ping City, after a long and arduous journey. They didn't arrive early, and the inns next to the examination hall were all full. They settled for the next best thing and chose an inn one street away. 2 taels of silver for a room was simply asking for a sky-high price. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked the examinees to wait? He could only obediently hand over the silver. When the capital examination was over, the first batch of failed candidates would leave, and the price would drop by half. When the academy envoys were also over, the price would drop by another half. Feng Lin and the coachman ate something unclean on the road and had a stomachache. Luckily, Gu Jiao had prepared some diarrhea medicine. Xiao Lulang was fine, but he was not used to sleeping every night. 2 days later, the capital examination began. The location of the capital examination was at the Ping City Examination Hall. The examinees entered the hall at 5 a.m. Different from the examination documents of the county examination, the examination documents of the capital examination were given to each examinee. The examination documents were called examination documents by the prefectural government. The examinee's name, examination shed, and seat number were written on it. There were 4 examination sheds in the examination hall in Ping City. Sheds were mostly for the top examinees in the county examination, and Xiao Lulang was also in one of them. The big examination shed was divided into numerous small examination rooms. Each examinee had one room. The space was not big, but there was a desk, a cushion, and a narrow wooden bed. Other than the examination documents, the examinees were not allowed to bring in anything else. The examinees' brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone were all provided by the examination hall. In addition, there were also 3 meals a day and a blanket for the night. If the examinees were tired, they could rest at any time. As long as they did not cheat or violate the rules of the examination hall, no one would interfere even if they slept there for 4 days and 4 nights. The capital examination did not have a one-off situation. Therefore, the examinees had to obediently complete the 3 rounds of examination. Other than when they went to the toilet, they were not allowed to leave the examination hall. Once they left, regardless of the situation, they could not return to the examination hall. The first round was on the scriptures. The scriptures for the capital examination required the examinees to know at least 3 scriptures. The classic of filial piety and the Analects of Confucius were a must. The rest of the examinees could choose from the Book of Songs and the Rites of Zhou, and write from memory according to the designated paragraph. This seemed simple, but one had to know that other than the classic of filial piety, which only had 2,369 words, the other 3 scriptures added up to more than 90,000 words. Even if the Rites of Zhou, which had the most words, was removed, there were still more than 50,000 words. The amount of memorization was huge. The number of questions for the scriptures was also very large. The fastest one could finish writing would be in the afternoon. Usually there would be people handing in their papers one after another at dusk. Xiao Lulang only wrote for an hour before he stopped writing and went to sleep. His paper was covered under the white paper and pressed down with an ink stone. The invigilator was stunned. Was he finished? No, this was impossible. No one could answer so quickly. Unless he had memorized the scriptures so well that he could write without thinking. This was not something that an ordinary genius could do. Who did he think he was? The former young chancellor? The young Marquis of Jianghu? The invigilator felt that he most likely would not be able to answer, so he simply gave up writing. He was even the county examination's top case examinee. He was really an embarrassment to their county. After the examination, there was a person who came up to collect the papers. He would first paste the name and then put it into a special box. Even the invigilator was not able to see the paper. When they saw it, the name had already been masked, so they would not know which paper belonged to which examinee. Maybe it was because Xiao Lulang had left a deep impression on the invigilator in the first round. For the next 2 rounds, the invigilator also paid special attention to him. The second round of essays tested the examinee's ability to write. There were not many restrictions on the wording and style of writing. It could be considered the easiest round of the 3 rounds. Xiao Lulang only wrote for an hour before he covered his paper and went to sleep. Can you not give up on yourself like this? Essays are so simple. You don't even know how to write this? How did you become the county examination's top case examinee? Are the examinees of this batch so useless? The last round was an 8-part essay. It took 2 days to complete, which showed how difficult it was. Especially this time, the questions were personally set by Provincial Governor Zhuang from the capital. Provincial Governor Zhuang had taken 2 completely unrelated sentences from the Analects of Confucius. Poverty without flattery, wealth without arrogance, quick to handle matters but cautious in speech. He had the examinees forcefully put them together to solve the question. In less than a quarter of an hour, 2 examinees collapsed from the pressure. They were carried out and the exam was cancelled. The invigilator secretly cursed. Such a difficult exam, why didn't you give this grandpa a paw? He thought that Xiao Lulang would give up and go to sleep in less than an hour. Who knew that he would sit there without moving? Poverty without flattery, wealth without arrogance, quick to handle matters but cautious in speech. Why did Sir Zhuang give such a difficult assignment? Ahing, help me do it. Chapter 80. On the evening of the 4th day the exam ended. Feng Lin had been waiting here since early in the morning. After waiting for an entire day, the other examinees came out one after another. Only Xiao Lulang was nowhere to be seen. He could not help but worry. Just as he was wondering if he should ask the people inside, he saw Xiao Lulang come out with a cold expression. Feng Lin hurriedly went up to him and found that his complexion was not good. He asked, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Or did you not do well?" "It's nothing," Xiao Lulang said lightly. Feng Lin heard that his voice was fine and thought that it should not be a problem with his body. He comforted him. "I just heard from the examinees that this time's exam questions were especially difficult. Don't be discouraged, they might not even do as well as you. Let's go back to the inn," Xiao Lulang said as he turned around and walked in the direction of the inn. Feng Lin wanted to say something but stopped. He had never seen Xiao Lulang like this before. Even though he had always been cold, he was not so cold that he did not dare to approach him. Xiao Yulang's body was filled with a chilling aura, as if he would do something terrible in the next second. Lulang, wait for me." Although Feng Lin was afraid, he still gritted his teeth and chased after him. He did not call him Brother Xiao anymore. After all, he was older than Xiao Lulang. The reason he called him Brother Xiao was because Xiao Lulang had saved him. But the 2 of them had spent New Year's Eve together and had a strong friendship. If he continued to call him Brother Xiao, it would be too distant. Xiao Lulang used his walking stick and did not walk as fast as Feng Lin. Feng Lin caught up with him in a short while. The 2 of them went back to the inn together. When they passed by a tea house, 2 middle-aged men wearing brocade clothes walked out. One of them inadvertently glanced at Xiao Lulang. At first he didn't pay much attention to it, but he suddenly realized something and turned his head to look at Xiao Lulang. At this moment Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin had already crossed the street and were heading towards the inn on the other side. His eyes followed Xiao Yulang's back until he completely disappeared around the corner. "Lord Zhuang, what's wrong? Did you see someone familiar? Do you want me to go and greet them?" The person who asked the question was the governor of Pingcheng, surnamed Luo. Zhuang Xianji shook his head. "There's no need. He's not an acquaintance of mine. We just look similar. The young Marquis was already dead. He had personally dug out the young Marquis corpse from the ruins of the Directorate. The corpse had already been burned into a charred corpse by the fire. No matter how much time had passed, he would never be able to forget that tragic sight. Or perhaps they didn't look alike at all, but he was just seeing things. Looking at the young Marquis's appearance and talent, it was impossible to find a second person like him in the entire 6 nations. Do you need me to confirm it? Governor Luo saw that Lord Zhuang seemed to be very concerned about the person who had mistaken him for someone else. He couldn't help but suggest that he go and take a look. Zhuang Xianji shook his head again. There's no need. That acquaintance has already passed away. There was no need to confirm if it was a dead person. Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin returned to the inn. As soon as they entered, they heard someone shouting, "Feng Duanzi!" Feng Lin's hair stood on end. The shadow of his childhood instantly appeared on top of his head. He was no longer the Duanzi from back then. He had lost weight. Feng Lin looked over and saw a scholarly-looking youth rushing down the stairs excitedly. He came to Feng Lin and said with a smile, "It's really you, Feng Duanzi? You're good. You've changed so much that I almost couldn't recognize you." Who is he? The youth's gaze landed on Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was even better looking than a girl. People couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of being beaten up by Feng Lin. Just now, the youth was first attracted by Xiao Lulang before noticing Feng Lin, who was beside Xiao Lulang. Feng Lin also recognized the youth and said in surprise, "Du Ruhan?" The youth smiled and patted Feng Lin's shoulder. "It's me. It's really you?" Feng Lin also smiled and introduced him to Xiao Lulang. "Lulang, do you still remember him? Little Tummy? The 3 of us went to private school together when we were young." The youth looked at Xiao Lulang in disbelief. After a while, he said to Feng Lin, "You must have mistaken him for someone else. He's not Lulang." Feng Lin said with certainty, "I'm not mistaken. It's Lulang." The youth looked at Xiao Lulang suspiciously. "The little Lulang who moved away after staying for a year?" Feng Lin said, "Yes. It's him. Less than 2 years after he moved away, your family moved away too. Now that I think about it, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. The youth still felt that the other party was not Xiao Lulang. He said to Feng Lin, "If I can recognize you, why can't I recognize him?" Little Lulang was not that good looking. Actually, Feng Lin did not recognize Xiao Lulang at first glance. It was only when he saw Xiao Yolang's travel permit that he knew that he was his childhood neighbor. In addition, Xiao Lulang had saved his life, so he had no doubts about Xiao Yolang's identity. As for Xiao Lulang not remembering the past, that was normal. It had been more than 10 years. Xiao Lulang was not even 7 years old when he moved away. What could a 6 or 7-year-old kid remember? That kid was very timid when he was young. He always hid behind his mother. Xiao Lulang went upstairs first. The youth and Feng Lin followed behind and whispered. The youth was the one who spoke. "Lulang is different now. He is very brave. He even saved me." Feng Lin said. "He is different." The youth glanced at Xiao Yolang's back. He felt that the other party had the aura of a young master from the capital. This aura was hard to detect if one had not seen it before. "What's wrong with his leg?" the youth asked in a bad mood in front of Xiao Lulang. "Half a year ago he was injured while saving me. He is now receiving treatment." Feng Lin said guiltily and asked, "Speaking of which, where did you go after you moved away?" "I went to the capital," the youth said. Feng Lin's eyes widened. "You went to the capital?" It was Feng Lin's dream to go to the capital. Unfortunately, the capital was heavily guarded. For commoners like them, unless they were going to the capital for the exam, it was impossible to get a travel permit to the capital. The youth chuckled. "My aunt is a concubine in the capital. She brought our whole family over. Now, are you still jealous?" Feng Lin did not say anything. The youth laughed. "I lied to you. Let's go." The 3 of them ate dinner together. From the youth, Feng Lin found out that he was studying in a famous academy in the capital. 2 years ago, he passed the exam and was preparing for the provincial exam in August. This time he was traveling with his uncle to broaden his horizons. Throughout the meal, only the youth and Feng Lin conversed. Xiao Lulang was a man of few words and did not like to talk to others. This kid was not like this before. After Xiao Lulang returned to the house, the youth pulled Feng Lin aside and whispered. Feng Lin said softly, His mother and brother have passed away. It has not been easy for him these years. The youth did not say anything else. After a while he changed the topic. You are going to take the exam this year, right? I will wait for you in the capital. Feng Lin thought for a while and said, I will take the exam with Lu Lang. The youth pursed his lips. How do you know he will pass? That kid's brain is not good. Have you forgotten that he was scolded by the teacher? Even if he could not remember how Xiao Lulang looked like when he was young, the youth did not forget Xiao Yulang's embarrassing past. He was not stupid. It was just that his reaction time was slower than others. This kind of person could work, but study would be difficult. Feng Lin said seriously, Lulang is different now. He passed the county exam, and this time, although the questions are difficult, I believe he will pass the exam. The youth laughed evilly. Let's make a bet. He will not pass. Feng Lin decisively asked him to leave. No one could look down on Xiao Lulang, not even his childhood friends. After being chased out of the inn by Feng Lin, the young man no longer had the mood to stroll around. Bored, he returned to the governor's office. When the guards saw him, they respectfully opened the door for him. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he was stopped in his tracks by a stern voice. Where have you been? Why are you back so late? The young man turned around embarrassedly, smiled and said, Hello, uncle. Didn't you go to mark the exam papers? How did you finish so quickly? Provincial Governor Zhuang sternly said, Don't change the topic. I'm asking you, where have you been? The youth laughed dryly. I met 2 of my old neighbors in Song County and chatted with them for a while. Dinner? I also ate with them. Provincial Governor Zhuang coldly said, Do you think I will believe you? Did you go and do something indecent again? I promised your aunt to bring you out, not to let you idle around. Guards, lock him in the room. Without my orders, he is not allowed to take half a step out. The youth cried out, I didn't, uncle. I really went to meet some friends. They are staying at Uli Inn. One of them is called Feng Lin. The other is called Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang is this year's examinee. He just finished your perverted exam questions today. His face turned green. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to check. Chapter 81. All the novels that cannot be found online will be available here. After hearing this, Du Ruhan knew that there was no hope for him today. He hated his mouth. Why did he speak the truth at such a critical moment? Sure enough, when Governor Luo came to mediate the fight, Du Ruhan had already been served by Zhuang Xianji to the point that even his parents couldn't recognize him. Governor Luo asked awkwardly and respectfully, Sir, should we investigate those 2 people? Zhuang Xianji rejected him immediately. Is that fellow telling the truth? Governor Luo's mouth twitched. Young Master Du said that the questions you set were perverted. He was telling the truth. Gu Jiao knew nothing about what happened in Pingcheng. She was on the way to the hot spring villa. This morning, Second Master came to her personally and told her about this month's consultation. Although I know that we were talking about consultation, you know young Master Gu's situation. It is indeed inconvenient for him to go out. Second Master did not know that Gu Yan had come to see her not long ago and that she had already given him a follow-up consultation. Gu Jiao paused. Okay. Second Master was stunned. She was so easy to talk to? I've been holding back all this time. Was it all for nothing? The weather was good and the carriage moved quickly. They arrived at the villa in less than 2 hours. The attitude of the people in the villa towards them had changed greatly. Although the guards still looked serious, they were very polite. The servant who came to pick them up was the same person as last time. Her name was Yu Ya. Yu Ya led Gu Jiao, the second boss, and the old doctor to a pavilion near the small garden. The young master is soaking in the hot spring. Please wait for a moment. I will go and report to the young master. The hot spring was closer to the pavilion. Yu Ya was not sure where the young master wanted to see the doctor. If he wanted to go to the hot spring, there was no need to bring them to the main courtyard. Yu Ya went to ask the young master for instructions and instructed a servant to bring some snacks and tea from the kitchen to serve Gu Jiao and the other 2. This treatment was much better than the previous time. The second boss tasted a mouthful of the rose cake and smiled from ear to ear. Is it really that good? Gu Jiao asked. The second boss smiled and said, The things in the Marquis estate are expensive not because they are delicious, but because you can't eat them. He wasn't eating snacks but glory. Oh. While they were waiting, the sound of something crying came from the small garden. All three of them heard it. The old doctor followed the sound and asked in puzzlement, "What's that sound?" The second boss stopped eating and listened attentively, but he didn't hear anything. "I'll go take a look," Gu Jiao said. Don't." The second boss wanted to stop her, but was Gu Jiao someone who could be stopped so easily? She got up and went down the steps to the little garden. She followed the sound and soon found the little thing trapped under the fence. It was a little puppy that had just been born. It was unknown how it got stuck in the fence, and there was a circle of thorns under the fence. The result was that the more it struggled, the more the thorns pierced into its flesh. It was in so much pain that its eyes were filled with tears. When it saw someone come, it didn't know if it was frightened or excited. It stuck out its little tongue, but it didn't expect to lick the thorns, causing it to whimper in pain. "It really is a stupid little puppy." Gu Jiao squatted down and rubbed its furry little head. "Don't move." The little puppy didn't understand, but it still moved. It was in so much pain. In order to save it, she had to first move the fence and then pull out the thorns from the little puppy's body one by one. Gu Jiao chose the best position and began to pull the fence. At this time, a servant girl wearing an apricot-colored vest came over. "Who is it?" "Stop right now." Gu Jiao didn't stop. Gu Jiao had a small basket on her back and was dressed like a village girl. The servant girl only felt that this dress was familiar, but did not think much of it. She strode over and grabbed Gu Jiao's small basket. "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" Gu Jiao calmly turned her head. Her cold gaze was like a knife, scaring the servant girl into letting go. Then the servant girl recognized her. "It's you?" Gu Jiao also recognized her. It was the servant who had rummaged through her pouch at Rejuvenation Hall and slandered her as a thief. She was Gu Jinyu's trusted aide called Yuru. "Why are you here?" Yuru frowned. She remembered that she had heard that the doctor from Rejuvenation Hall had come to examine the young master. Her face darkened. "You're just a little medicine boy. You don't have to follow me every time." Gu Jiao was too lazy to pay attention to her and moved to pull the fence. Yuru scolded, "What are you doing? That place is filled with young Miss Flowers. Are you worthy of ruining it?" "Oh, oh." The puppy cried out in pain. Yuru glanced at it and sneered, "Just because of a mutt? Your dog? Sure enough, like person like dog. Do you know how much one peony here cost? I'm selling you and your dog." "Noisy." Gu Jiao frowned in annoyance and pulled the fence up. Yuru's expression changed and she pounced at her. Actually, when Gu Jiao pulled the fence up, she had avoided the peonies. However, when Yuru pounced on the fence, the end of the fence swept and broke one of the peonies. That was the one that bloomed the most beautifully. Yuru's face turned pale. She suddenly retreated a few steps, far away from the scene. She covered her mouth with one hand and pointed at Gu Jiao with the other. You broke young Miss Flowers. You broke it yourself. You're blaming me?" It was Yuru's voice. She came back after reporting to Gu Yen. Gu Yen told her to bring her to the hot springs. She happened to see this scene. "Shameless," Yu said. Yuru was Gu Jinyu's personal maid. Not many people in the villa dared to speak to her like this. Yuru's face darkened. "She broke it. She pulled the fence up. If you don't believe me, ask them. They all saw it." Unknowingly, a few servants had gathered around to watch the show. Yuru asked them to testify. Yu put her hands on her hips and said, "All right, tell me. Who broke it?" Everyone lowered their heads. Yuru's backer was Gu Jinyu. It was not worth offending her for a little medicine boy. It was not that Gu Yen was not scary, but Yuru's attitude was not instructed by Gu Yen, who did not know that the young master hated these cats and dogs. Yuru sneered, "See? She's the one who broke it." Gu Jiao, who was pointed at by Yuru, did not care about the noise around her. She removed the thorns on the puppy's body and wrapped it in a clean handkerchief. The handkerchief was soon dyed red by the puppy's blood. Whoa! The puppy was in so much pain that it teared up. The second boss and senior servant Fong arrived at the same time. Senior servant Fong still remembered Gu Jiao climbing into the bed. She did not have a good impression of Gu Jiao, especially when she saw the bloody puppy in her hands. She became even more impatient. "Why aren't you throwing it out?" These words were not only directed at Gu Jiao, but also at the second boss. The second boss knew that Gu Jiao would not throw it out. "Give it to me. I'll put it in the carriage." The second boss reached out to take the puppy. However, Gu Jiao did not give it to him. The second boss facepalmed. The little girl was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Couldn't she talk nicely? Did she have to be fierce to her? He was done for. Senior servant Fang said coldly, "I'll say it again. Throw this little beast out. Otherwise she will also get out." "Were you telling to get out?" Accompanied by an indifferent voice, Gu Yan's sedan was carried over by the servants. Chapter 82. Young Master. Nanny Fang and everyone hurriedly bowed to Gu Yan. The second master also cupped his hands and bowed. The social hierarchy in Zhao country was strict. As a businessman, the second master naturally had to bow when he saw the marquis's son. Gu Jiao was no exception, but she didn't have the habit of bowing to others. She stared fixedly at Gu Yan. When everyone knelt down, she stood out like a crane among chickens, making it impossible for people not to notice her. The second master subtly pulled on her sleeve and motioned for her to bow. Although they were here to treat the young master, they couldn't be rude to him, right? Gu Yan acted as if he didn't see it. He didn't greet Gu Jiao, nor did he force Gu Jiao to bow. He looked at Nanny Fang. "Do you want me to ask again?" Nanny Fang was so shocked that she forgot to answer. Now that she came back to her senses, she told Gu Yan about Gu Jiao holding the puppy and refusing to throw it out. As for Gu Jiao ruining the peony flowers, she didn't mention it. After all, she didn't see it with her own eyes, so it wasn't her place to say it. Everyone in the residence knew that Gu Yan hated these little things the most. He thought they were noisy. Not long ago, Gu Yan had a rabbit that didn't bark, but it was forcefully thrown out by Gu Jinyu. This girl really hit the knife's edge. She probably didn't even know how she died. Sure enough, when Gu Yan's gaze fell on the bloody puppy in Gu Jiao's arms, his aura suddenly turned cold. Nanny Fang snorted coldly. "I told you to throw it out, but you didn't. Did it fall into the young master's hands? Where did the dog come from?" Gu Yan asked. "I picked it up." Gu Jiao said, "It was stuck in the fence and stabbed by thorns." Gu Yan glanced at the fence. The fence that Gu Jiao had picked up had been put back in place, but traces of movement could still be seen on the refurbished soil. Yuru glanced at the broken peony flower. Her mind moved and she said, "She also broke young Miss Peony Flower. Just for this dog." "Yuya, spat, you're the one who broke it." "It's her." Yuru coldly pointed at Gu Jiao. "It's you?" Yuya, placed her hands on her hips. Gu Yan's face became extremely cold. Anyone could see that he was angry. He had a heart disease, so he couldn't get angry easily. Otherwise he would get sick. Otherwise, Master and Marchioness wouldn't spoil him so much. They even gave him such an expensive antique painting, even though they knew that he was tearing it to vent his anger. "Both of you shut up," Nanny Fang sternly shouted. The two maidservants instantly fell silent. Gu Yan glanced at everyone present and then looked at Gu Jiao, who was among the flowers. "You all saw that she did it, right?" This was the tone of a punitive expedition, so everyone lowered their heads in tacit agreement. "No, it's not her." Yuya was a little frightened by Gu Yan's aura, so her voice also weakened. Gu Yan lightly said, "They all said that she did it. You're the only one who said that it wasn't her." "It's not her," Yuya muttered in a low voice. Yuru proudly hooked up the corners of her mouth. No matter what, the young miss was the young master's older sister. How could the young master not believe her personal maidservant and believe a wild girl from outside? As for this Yuya, she was only a third-rank maidservant in the young master's courtyard. She didn't even have the qualifications to serve the young master. Her words naturally didn't have much weight. "Very good." Gu Yan nodded. "What's your name?" Yuya was stunned. Me? Yuya. Gu Yan said, "Other than Doya, drive everyone out of the mountain villa for this young master." "It's Yuya." "No, drive them out of the mountain villa?" "It wasn't her?" Yuya was stunned. Everyone's expression changed at the same time. Why didn't the young master punish Yuya and the little medicine boy, but drive them out instead? The only one who had a normal expression was Gu Jiao. From beginning to end, there wasn't the slightest change in her expression. She only focused on comforting the injured little puppy. Yuru pounced over in disbelief. "Young master, you're my ass." Two hidden guards quickly appeared and pressed down on her with one finger. They threw her and all the servants who tried to slander Gu Jiao out. The guards who were about to step forward to carry out the order were a little dumbfounded. Where did these two guys come from? Are they trying to steal our jobs in broad daylight? The hidden guards in black thought, "Hey, you guys don't know anything about our little sweetheart. How could we give you guys such a good opportunity to curry favor with him?" In the end, only senior servant Fong was left. She was Madame Yao's concubine, so the mountain villa's guards definitely wouldn't dare to touch her. However, the hidden guards didn't say anything and dragged her out. Senior servant Fong shouted, "Let me go. I want to see the madam. I want to see the madam." Whoosh. A hidden guard hit her mute acupoint and she instantly couldn't make a sound. The guards all gave them a thumbs up. "You guys even dared to touch senior servant Fong. You guys are awesome." After the hidden guards in black finished doing this, they immediately disappeared into the darkness. When the young master needed them, they were hidden weapons. When the young master didn't need them, they were air. The second master's mouth was wide open and couldn't close for a long time. Gu Yin had someone put down the palanquin. He walked down to Gu Jiao and gently smiled. "How was it? Did it relieve your anger?" The second master thought, "Wait, what's going on? You threw so many people out just to relieve the little lass's anger?" Gu Jiao seriously thought about it and nodded. "It relieved my anger." Gu Yan's smile became even wider. He was born handsome, so when he smiled, even the spring scenery in the garden was overshadowed. "It lost a lot of blood. Is it seriously injured?" Gu Yan looked at the little puppy in her arms and asked. "Yes, I need to find a place to stop the bleeding. You can come to my courtyard." Gu Yan brought Gu Jiao back to his room. "Doya, bring a clean mattress over." "It's Yuya." Yuya put her hands on her hips and roared in her heart. Yuya took the small mattress to Gu Yan's room with a dark face and spread it on Gu Yan's desk. Gu Jiao cleaned the little puppy's wounds with iodophor and applied some self-made ointment. She also wrapped some gauze around some places. "Do you have goat's milk?" she asked. "Yes, Doya." Gu Yan asked Yuya to bring a bowl of fresh goat's milk. The little puppy licked its lips and drank it. After drinking it, it fell asleep. During the whole process, Gu Yan didn't disturb Gu Jiao. He sat cross-legged on the bed and focused on playing with Gu Jiao's stethoscope. He hung the stethoscope on his ear and lowered his head. He listened to his heart and his stomach. Wow, it's so loud. The world-weary and disagreeable young Master Gu had finally become a curious baby. The old doctor routinely checked Gu Yan's pulse. Gu Yan was very cooperative with the old doctor. His attitude was so good that the old doctor was flattered. Gu Yan's pulse also surprised the old doctor. Of course, there was still a lot of difference compared to a normal person, but compared to his past, it was a great improvement. Chapter 83. The old doctor couldn't help but admire Gu Jiao's medical skills again. There was no cure for heartache. This kind of illness was truly incurable in this day and age. It was already a miracle that it was able to get better. The young master's pulse is good. Continue to take the medicine. He didn't know that Gu Jiao had given the medicine to Gu Yan a few days ago. He continued to act. This old man refined for a long time and finally finished refining the medicine last night. "Last Gu, did you bring the medicine? Remember to give it to young Master Gu later." "Gu Jiao, I already gave it to him more than 10 days ago." She was suddenly exposed. Gu Yan rolled over on the bed laughing. The matter in the small garden finally reached the head steward's ears. In the past few days, the Marchioness had caught a cold. She was afraid that the illness would spread to Gu Yan. With Gu Yan's health, even a small cold could take his life, so she moved to the orchid courtyard at the back alone. Marquis Gu made all the decisions in the manor. Thus, the head steward reported it to Marquis Gu. He didn't add any details and only described the matter from beginning to end, including how Gu Jiao pulled the fence to save the puppy, the dispute between Yuru and Gu Jiao, as well as how she accidentally damaged Gu Yan's peony, and how Nanny Fang angered Gu Yan. The head steward sighed. Yuru is from the capital and has always looked down on the servants in the manor. This time she learned her lesson. It's just a pity for Nanny Fang. Marquis Gu coldly snorted. "What's there to pity? She chased everyone out. I think she's been a steward for too long and forgot that she's just a servant." Whether or not he recognized that child wasn't someone that a lowly servant could bully. The head steward was a bit confused. What's wrong with being a servant? Isn't that still a higher status than the little medicine boy? What's more, Nanny Fang is the Marchioness's concubine, and the Marquis has always thought highly of her. Why did he suddenly say such harsh words? Marquis Gu asked, "Aren't they coming in the afternoon? Brought forward? Why didn't anyone report this to me? The post said it was in the afternoon. The second boss planned to come in the afternoon, but he didn't expect Gu Jiao to be so straightforward and leave in the morning. Generally, the doctors among the people would not be able to see the marquee. At most, they would kowtow to the marquee after the treatment to get a chance to show their faces. Therefore, the steward did not report to the marquee in advance. Since senior servant Fang had been scolded, the head steward naturally didn't dare to shirk the responsibility. It's this servant's fault. Please forgive me, Marquis. Where is he? Marquis Gu asked. I think they went to the young master's courtyard. The young master really thought too highly of the people from Huichen Hall. Even if those servants did something wrong, there was no need to drive out senior servant Fang and Yuru, right? If the Marquise and the young miss knew about this, wouldn't they be in trouble? This Marquis will go and take a look. Marquis Gu said and stood up from the chair. Marquis. The head steward called out to him, those people outside, how should we deal with them? Marquis Gu pondered for a moment, leave senior servant Fang and send the rest away. Senior servant Fang was Madame Yao's escort. If he sent her away, it would be hard to explain to Madame Yao. His son could drive people out, but he couldn't not bring them back. It was hard to be a father, but it was even harder to be a husband. Moreover, other than having a somewhat annoying personality, senior servant Fang didn't have any bad intentions. She was very loyal to Madame Yao and did her job well. Should we send Miss Yuru away as well? The head steward asked. Marquis Gu coldly said, shouldn't we send away this kind of condescending maidservant who framed others for the new year? Will you take responsibility if she leads Jianghu astray? The head steward hurriedly responded, yes, yes, yes. This humble one will do it right away. Also, Marquis Gu ordered, tell senior servant Fang not to go to Yenner's courtyard after she comes back. Yes. Gu Yan's temper wasn't good. Every month, he would drive away a group of people, so this matter didn't cause a huge uproar in the mountain villa at first. However, when people heard that senior servant Fang and Yuru were also kicked out, they were really surprised. In the past, no matter how angry the young master was, he wouldn't touch the people around the Marchioness and the young miss. What happened this time? The person involved, Gu Jiao, didn't know anything about everyone's doubts. After she exposed herself in front of Gu Yan, she quietly went to the front courtyard to take a breather. She wanted to be alone. It was also her fault for not informing the old doctor beforehand. However, she really didn't expect the old doctor to be so naughty. He actually learned the second boss and shopkeeper Wang's method of bragging. He had just finished decocting the medicine yesterday, but she had already given it to Gu Yan 10 days ago. She had been sold until she didn't even have her underwear left. Gu Yan was looking at her in the corridor with a smile. Gu Jiao, you're still looking. You're still smiling. I don't want my face. Gu Jiao turned the back of her head to Gu Yan. Coincidentally, the cute little puppy woke up at this moment. It started to whimper and look around for Gu Jiao. Gu Yan picked it up. The cute little puppy was scared as soon as it got close to Gu Yan. Its little body trembled and it whimpered. Gu Yan wasn't stingy with his death stare. He didn't have any love. He hated these cute little things, especially when it was in her arms. She hasn't hugged me before. Gu Yan stared at it with jealousy as if he was going to pinch it to death in the next second. The cute little puppy felt Gu Yan's murderous aura and barked even louder. Ow ow ow. Gu Yan snorted, for her sake I'll spare you. Although he hated this little thing since she liked it, it was fine if he didn't hate it that much. When Marquis Gu stepped into the courtyard, he saw Gu Jiao and Gu Yan squatting on the front lawn to make a doghouse. There was a pile of wood scattered on the ground. Gu Jiao was in charge of chopping, Gu Yan was in charge of building, and Gu Jiao was also in charge of nailing. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Often, after Gu Jiao finished one step, Gu Yan knew what the next step was, even though he had never built a doghouse like this before. The two of them had the same taste. The servants brought in all kinds of mattresses to cushion the doghouse. The two of them either liked all of them or disliked all of them. The two of them were like children playing seriously, enjoying each other's company very much. Were they really fraternal twins? Gu Jinyu and Gu Yan grew up together. Marquis Gu had thought of countless ways to get the siblings closer, but the two of them just couldn't play together. Actually, it wasn't just Gu Jinyu. Other people also found it difficult to get along with Gu Yan. This child was full of thorns and would prick anyone who got close to him. Marquis Gu had never seen such an obedient son. His bad temper was gone and so was that girl. She was much quieter. If that girl was always like this, she didn't seem to be so annoying. I don't want this. It's too ugly. Gu Yin said as he held a roof that Gu Jiao had made. But I don't think it's ugly. Gu Jiao said. This was the last step. Once the roof was nailed up, it would be finished. Gu Yin looked up at the sky. I don't care. I don't want it. Okay. Gu Jiao took apart the roof that she had painstakingly made and made a new one. The second boss was also quite puzzled. The girl was easily irritable. Other than Xiao Lulang, he had never seen her so patient with anyone. Gu Yan's little thoughts couldn't be hidden from Marquis Gu. He couldn't bear to see Gu Jiao continue to stay here after the doghouse was finished. Twins were always special. Even if they were doing the same thing, looking at twins was more interesting than looking at other children. Perhaps it wasn't a bad thing to acknowledge them. But if they did, Gu Jinyu would suffer some grievances. Marquis Gu was worried that Gu Yan would bully Gu Jinyu even more. If it was any other son, Marquis Gu could still strictly stop him. But Gu Yan had a congenital illness. If anyone made him unhappy, he could just kill them on the spot. Marquis Gu's head hurt. Marquis. Huang Zhong came over. What are you doing here? Marquis Gu moved outside so that the people in the yard couldn't see him. He didn't want to disturb the two children's play. Huang Zhong said seriously, I heard that Miss is here. I'm here to protect you so that you won't be beaten by Miss again. Marquis Gu gave him a cold stare. Is it because I can't beat her? I'm giving in to her. Huang Zhong didn't believe him. Thinking of something, Marquis Gu asked, Do you have silver needles? Yes. Huang Zhong took out a secret weapon box. What do you need silver needles for? Marquis Gu said, I want to take a drop of her blood. Huang Zhong asked, What do you want Miss Blood for? You don't believe that Miss is your biological daughter? Marquis Gu said angrily, Am I the one who doesn't believe it now? She doesn't believe it. Huang Zhong thought of Marquis Gu Yan's, I'm your father, and his mouth twitched. That's because there's something wrong with your way of saying it? Marquis Gu snorted. I don't care. If she doesn't believe it, I'll take out evidence to make her believe it. Huang Zhong said again, Then why don't you tell Miss directly? Marquis Gu glanced at him. Do you think she'll give it to me if I tell her? Huang Zhong, she won't. But isn't it too much to prick Miss with needles? Why don't you prick her? Marquis Gu looked coldly at Huang Zhong. You prick her. Huang Zhong broke out in cold sweat. He didn't dare. Marquis Gu really went over with silver needles. When the people in the courtyard saw him, they all stood up and bowed. Even the second boss and the old doctor who were drinking tea in the courtyard stood up. He waved his hand, indicating for everyone to do what they were supposed to do and not make a fuss. He came to the front of the siblings. The light above his head dimmed. The two looked up at him and ignored him, continuing to bury their heads in the kennel. Marquis Gu, who was ignored, forget it? He was here to take blood. It was good that they ignored him. It would be easier for him to sneak up on them. He stood there and waited for the right time. In a moment, the two looked up at the same time and looked at him with disdain. Marquis Gu smiled. Do you not know where to do it? Let me help you. Gu Yan said with disdain, You're blocking the light. Marquis Gu's face darkened. He silently went behind the two. Soon he found that this position was better. He could prick anywhere. One needle was enough. Marquis Gu secretly waited for the right time. Gu Jiao was nailing the needles on the roof when she suddenly felt two gazes that could not be ignored fall on her. She turned her head in annoyance and met Marquis Gu's gaze. Marquis Gu was ready to insert the needles. He did not expect Gu Jiao to be so sharp and almost caught him in the act. He put the hand that was holding the silver needles behind his back. Gu Jiao looked at his hand that was retracted and then looked at her own shoulder. She felt that his guilty look was very wretched. Don't get in our way here. Gu Yin sensed Gu Jiao's repulsion towards Marquis Gu and began to chase him away. Marquis Gu was so angry that he fell backwards. Was he still their father? If he was not his biological son, he would have beaten him to death. Marquis Gu would not give up so easily. If he could not do it openly, then he would do it secretly. He coughed lightly and said, It must have been hard on you all. Regarding my son's illness, I have many things to ask. I see that Miss Gu is tired. Why don't you go to the side room to rest? Hu Erjiao and Dr. Li follow me to the study. Hu Erjiao and Dr. Li went to Marquis Gu's study. Gu Yin and Gu Jiao carried the little puppy back to the side room. Gu Yin could not keep watching over Gu Jiao. Taking advantage of the time when he went to the outhouse, Marquis Gu also found an excuse to leave the study. He secretly put some calming medicine in the tea and found a servant girl to deliver it to Gu Jiao. Once she fell asleep, it would be easy to take her blood. His idea was not bad, but unexpectedly, Gu Jiao smelled that something was wrong. She stopped the servant girl. "Who asked you to deliver this tea?" The servant girl said, "It was Marquis Gu." Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. He failed to reach out his perverted pig hands, so he planned to drug her? At this age he was old enough to be her father. She did not expect him to be so perverted. Gu Jiao clenched her small fists. She went to the window and lifted the curtains. She saw Marquis Gu squatting sneakily under the windowsill. Gu Jiao's murderous aura was like a knife. Marquis Gu sensed that something was wrong from her murderous aura. His heart trembled as he took a step back and said, "Well, listen to my explanation. I actually, Buddha mountain no shadow feet, boom, bang, bang bang bang, bang, thump, go. I don't know how to swim." That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.